Tonight, we descend into the hidden currents of ancient oceans, forgotten cities, and dreams that ripple beneath the surface. I am writing this under an appreciable mental strain as I fear I will not be alive much longer. A shadow grows on my mind, not from outside, but from something I saw and can no longer keep buried. You see, I was once an officer during the Great War. Our ship, a merchant vessel, was captured by the enemy. I was cast adrift in a lifeboat, alone on an endless brooding ocean under a sky of glaring sun and blankness. I drifted, drank rainwater when I could, but mostly just floated, numb, until a strange shift began. The sea around me turned black and thick like oil, and the air became stifling. I thought I was hallucinating. Then came the quake. It was not loud but felt, deep in the bones. The water churned violently as if something vast was rising beneath me. Then silence again, heavier than before. By the next morning, the boat had grounded. The sea was gone. I awoke to find myself marooned on a slimy expanse of black, rotting muck, miles in every direction. No waves, no sound but the drip of brine from my shattered craft. The sun blazed down but gave no warmth, and the whole place smelled of decay. Fish and strange marine creatures lay strewn across the wet floor, their bodies bloated, eyeless, and grotesque. It was as if the ocean had vomited up its secrets. I wandered. Days blurred. There was no sign of life, no rescue, just miles of sticky seabed that dried into a crusted plain as I walked, cracked and veined with salt. At night, I tried to sleep, but dreamed of black shapes swimming beneath invisible waters. Their movements stirred the air with a rhythm I couldn't understand, yet somehow remembered. Then I saw it. A hill, or something like one, rising far in the distance. It glistened oddly, as though wet, and was shaped unnaturally, almost too symmetrical to be natural. I was drawn to it, compelled by something beyond my will. The climb was difficult, slippery, the crust broke underfoot. But I reached the summit, and then I saw it. A chasm below, a yawning cleft in the earth, and at its center, a monolith, towering black and carved with symbols that bent my mind to look upon. Not symbols, really. They were more like impressions, suggesting images that shifted when you weren't watching, like water that took on meaning. Figures swam across the stone in bas relief. Men, yes, but not men. Scaled, finned, long-fingered creatures with bulbous eyes. They held ceremonies, worshipped some vast being that dwarfed them all. The being stood atop the altar, amphibian in form, with webbed claws and curling tendrils for a face. I did not know its name, but its essence etched itself into me. I knew it was ancient. I knew it was awake. I couldn't move. Something in the stone had paralyzed me, not in body, but in thought. And then the sea began to return. From the far edges of the horizon, I saw it pouring back in, silent and unhurried. The tide rose around the base of the monolith. I wanted to flee, but couldn't. I just watched. Then it emerged. The sea parted with a soundless breath, and a colossal shape rose from the depths. Not a wave, not a fish, not anything human minds are made to comprehend. Its form was slippery and half-seen, like shadow through thick glass. The head breached first, a mass of flesh and bone, crowned with fins, eyes deep-set and glowing, shoulders wider than ships, arms that reached with a terrible grace toward the altar. It worshipped. That's what I saw. It bowed before the monolith, placing its massive hands on the stone with a reverence I cannot describe. The way its fingers curled into the etchings, how its mouth moved without sound, made me realize it was not a god, it was a supplicant. The real god was deeper still. The vision shattered something in me. I must have screamed. I remember falling, tumbling backward off the hill into the rising waters. Cold took me. Pressure. And then, I woke in a hospital. They told me a ship had found me adrift, unconscious. No one believed the seabed story. They said I had suffered sunstroke, dehydration, delusion. The war had taken its toll, they said. But I know better. I can still see the thing's eyes. I can feel the monolith when I close my own. It visits me in dreams, standing taller now, the water deeper, the chants louder. Something is rising, and I cannot bear to wait. The doctors said my mind was still recovering, that such hallucinations were expected after prolonged isolation. They gave me sedatives and confined me to a dim room with barred windows. I stopped speaking about the monolith, the creature, the tide that had swallowed the world beneath me. They wanted a trauma narrative, and I gave them one. Pirates, dehydration, madness. Easier to swallow than the truth. But it didn't stop the dreams. Each night, as soon as I shut my eyes, I felt myself sinking. The air turned thick and briny. The walls of my room melted away into algae-slicked stone. I walked through tunnels, spiraling downward deeper than any trench, deeper than imagination. I heard the chants before I saw them, low, wet syllables bubbling upward from black throats. The air throbbed with them. Sometimes I stood again before the monolith. Sometimes I watched from below as something stirred beneath a floor of translucent bone. Always, though, I felt a vastness, an intelligence pressing against the edges of my mind, indifferent and awake. One evening I awoke screaming. A nurse ran in. I must have shouted something, perhaps a word I hadn't known I knew. Her face changed, as if she'd heard something she wasn't supposed to. She didn't speak of it again, but after that I noticed the doctors kept their distance. Whispers followed me in the halls. One orderly crossed himself every time he passed my door. They discharged me soon after, declared fit, sane, and ready to return to the world. But the world had shifted. Cities felt brittle, skies too shallow. I walked through crowded streets, but always I heard the tide, distant, low, calling. I moved into a cheap apartment on the edge of the city, near the harbor. The salt air was strangely comforting. From my window, I watched the waves roll in and out like breath. Some nights I sat for hours, listening, waiting. I began researching, obsessively. Old sea myths, ancient maps, forbidden texts whispered about in dim corners of libraries. I found echoes. The Pacific held secrets, so did the Sargasso. Tribes spoke of gods beneath the waves, older than the moon. Men had gone missing near strange islands, reefs that appeared and vanished, seafloors that rose like living things. One name kept surfacing, Dagon. The Phoenicians worshipped him as a sea deity, half man, half fish. But those were just masks. Beneath each tale lay a deeper current, one that spoke of ancient, sleeping forces with scales and claws and unnameable hungers. I saw it in petroglyphs, in carvings no one had translated. I saw it in the eyes of other researchers who stopped replying to my letters. I came across one report, an old naval document from the war, classified and buried. A patrol submarine had gone missing in the same region where I'd been found. Before it vanished, it had reported strange underwater terrain, rising formations, sonar anomalies. The log ended with a single phrase, "The altar is not alone." I knew I had to go back. I sold what little I had, booked passage on a freighter under false credentials. I told them I was a naturalist studying migratory fish. No one asked questions. We headed west, past the usual routes, past the markers on conventional charts. Then came the storm. It wasn't on any forecast. The sky blackened without warning. The sea rose in angry, swollen heaps. Lightning clawed the air. The crew shouted. The vessel groaned. For a moment, I thought the whole world had tilted on its axis. A wall of water slammed across the deck. I was thrown over the railing into the churning black. Darkness swallowed everything. When I opened my eyes again, the sky had cleared. I floated on a piece of driftwood, alone, adrift. Again. But this time I recognized the sea. It was thick, slow, gleaming like tar. The same as before, my limbs moved on their own. I paddled forward, not knowing where I went, but knowing I must go. Soon the waters thinned, the tide pulled back. The seabed rose up to greet me. I had returned. The black muck stretched for miles, the rot, the silence, the sullen weight in the air, all the same. But this time, there was no disorientation. My feet found the path. My mind already knew the direction. I walked for hours or years until the altar appeared. The monolith was larger now, or perhaps I was smaller. Its surface gleamed wetly in the dim light. The carvings had multiplied. New shapes danced across its face, grotesque, graceful, unknowable. The same amphibia forms, the same silent congregation. I stood there, breath shallow. My heart didn't race. I felt no fear, only inevitability. A low rumble stirred beneath my feet. The sea in the distance began to tremble. Something ancient was waking. The sea trembled, but it wasn't rage. It was the breath of something returning. I stood before the monolith, watching the water rise in slow, vast spirals around it. A greenish phosphorescence stirred below the surface, flickering like stars beneath the waves. The sky was a muted slate, heavy and low, as though trying to press down what had already been called forth. Shapes began to emerge, not all at once, but gradually, slipping into view from the impossible angles of the ocean. Their outlines didn't make sense. Slick limbs, glistening backs, mouths where mouths shouldn't be, and eyes, so many eyes, large and lidless, watching me with something more than awareness. They didn't blink, they didn't breathe, but they watched. Patient, eternal. They gathered at the base of the monolith, silently. The gathering wasn't like a ritual in any human sense. It was organic, fluid, like coral slowly blooming from stone. One of them rose from the mass, taller, broader, crowned in scales that shimmered with language. I didn't know what it was, but I understood it was older than everything I had ever known. It looked at me, not through me, not past me, but directly into me. A deep, humming sound pulsed through the ground, into my chest. I wasn't afraid. My knees didn't shake. I felt recognized, measured, claimed. The monolith pulsed. Beneath the waves, something stirred, massive and slow. I saw its silhouette rolling beneath the sea like a mountain breaking its chains. Its surface broke the water for just a moment, smooth, glossy, covered in symbols that made my head hurt when I tried to follow them. One enormous eye blinked open beneath the waves as large as the sky, and it saw me. Everything fell away. There was no water, no air, no sky, just presence. I was no longer on the ocean floor. I was inside something. Its thought, its memory, its hunger. Time collapsed. I saw ancient cities pulsing with strange life. I saw stars being born and consumed. I saw tides where no planets swam. I saw myself aging, dying, beginning again, trapped in a spiral of return. I understood then, the monolith wasn't a shrine. It was a door, not a metaphorical one, but a literal hinge between states of being, between matter and mind, between what we are and what watches us, and I had opened it. My body remained standing, barefoot on that glistening black plain. But my mind traveled. It unfurled like smoke, like ink in water. I was drifting upward and downward at once. I was in the trench, I was above the clouds, I was in the shape behind the stars, and the voice, if it could be called that, whispered not in sound but in a deep, dreamless knowing. You saw me once and lived, but now you will not forget. When I awoke again, I was back on land. A hospital, I think. Somewhere inland. No memory of how I arrived. My clothes were soaked with salt and seaweed. My skin was cold. They asked questions. I gave no answers. What could I say? I do not sleep anymore. Not in the way others do. My body rests, but my mind drifts. Every night I return to the depths. I stand before the altar. I watch them gather. I hear the hum behind all things. I feel the gaze of the thing that waits, still coiled in the deep folds of the sea. People around me sense something. They avoid my eyes. I don't blame them. There's something behind my gaze now. A depth, a pressure, a faint scent of brine. I speak less. I dream more. I know what's coming. Not in years, not in centuries, but in the deep, inevitable crawl of tides, the pressure of something turning in its sleep. The moment when that which watches will finally rise, not in rage, not in malice, but in indifference. We are algae on its tongue. I leave this record not as a warning, but as an anchor. For myself, for the me that once believed in continence and sanity and sunlight, for the one who thought nightmares ended when the eyes opened. But the sea does not forget. And the altar is never alone. The gray stone of Harrowby Hall loomed silently over the moor, cloaked by an eternal drizzle and haunted by a legend none in the family could quite forget. Each Christmas Eve, as clocks struck midnight, she came, dripping, sighing, and cold, the water ghost. Soaked from head to toe, her garments clung to her body, hair matted and eyes distant with the weight of centuries. For generations the house had endured her visit. She came from the sea, it was said, drowned, cursed, bound to return once a year. No one dared stay in the blue room where she made her entrance. The room would flood with seawater despite locked windows and tightly shut doors. Books warped, paintings peeled, carpets decayed. Every Christmas Eve she entered, and every Christmas Day she vanished, leaving behind puddles, silence, and sorrow. This year, however, the current master of Harrowby Hall, Baron Otis, decided things would change. He was not a fearful man. He had traveled the world, braved deserts and blizzards, and scoffed at the idea of phantoms. He believed in physics and psychology, not spirits. He declared, with a sternness that echoed off the high walls, that he would spend Christmas Eve in the Blue Room. The staff murmured. Old Cook wept quietly into the flour. The stable boy crossed himself. But the Baron dismissed their protests. He ordered a fire lit in the Blue Room, a thick rug placed near the hearth, and a decanter of brandy positioned beside the armchair. Then, armed with a stopwatch and a waterproof coat, he waited. The fire crackled. Midnight approached. The room, despite the logs and brandy, grew damp. The walls began to sweat. The temperature dropped. The clock ticked, and with a shuddering chime, she appeared. She rose up from the hearth itself, trailing salt water, her soaked skirts spreading across the floor like tide water. Her face was pale, mournful, and dripping. Baron Otis stood. "Madam," he said, voice clear but tight, "you are not welcome here." She did not answer. She simply looked at him with wide, sea-haunted eyes and walked forward. Water pooled where she stepped. The brandy glass shattered. The fire hissed and died. But Otis stood firm. He had prepared. With a sharp tug, he pulled a cord hidden behind the chair. A heavy curtain dropped from the ceiling, lined in rubber, soaked in salt-repelling chemicals. The ghost, now enclosed, stared out at him with surprise. She reached for the fabric, but her fingers passed through it slowly, like a hand through water. Her form was dampening but not dispersing. The Baron watched her struggle. He began to speak. "You come here every year," he said quietly, "to spread your sorrow, to make others carry what you refuse to let go of." She paused. "You haunt this place not because you must," he continued, "but because you can't stop reliving what drowned you." The ghost's form flickered, then steadied again. "You think you're punishing us," he said, "but it's you who's trapped." The air grew heavy. Rain beat against the windows, though the skies were clear. Somewhere a wave crashed, not outside, but deep within the walls. The ghost stepped back. Her lips parted, and for the first time in centuries she spoke. "I was waiting for someone to listen." Her voice was like a tide pulling away from shore, thin and exhausted. Her story came in slow currents, pooling between silence. She had been a lady once of the sea, but not entirely human. A daughter of the coastline, neither mermaid nor spirit, but something between. She had loved a man from Harrowby. He had promised her safety, warmth, a hearth to call her own. But on Christmas Eve, he betrayed her, casting her into the sea to hide their union from the world. The ocean took her body, but her grief remained. Baron Otis listened. He sat as she spoke, even as salt water trickled from the ceiling and his socks became soaked. He did not move. He asked her name. She gave it, Marietta, and in that giving the storm lessened. She said she had come not to punish, but to remember. But the house had changed. No one remembered her. No one ever spoke her name. And so she returned, soaked in memory, unacknowledged, unwept for. Baron Otis stood slowly and opened the curtain. Marietta remained. He knelt, dipped a hand into the pooling water on the floor, and whispered her name again. "Marietta, your sorrow matters, but you don't have to carry it here anymore." She stared at him, the seawater still falling in soft sheets from her dress, but something had changed in her eyes. The salt was no longer brine, it shimmered. She stepped closer. Not menacing now, just tired. "You believe me?" she asked. "I do," Otis said. The storm outside truly began to fade. She reached out, her hand now less translucent. She touched his shoulder, not with a splash, but with a slight, damp chill, and for a moment the room was utterly silent. Not with fear, but with calm, a peace neither of them had known before. And then the light flickered. The temperature rose slightly, the water on the floor stopped spreading. Marietta looked down at herself. Her edges dimmed, the fabric of her gown falling in dry folds now. She blinked as if unsure. Baron Otis stepped back. "You're leaving," he said. "Aren't you?" She looked at him. For the first time, I can. Then she stepped back toward the fireplace where she had emerged. Her form wavered slightly, like a reflection on a calm sea. As she disappeared, her final words hovered in the air. Remember me, not the water. Me. And she was gone. But something remained, the scent of salt, a dampness in the stone, a stillness so deep it felt like the hush between tides. Otis stood in the quiet room, soaked to the knees, the fire now gently reignited. The glass decanter was whole again, the carpet dry. And he knew. Something had broken, or maybe been released. He left the blue room, slowly locking the door behind him. Not in fear, but out of respect. And as he turned down the long hallway towards sleep, the house itself seemed lighter, like it, too, had finally exhaled. In the days that followed, Baron Otis avoided speaking of what had happened. Not out of denial, but out of reverence. He knew that Marietta's departure hadn't simply ended a haunting. It had marked the unraveling of something older than any record in the Harrowby Library. A grief so deep it had stained the stone. Still, the house noticed. For the first time in years, the walls didn't groan during storms. The floors, always slightly warped from annual soakings, began to dry out, as if the wood itself had released its memories. The staff went about their duties without glancing nervously at the blue room door. Even old Cook, who had refused to cross the west wing after sunset, now hummed near the staircase with flour-dusted calm. And yet, beneath the peace, something stirred. Not malevolent, but unfinished. Baron Otis spent long evenings in the family study, poring over journals, maps, brittle ledgers. He was looking for traces, not of the haunting, but of Marietta herself. Who had she been, truly? What lay beneath her name? In a forgotten drawer, he found a slim diary wrapped in oilskin. Faded ink and shaky script marked the pages. It belonged to Edmund Harrowby, his great-great-grandfather. And there, in looping letters, was the name Marietta of Calthorne Bay. The entries were fragmented but vivid. Edmund had written of a secret love, of long walks beneath moonlight, of promises spoken beneath cliffs at low tide. Marietta had been a woman of the coast, quiet and luminous. They'd planned to leave England, but something had changed. A dispute, a fear, and finally, betrayal. The last entry was brief. I cast her into the waves. Baron Otis closed the book slowly, a chill crawling along his spine, not from ghostly presence, but from the terrible simplicity of the line. Edmund had committed the act that bound Marietta, and none in the family had ever spoken of it again. The silence had become tradition. The forgetting, a curse. Otis rose from the desk. He knew what he had to do. He went to the coast. Calthorne Bay had eroded with time. The cliff still stood, but the footpath down to the cove was now nearly swallowed by ivy and rock slides. Otis descended carefully, boots crunching over shale and broken roots. At the base of the cliff was a thin beach, strewn with driftwood and salt-worn stones. The sea was calm, too calm. The sky, heavy with a pale gray mist, blurred the horizon. He stood at the water's edge and whispered her name again, Marietta. And then he saw it. A figure, indistinct, standing further down the shore, half obscured by fog. She did not move, did not call out. But the mist around her swirled gently, as though pulled inward by memory. Otis approached slowly. As he neared, the figure clarified, not a ghost, but a sense. A presence just out of reach. Her dress, still dripping seawater, shimmered with a deep bluish sheen. Her hair flowed like kelp beneath the surface. Why have you come here? The sea seemed to ask. I came to remember, he answered aloud, though no voice had questioned him. And the figure nodded. He knelt in the sand and placed Edmund's diary upon a flat stone. The wind stirred the pages until they stopped on that final line. Otis took out a pen and wrote below it, She was loved, she was wronged, and she is not forgotten. As the ink dried, the sea began to stir. Waves crept higher, not violent, but deliberate. They circled the stone, touched the leather binding of the diary, and withdrew. The air warmed slightly. Otis stood. The figure of Marietta raised a hand, not in farewell, but in blessing. And then she dissolved. Not in sorrow, but in stillness. Back at the hall, the blue room stood empty. No puddles, no scent of brine, no chill in the corners. The room had dried as if scrubbed by sun, but Otis, filled now with something gentler than grief, knew it had not been erased, just quieted. Still, that Christmas, something curious happened. As midnight approached, he found himself unable to sleep. The air felt dense again, not like before, not haunted, but watchful. He lit a candle and walked to the blue room. The door creaked open with ease. The fireplace was bare, the window opened just a crack, no wet footprints, no ghost. But on the windowsill, set gently beside the frost-lined glass, was a single white shell. Perfect, uncracked, still glistening with salt. Otis touched it. It was warm. She wasn't returning, but she had left a piece of herself, not to haunt, not to demand, but to remind. In the days that followed, Baron Otis began restoring the western wing. Not just repairs, but transformation. He opened the blue room to light, replaced the damp wallpaper with pale, sea-colored hues, and lined the shelves with books about coastlines, ocean myths, and women who had once walked beneath two worlds. Guests noticed the change. The house felt alive in a way it hadn't for centuries. And though few knew the full story, everyone sensed something sacred had been resolved. Yet sometimes, just before sleep, Otis would hear water dripping. Not unpleasant, just rhythmic, like tides folding over stone. And in those moments, he smiled because he understood. Some hauntings aren't curses, they are calls for remembrance, and memory, when honored, becomes peace. The final weeks of the year passed with an odd quiet. Otis resumed his life with a kind of gentle attentiveness that hadn't existed before. He became slower in his movements, more deliberate in his speech. The house was no longer something he endured, it was something he listened to. The windows creaked with a different rhythm now, like deep breathing from walls that had slept too long. Then came Christmas Eve once more. Snow fell in soft sheets, the grounds wrapped in silver hush. Otis lit no candles that night. He sat instead in the drawing room, wrapped in a shawl, the diary of Edmund Harrowby open on his lap. There were no more entries, no more secrets to unearth, but he held it anyway. Just the weight of it. Midnight chimed. Nothing stirred. He waited, expecting nothing. Yet his eyes lifted toward the staircase and his breath caught, not in fear, but in recognition. Water. Dripping softly. He rose and followed it. Up the stairs, down the corridor. The blue room door stood open. No wind had touched it. The fireplace glowed with a quiet blue flame, though no one had lit it. The air was cool, not cold. And, seated by the window, eyes turned toward the dark lawn below, was the ghost of Marietta. Not soaked, not furious, but calm. She looked younger now, or perhaps timeless. Her gown flowed like mist caught in moonlight. She did not turn to him, yet she seemed aware of his presence. Otis stepped in slowly, as if entering a cathedral. "You've come again," he whispered. She didn't speak, but her reflection in the glass wavered, not with wind, but emotion. "I read your name," he said. "I remembered." At that she rose. The room shimmered slightly, edges softening as if time itself were adjusting its focus. She crossed to him, not floating, but walking, as though she had reclaimed her place among the living, if only briefly. Her hand, when it touched his, was damp with seawater. Cool, but not unpleasant. He didn't flinch. Together they stood at the hearth. The silence between them wasn't empty. It was full of every untold word that had built the wall between them for generations. Then she stepped back. One last time she turned to the fireplace, and the blue flame flickered, flared, then extinguished itself in a hush of salt-scented air. The walls gave a gentle groan, like an old sigh escaping, and she faded. Not vanished. Faded, like ink in sunlight. Otis stood alone, but the shell remained. He found it resting on the mantel, polished by brine, warm to the touch. He held it in his palm as if it were the last word in a long-forgotten language. The next morning, the house was quiet. The staff whispered about the change in air, the softness of the wood underfoot, the clarity of the windows. Otis didn't speak of the visit. He didn't need to. He placed the shell on the table in the blue room. Beside it, he left a slip of parchment with 4 words, "You are forgiven, entirely." The winters that followed were mild. The sea no longer roared with guilt during storms. No footsteps echoed where none were walked. And on each Christmas Eve, just as midnight rang, a faint sound would come, not of water dripping, but of waves far away, folding against a shore that only ghosts remembered. Long ago, in the vast shimmering waters off the Korean peninsula, the Sea King of the Eastern Sea lay ill upon his coral bed, his scales dulled, his eyes dim, and none of the palace physicians, eel, jellyfish, or octopus, could diagnose what plagued him. Then one day a wise turtle, ancient and slow, shuffled into the royal chamber with an answer. "Your Majesty," the turtle said, bowing low, "the only cure for your illness is the liver of a rabbit. Not just any rabbit, a rabbit from the human world, rich in the energies of the land, clever and full of life. Such a liver will restore your strength." The Sea King, desperate and aching, agreed at once. But who would travel to the surface world and find such a creature? The turtle, honored by the king's trust, accepted the mission and began the long journey up from the sea floor. When he reached the shore, the turtle crawled onto land and waited beneath the trees, watching the forest with eyes like glass beads. After days of waiting, he spotted a rabbit. It was lean and alert, twitching its ears and nibbling at some grass. The turtle, slow but shrewd, approached carefully. "Good day," said the turtle in his most soothing voice. The rabbit looked at him sideways. "Strange day for a sea creature to visit the land." The turtle smiled, bowing his head. "Indeed, but I bring an invitation from beneath the waves. The Sea King himself requests your presence in the underwater palace. He has heard of your cleverness and wants to offer you an honored position." The rabbit squinted. "An honored position?" "Oh yes," the turtle continued. "You will dine on delicacies never known to land dwellers, pearl wine, coral cakes, sashimi carved from rainbow fish. Your bed will be lined with sea silk. You'll be advisor to the Sea King himself. No more hiding from foxes or birds, no more digging burrows. A life of pleasure." The rabbit twitched his nose. He was a cautious creature, but also a curious one. "And how would I breathe underwater?" he asked. The turtle grinned. "We have spells for that. You'll breathe as easily as if in your own warren." After some hesitation, and with dreams of luxury and safety blooming in his mind, the rabbit agreed. They journeyed beneath the waves. The turtle swam carefully with the rabbit, balanced on his shell, wrapped in kelp charms that let him breathe. As they passed into deeper waters, the rabbit beheld wonders. Schools of golden fish moving like a single thought, towering kelp forests swaying in rhythm, and strange bioluminescent creatures blinking messages in colors he didn't understand. Eventually, they arrived at the palace. It was a vast, surreal labyrinth, columns made of conch shells, domes of pearl, courtyards tiled in mother-of-pearl mosaics that shimmered with fish-scale hues. Sea creatures bustled everywhere, scribes with squid ink-stained tentacles, messengers darting past with scrolls clenched in their jaws, guards in armor made of coral and shark teeth. The rabbit was led through this aquatic bureaucracy to the central hall where the Sea King lay on a bed of jade-green anemones. His voice was hoarse, but he greeted the rabbit with a flicker of royal warmth. "You must be the wise creature I've heard about," the king said, his gills fluttering weakly. "I am honored, Your Majesty," the rabbit replied, bowing low. "You have come far. Soon you will dine with ministers, swim through gardens of light, and advise me on land matters." The rabbit smiled, though something felt odd. Behind him, the turtle bowed and whispered to the court physician. The rabbit's ears twitched. Soon the ministers came forward, crabs, eels, and squid in ceremonial garb. The physician, a gray and leathery creature with milky eyes, approached and bowed deeply. "Forgive the bluntness," he said, "but we must act quickly. The Sea King's condition worsens." "Act?" the rabbit asked. The physician gestured to the guards. "We require your liver." The room fell into an eerie stillness. The rabbit blinked. "Pardon?" "Your liver," the physician said again. "To cure the king. It is the reason you were summoned." The rabbit's heart raced. His mind, quick and sharp, spun like a wheel. I understand," he said slowly, stepping back. "But there's a problem." The guards moved closer. "A problem?" "Yes," the rabbit said, raising his voice just enough to sound confident. "You see, I left my liver on land." There was a pause. The Sea King lifted his heavy head. "What do you mean?" "It's the way of my kind," said the rabbit, trying to sound as though it were obvious. "We remove our livers at will. It's burdensome to carry such an organ while leaping through the woods. I hide it beneath a sacred tree. Without it, I cannot offer you the cure." The court buzzed. The physician looked skeptical. "Can a rabbit remove its liver?" "Of course," said the rabbit, adjusting his posture with dignity. "I'm surprised you didn't know. It's quite common among us." The Sea King moaned. "Then we must retrieve it." The rabbit nodded eagerly. "I can show the turtle the place. It's not far. If we go now, I'll return with it before your fever worsens." The turtle looked doubtful, but the king waved a trembling fin. "Take him." So once again, the turtle bore the rabbit upon his back, rising through the waters toward the surface. As they passed through the shimmering currents, the rabbit chatted idly, pointing out things the turtle had seen all his life as though they were brand new. Kelp shaped like spires, fish with lantern eyes. When they reached the shore, the rabbit hopped off with grace. "Stay here," he said. "It's just behind that rock. I'll fetch it in a moment." The turtle waited, paddling slowly in the shallows. The rabbit did not return. Eventually, the turtle called out, "Friend rabbit, are you there?" Only the sound of wind in the trees answered him. The turtle waited a little longer, then sighed, turned, and returned alone to the sea. The Sea King waited in his great coral chamber, the weight of his illness heavy across his scaled brow. The waters around him rippled gently, stirred by the slow, pulsing movements of jellyfish lanterns that drifted from the ceiling. Courtiers floated nearby, exchanging whispers, eels curling through scrolls, fish darting between coral columns with troubled looks. And the turtle returned, alone. The guards swam to meet him, expressions guarded. The Sea King, his energy flickering like a dying ember, lifted his head with visible effort. "Where is the rabbit?" he asked, voice a low rumble. The turtle looked down, bubbles escaping from his nostrils. "Your Majesty, the rabbit escaped. He tricked me. He said he would retrieve his liver from the shore, but once he was free, he vanished into the forest." A hush fell over the hall. The Sea King sank back onto his bed of anemones. The physician narrowed his cloudy eyes. "We have been made fools of. The rabbit's story, clearly a lie. No creature can remove its own liver. The idea itself is absurd." A squid advisor wrung her arms in frustration. "Then what now? The cure lies beyond our grasp?" The king groaned. "I was deceived, and now I am dying." There was silence. In the corner, a crab clerk turned a page in his barnacle-stained ledger. "We could seek another rabbit," he said half-heartedly. The Sea King waved a limp fin. "No, the rabbit has exposed our folly. Our kingdom, with all its bureaucracy, magic, and might, was bested by a single, clever land-dweller." The turtle, ashamed, sank to the floor. But even as this scene unfolded below, up on land, the rabbit crouched behind a large tree, watching the waves. His breathing slowed. His heart, which had thudded so violently while speaking to the king, now softened. His paws rested on the cool earth, and he let out a long sigh. He had escaped. He chuckled softly to himself. "A liver left under a tree," he muttered. "Fools." But something in him, just a flicker, felt different now. It wasn't guilt exactly. The rabbit knew trickery as a necessary art. But the sea, that strange world he'd glimpsed with its glowing gardens and whispering creatures, had stayed with him. It was surreal, yes, but majestic too. Even terrifying in its quiet, dignified suffering. He wondered if the Sea King would survive. Then he wondered if it mattered. Back beneath the surface, days passed in languid procession. The Sea King's illness remained, though it no longer worsened. The physicians argued among themselves. Some believed the rabbit's liver had been a myth to begin with. Others feared the rabbit had returned to land bearing tales of the sea palace. Rumors could spread. Other land creatures might arrive, not with awe, but with nets and cages. The king summoned the turtle once more. "I do not blame you," he said weakly, "but I ask you now to carry another message." The turtle bowed. The king continued, "Swim to the oldest part of the ocean, beyond the coral tombs. There you'll find the oracle clam. Ask her what is to be done, about my illness, yes, but also about our place in this world. We've lived hidden too long. Maybe we are no longer the masters of the deep." So the turtle went. Through darkening waters and currents cold as bone, past forgotten shipwrecks and monuments carved in languages lost to time, past strange ruins swallowed by sand, until he reached the trench where the oracle clam lay half-buried, mouth shut tight. He waited. Hours passed, Then her shell creaked open. "Why do you disturb my sleep?" she asked in a voice like silt dragging over stone. The turtle told her everything. When he was done, the clam's ancient eye blinked slowly. "The rabbit," she said. "Ah, yes, the cleverest of prey. He knows how to escape fate." "He embarrassed us," the turtle said, "but he also reminded us that we are vulnerable." "Indeed," said the clam, "and that, my slow friend, is wisdom." The turtle blinked. "Wisdom? You sea folk live long, live deep, but you do not change. You believe your palace untouchable, your scrolls and laws eternal. But the surface world is alive with tricksters and beasts and fire. Change comes from there." "Then, what should we do?" The oracle clam slowly closed her shell again. "Learn to listen, learn to lose, learn to laugh, or you will drown in your own certainty." The turtle returned with her words. Back on land, the rabbit, curious about the sea more than fearful now, would sometimes sit by the water. He would press his ear to a conch and try to remember the corridors of the sea palace, the pulsing light of the royal chamber, the strange rhythm of its song. It had been terrifying, but also beautiful. He didn't know if he'd return. He wasn't even sure if they'd take him back. But something in him now carried the sea, a lapping undercurrent in his thoughts. Meanwhile, the Sea King, who had not died after all, sat in a quieter, emptier palace. He no longer sent guards to hunt for rabbits. He no longer summoned the ministers to plot. Instead, he sometimes dreamed of the shore, of burrows and moss and breeze. And far above, the rabbit sometimes dreamed of kelp forests and corridors of pearl. Neither ruled the other, but they had met, and that, in the strange balance of sea and land, was enough, for now. The tides turned once more, and with the moon hanging low above the rippling water, the rabbit found himself once again by the shoreline. It was quiet. The kind of quiet that feels full, like something waiting behind it. His whiskers twitched in the salted wind. Not from fear this time, but from something else. Curiosity, restlessness. He had lived many days since his escape from the sea, but instead of basking in triumph, he'd felt a slow pull, like a tide curling back. He remembered the light that floated in underwater halls, the seaweed rustling like silk, the palace of coral that pulsed as though it breathed. And though he had tricked the Sea King and survived, something about the ocean's deep sigh had stayed with him. Something ancient, something unfinished. He bent over a tide pool and gazed in. A fish darted past, and for a moment he imagined it was delivering a message. Then a crab skittered sideways over a stone and pausing as if it recognized him. The rabbit leaned closer, the water shimmered, the surface wobbled. Then he heard something. Not with his ears, but deeper. It was the voice of the Sea King. "Come if you wish," it said. "Not as prey, not as trickster, but as guest." And the sea opened up again. The rabbit hesitated, but only for a moment. This time he dove in willingly. The water embraced him, soft and cold. Down he sank, fur plastered against his limbs, but he did not drown. The sea had changed. Or maybe he had. Around him, shapes glided, old friends or watchers he could not name. He followed the flicker of light, remembering how it felt to drift, to float, to surrender. The coral gates were open. The Sea King was waiting. But not in his grand hall, not upon a throne. He stood by the outer reef, where the kelp bent in long, graceful arcs. His crown was gone, his scales duller now, but there was peace in his eyes. "You returned," he said, not with anger, not even surprise. The rabbit nodded. "I didn't expect I would," he replied, looking around at the endless blue, "but I think I wanted to." They stared at one another for a long time. Then the king gestured for him to follow. They swam, not to the palace, but to a shallower cave near the reef's edge. Inside, the walls were etched with drawings. Scenes of both sea and land, rabbits, turtles, waves, trees. "This is new," the rabbit said. "Yes," the Sea King replied. "We've begun recording more than edicts and laws. Stories now, even yours." The rabbit laughed. "So I'm a legend?" "A fable," said the king. "A caution, a curiosity. Depends who you ask." They sat in the stillness, and the silence was no longer heavy. It breathed. "I've thought a lot about what you said," the king murmured, "about your liver, about your lies, about your cleverness. You tricked us, but you also taught us." The rabbit cocked his head. "What did I teach you?" That sometimes survival isn't about teeth or armies or magic scrolls, the king said. Sometimes it's about words. Sometimes it's about knowing when to run. The rabbit looked down at his reflection in a pool of glowing plankton. And you? What did the sea teach you after I left? The Sea King was quiet for a long time. Then he whispered to listen. Outside, currents moved gently. The world did not end. It shifted. As the days passed, the rabbit stayed. Not forever, but longer than he had imagined. He learned new songs, shared old tales, laughed with eel, played riddles with squids. He danced among the ruins of sunken ships and napped beneath fans of kelp that tickled his nose. And when he finally returned to land again, it was not with the thrill of escape, but with the fullness of having seen both sides. Back on the shore, the rabbit became a storyteller. Other creatures gathered near his burrow at dusk, waiting for tales of glowing palaces and ancient turtles and kings made humble, of a kingdom beneath waves where scrolls turned to poetry and laws gave way to laughter. And beneath the sea, in rooms where once only silence lived, echoes of rabbit stories were shared too, of tricks and trials, of questions without easy answers, of a creature who came from above and taught them something they didn't know they'd forgotten. The Sea King, older now and slower, kept one chamber always open to the tides, just in case, because sometimes the rabbit came back, never with fear, never with lies, just stories. And in the end, the sea listened, the land remembered, and between them, in the space where both worlds kissed, a truth as quiet as a tide began to grow. That trickery and trust, curiosity and consequence can live side by side. And sometimes the cleverest path forward is the one where no one wins, but no one drowns. When the giant's body first washed up on the shore, it lay sprawled along the sand like some ancient god cast down from the sky. The tide had delivered it without ceremony. No storm, no procession of waves heralding its arrival. Just one morning, there it was. Limbs longer than lifeboats, skin pale as marble, salt-crusted and still. At first, people approached it cautiously, whispering in small groups, unsure whether it might rise again. The sheer scale of it provoked awe. Its head alone was the size of a cabin. One massive arm stretched outward toward the sea, as if it had reached too far, too late. The fingers curled slightly, their nails thick and cracked, yellowed like old ivory. Fish darted in pools that had formed between the toes. Gulls circled its belly. Soon the scientists came. They measured the limbs, sketched the ears, took samples of the skin. There were theories. Some speculated it had come from a distant island, a relic of some hidden race. Others claimed it was the product of mutation, a trick of evolution. But no one could explain the serene expression on its face. There was no fear, just stillness. Children climbed its knees. Lovers posed beside its shoulders. It became an exhibit, a conversation. The town filled with reporters and tourists. Along the boardwalk, vendors sold postcards with its image, labeled simply, "The Drowned Giant." The narrator, a biologist by trade, visited often, at first to observe, then just to sit. He would bring his notebook, sketching the angles of the ribs, the curve of the spine, the way seaweed tangled in the hair like a crown. Each visit felt quieter. The crowd grew less reverent. The mystery began to dull. Over the following weeks, the body began to change. The sun hardened the skin. It peeled in great sheets, revealing sinew and veins, dried to leather. The smell grew sour, then bitter. Birds pecked at the flesh. Dogs gathered near its feet. Graffiti appeared across the thighs, names, crude jokes, hearts carved with initials. The narrator recorded it all, noting how quickly wonder slipped into familiarity, then disregard. One day, he watched as a group of teenagers scaled the ribs and leapt from the shoulder blades into the shallows below, laughing. No one stopped them. No one watched with awe anymore. Then came the cuts. Chunks were taken. First a toe, then a portion of the thigh. Butchers arrived with saws. Art students collected teeth. A circus claimed the ears and carted them off in a truck. Someone carved a stairway into the side of the leg, leading to a platform where people could look out over the ocean. The narrator sat helpless. He thought to speak, but found no words that would restore the reverence. The body no longer inspired mythology. It was now material. It was now useful. The torso was hauled away by winches. The head disappeared one night. No one knew who had taken it. In its place was a divot in the sand, swirling with brackish water. Children played in it. Soon the bones emerged, writhed. Bleached and clean, the ribs stood like broken fence posts. Seaweed wrapped around them. Crabs made homes in the hollow sockets. The heart cavity was empty. And yet, even then, the body seemed to breathe. Not in motion, but in memory. The narrator stood one morning where the skull had rested, his feet buried in the cold sand. Around him, tourists wandered, uninterested. A few vendors remained, but the postcards had changed. Now they bore only a title, The Beach, with no image of the giant. He remembered the first moment, the way the sea had seemed to hush in its presence, that impossible stillness, that feeling of insignificance in the face of something so large, so unknowable. And now it was gone, eroded not by water, but by human touch. In time, stories changed. People began to doubt it had ever existed at all. Some claimed it had been a whale, exaggerated by gossip. Others called it a publicity stunt. The remains were scattered, misidentified. One museum displayed a femur labeled prehistoric sea mammal. A carnival had a molar in a glass box attributed to a sea monster. The narrator knew better. But even he began to question the scale in his memory. Had the giant truly been so large? Had its eyes really been closed in peace? Or was that his imagination, clouded now by nostalgia? All that was left was sand and silence. Yet sometimes late at night, when the tide curled low against the shore and the moon cast long shadows, he would hear something deep beneath the waves, a sound like breath, a presence not quite gone. And he would remember with aching clarity the first time he stood before the giant and felt very small. The remains of the giant, though reduced to fragments, lingered not only in the sand but in the quiet of the beach where it once lay. Even with the bones scavenged, reclassified, and sold off, a kind of echo remained, etched not into the earth but into those who had seen it. Into the narrator's mind, especially. He returned, as he always did, walking the coastline at dawn before the crowds arrived. The early light threw long, golden fingers across the sand, and he traced the edges of where the body had been, as though walking the outline of a dream. Seabirds skated the wind above him. The tide rolled in gentle, murmuring syllables. Sometimes he imagined the ground itself breathed. A year had passed. New visitors to the beach saw nothing more than sky and surf. They set up umbrellas and laughed and played in the shallows, unaware that they stood atop the memory of something once sublime. One morning, he met a boy collecting driftwood. They exchanged nods. The boy asked if he knew the story of the giant because his uncle had said something about it being real, but his mother called it nonsense. The narrator said nothing at first. Then he looked out at the sea and murmured, "He was real." The boy squinted, curious. "Was he a monster?" "No," the narrator replied. "Just large, quiet." The boy shrugged and wandered off. The narrator stayed, feeling the weight of that word, quiet, like an anchor on the tongue. The giant had made no sound, not once. Even in death, it had been utterly still. Later that week, the narrator wandered inland where the last fragments were said to remain. Behind an abandoned warehouse, he found what he believed was a section of rib planted upright in the ground like a post. Vines had begun to twist around it, obscuring the smooth curve. It was painted now, graffiti and initials layered thick across the surface. He touched it gently. The texture had changed, once skin, then bone, now monument, a relic of a forgotten thing. Not mythical, not sacred, just matter. The locals had moved on. The sea, ever indifferent, took no sides. It remembered nothing. It gave and took as it always had. The waves rolled on, erasing footprints, swallowing the edge of memory. Still, for the narrator, the presence of the giant became something internal. The image returned to him in dreams. Not in terror, but in slow, silent reverie. He would see its face beneath the surface, just beneath, as though sleeping, the ocean covering it like a blanket. He would reach out, never quite touching it, before waking. These dreams became more frequent. One night, during a storm, he stood on the bluff above the beach and stared into the black waves. Lightning flashed. For a moment, perhaps illusion, he thought he saw movement far out at sea. A ripple, a ridge, the suggestion of something massive rising then slipping back beneath the surface. He did not tell anyone. Instead, he began to write. Not a report, not a paper, but something more quiet. A record for himself, a way to hold what remained. He described the curve of the giant's foot, how each toe had its own texture. The underside of the heel, pocked with barnacles, the length of the femur, long enough to bridge a river. The way the ear had curled slightly inward like a shell. He remembered how children had once slid down the spine as though it were a playground. How tourists posed beside the torso, laughing, cameras clicking. He recorded how quickly reverence had become amusement, then utility, then trash. The decay, he wrote, was not just of the body, it was of imagination. The erosion of mystery by familiarity. He kept his pages in a drawer, unread. A decade passed. The beach changed shape. The tides shifted the dunes. The boardwalk crumbled and was rebuilt. New shops appeared, selling inflatable toys and caramel popcorn. The postcards had long since stopped printing the image of the giant. Now they featured sunsets and dolphins, abstract paintings of waves. Most people forgot. But the narrator, older now, slower, continued his walks. He limped slightly from a fall, but still he came. Each morning he would pass the same stone, the same bend in the beach where the giant's head had rested. He would pause, close his eyes. In his mind, the body still lay there, whole, untouched, a presence outside of time. It was only years later in an art gallery in a nearby town that he found another fragment. A massive toe bone mounted on a pedestal, described only as fossilized whale fragment, unknown origin. He stood before it for a long time, then left without speaking to the curator. The sea continued to offer up its dead, driftwood, tangled nets, shells with holes worn through by time, but never again anything so vast, so utterly inexplicable. Still, he waited. He returned to the beach year after year, tracing the old steps, the places where bones had once been, the shallow pool that had formed where the skull had vanished. Sometimes the sand felt warm beneath his feet, as though some dormant heat still pulsed below. He knew it was impossible. But he walked on anyway. The years passed, and with them, the edges of the memory frayed like cloth washed too many times. The narrator aged. His hair thinned, his joints stiffened, but the habit remained. Each morning, long before the sun rose, he walked the beach where the giant had once lain. The town no longer mentioned it. A few older residents might recall it if prompted, shaking their heads with vague amusement or disbelief. But the photographs had faded. The bones had vanished into museums, black markets, or buried under new concrete. The sea had closed its mouth, and yet, in the narrator's heart, the story refused to die. One evening, just after twilight, he wandered out farther than usual, following the tide's retreat. A thick mist rolled in from the sea, muffling the world, dimming the horizon until even the sky seemed to dissolve. The damp clung to his skin, but he didn't turn back. In the soft fog, he heard a distant splash, measured, not like waves. Something deeper. He paused. Then another splash, not threatening, not hurried, just slow, enormous. He walked closer to the sound, but the mist offered only silhouettes, rocks, seaweed, the faint line where water met shore. Then, as he squinted into the shifting gray, he saw what he knew couldn't be there, something vast rising slightly above the tide. Not the giant, not in flesh, but the shape of him traced in water and light, a ripple where the chest had been, a gleam where the forehead might have shone, the sea remembering. The figure didn't move, but the silence around it deepened, as if the world was holding its breath. The narrator stepped forward, his feet sinking into the wet sand. There were no footprints in front of him, only his own. And in that moment, something broke open, not in the sea, but inside him. He remembered not just the giant, but the feeling of wonder, the breathlessness, that sensation of standing before something too vast to name, a mystery too sacred for explanation. He fell to his knees, the mist wrapped around him like a shroud. The water lapped at his fingers, he whispered into the wind, not knowing what he said, and then the shape dissolved, not vanished, dissolved, as if it had never been there or had always been there, a part of the tide. The sea resumed its rhythm, and the world exhaled. He sat for a long while. Eventually, he rose and returned home. In the following weeks, he wrote again. Not in pages he would hide in drawers, but in a thick leather-bound book he placed by the window. He wrote not just about the giant, but about what it meant to be forgotten, about what it meant to see something extraordinary and then live among the ordinary again. He wrote about reverence and time and the slowness of decay. He wrote about the sea. Not long after, the narrator died in his sleep. Peacefully, his neighbors said, the kind of death most would want, quiet. His house was sold, his belongings sorted, most of his writings were discarded. But the leather-bound book remained. The new owner, a woman who taught art at the university, found it and brought it to the local library, thinking it might be of interest. It sat on a shelf, mostly unread, but sometimes someone would find it. Usually by accident, they'd flip through the pages, pause at the drawings of the giant's hand, the curve of his spine, the delicate rendering of his eye, and sometimes they would go to the beach, not searching, just walking. And once in a while, the sea would offer them silence so deep it hummed, the wind would still. And they would feel it, not see, not hear, but feel something vast just beneath the surface, breathing with the tide. And they would wonder, not with fear, but with awe. The same awe the narrator had carried all his life, like a secret too sacred to speak. A memory that the world would always try to forget, but that would rise again, quietly, in the tide. Powers lay motionless on the rooftop, eyes half closed beneath the white blaze of the noon sun. The radiation-soaked light beat down on the concrete like a slow drum. Around him, the city was in ruin. Buildings crumbling, streets flooded, and weeds pushing through fissured asphalt. Time itself seemed to slow here. Days had grown longer, unnaturally so. The earth was tilting towards sleep. In the sky, no aircraft flew, no birds cried. Even the insects had stilled. Below, in the laboratory submerged by creeping waters and coral growths, Dr. Whitby slept in his sealed tank, his metabolism halted, cocooned in liquid suspension. He had stopped his body's processes entirely, choosing a silence so deep it bordered on death. He was one of many, scientists, thinkers, visionaries, who had voluntarily shut themselves down, retreating from a world spinning out of order. The stars had gone quiet, the sun was shrinking. Something in the universe had reversed. Powers had chosen to remain awake, to watch, to count the days as they elongated, dragging like kelp strands in slow current. Each morning, he read the messages, scratched into surfaces, whispered through strange sleep murmurs. All around the earth, others were hearing them too. Voices, symbols, dreams, each voice different, but somehow the same. Down in the half-submerged rooms of the aquarium, Powers would wander, had flashlight trembling over the glass tanks now filled with algae and barnacles. Fish had long since died or mutated. Some tanks glowed faintly, emitting low sounds like distant tides. The glyphs on the walls, first thought to be decorative or marine research notations, now pulsed with rhythmic significance, circles within spirals, lines like veins of coral. He knew the symbols weren't human, nor were they animal. They came from something else, something dreaming within the water, older than man, older than stars. Each day, Powers felt more distant from his own past. His memories loosened. What year it was didn't matter anymore. What had caused the shift? Radiation, celestial movement, or some universal decay had stopped being the point. Time itself was becoming a presence, a shape, a voice. He would sleep, and in those dreams he would see a great sea, stretching forever. He floated on its surface, the sky cracked above him, symbols raining down like jellyfish. Each touch was a command, each glyph a fossil of a thought not his own. And then he'd wake, drenched in sweat, breathing shallow. Out in the drained swimming pool behind the research facility, a strange cactus had sprouted. It had grown rapidly, its spines sharp and geometric. No one had planted it, no one watered it, but it thrived, and it bore names. One by one, over the days, names began to appear carved into the bark. Scientists, thinkers, artists, people who had chosen to sleep. Some were still alive in their biosuspension tanks. Others had already died. But the names appeared before the fact, always a few days early, etched into the green body of the plant in exact, even letters. Then came Powers' name. He stared at it for a long time. felt no fear, only inevitability. It was as if the plant had reached forward in time, dipped its needles into the future, and recorded what was waiting. He tried not to think about it. He wandered deeper into the aquarium's lower chambers, now entirely underwater, using a small air tank to descend into rooms filled with coral and slow-moving lights. One chamber was particularly strange. The walls there were covered in glyphs far more complex, shifting patterns never quite the same when you looked again. There was a hum. Not from machinery long since dead, but from the room itself, like something dormant was breathing. He floated there, still, and the voices began again. Clearer this time. End of structure. End of self. Sleep. It wasn't language in the strict sense, it was sensation. Meaning pressed against his thoughts like a tide against a shell. He wanted to resist. But there was peace in it. The Earth itself was slowing. Scientists, before they went silent, had confirmed it. The planet's rotation was diminishing. The days were growing longer by measurable degrees. Soon a day would last weeks, then months, then years, then finally one long eternal dusk. And in this drawn-out twilight, the living things were falling into stasis. Frogs fossilized in motion, trees crystallized into glass. Birds that had once moved with the sun's rise and fall now sat unmoving in their nests, as if their instincts had been overwritten by something larger. Time was collapsing, not in a violent way, but like a deep sleep, a cosmic yawn. Whitby, who had once raged against it, had been the first to give in completely. Powers remembered the man shouting about entropy, about universal heat death. Then one day, he simply submerged himself in the tank and stopped, and the voices had grown louder ever since. The symbols weren't warnings, they were invitations. Powers began to suspect the aquarium wasn't simply a remnant of old biological research. It was something else, built on something older, or perhaps accidentally placed at a convergence point, where time pooled, where thought lingered. The cactus outside now bore more names, strangers, but also powers again, deeper, more defined. The plant seemed to be confirming the inevitable, tracing the end over and over until it became real. One night, the sky above the building shimmered faintly, aurora-like waves moving slowly, almost imperceptibly. Powers watched from the rooftop, listening. No birds, no wind, just a deep rhythmic pulse like a heartbeat slowed to a geological scale. And then, as if someone had whispered his very cells, he understood. It wasn't just Earth. The stars were going out, one by one. All across the cosmos, light was dimming, suns were shrinking. Galaxies no longer spiraled. Everything was decelerating, as though some unseen hand had lifted from the universal clock. There was no apocalypse, no explosion, no war, just silence. And the water beneath the Earth, those vast buried oceans, those impossible aquifers and tectonic seas, they began to rise. Not violently, but with purpose. In the dreams that followed, Powers saw them more clearly now. Shapes within the waters. Tall, flowing beings made of glyphs and strands, their bodies drifting like deep-sea jellyfish. They did not speak, but exhaled understanding. They had waited a long time. As Powers stood near the flooded tank where Whitby still floated, he could feel the water pulling him closer. Sleep, it said. Not in words, in gravity, in warmth, sleep and return. The days turned inward, folding over themselves like waves closing on a forgotten shore. Powers, the biologist, continued his quiet routines, tending the remaining plants in the greenhouse, recording their demise, watching each leaf curl in sleep. The world outside fell quieter. Birds no longer returned to their roosts, insects slowed, then vanished. The clocks kept ticking, but time itself felt unsure of its footing. Whitby, his assistant, grew stranger by the day. He'd once been a promising student, but an accident had left him with a fractured mind and something more. An obsession with symbols etched in his dreams, spirals and circles that came to him underwater, in sleep, as if whispered by the drowned cities of Earth. He filled notebooks with these patterns, hundreds of them, obsessively detailed and increasingly unreadable. Powers didn't know if Whitby was being pulled into something metaphysical or merely spiraling out of human comprehension. There was a sense, however, that Whitby wasn't alone in his reception of these messages. Each morning, Powers swam in the drained swimming pool of the abandoned hotel next door, now a sunken monument to a bygone time. The sound of water slapping against concrete became his metronome. But one morning, he noticed something carved along the tiles, a series of symbols matching those in Whitby's drawings. They looked like oceanic runes, as if they had been scrawled by deep-sea intelligences. It unsettled him. These weren't figments of a damaged mind. They were appearing across reality. Later, Powers revisited the lab of Dr. Cauldron, a neurologist who once researched the patterns of human sleep and the sudden drop in infant births. Cauldron had become convinced that humanity was not evolving, but shutting down, each generation less vital, less awake. The sleep patterns of the last few generations had revealed long descending curves, as if the species itself was dreaming into extinction. Powers had dismissed it once. Now he wasn't so sure. In Cauldron's abandoned archives, Powers found dream maps, recordings of patients' REM movements. They resembled star charts, scattered with craters and troughs. At the center of many was a symbol, the same spiral Whitby had drawn, a glyph like a whirlpool collapsing in on itself. Cauldron had theorized that something, perhaps a galactic event, perhaps a signal, was triggering this, not just in humans, but across all living species, a kind of great cosmic yawn. Back at his home, Powers received a letter from an old colleague, Dr. Goodbody. It was long, rambling, but haunting. Goodbody claimed to have discovered an underwater chamber in the ruins of a submerged city. Inside were crystal structures, each one resonating with low hums, tones that seemed to speak in waves, as if communicating across time rather than space. He'd stayed too long in that place. Now, every time he closed his eyes, the hums returned, louder and louder, as though trying to lull him into something deeper than sleep. Goodbody signed off with a warning. We were never meant to be fully conscious. Not all awakenings are upward. Powers' own dreams deepened. He found himself submerged in a sea that spanned across galaxies, a warm and pulsing womb of stars and ink-black trenches. Beneath him, fish with translucent eyes blinked messages into his thoughts. In one dream, he descended to a bed of bones, gigantic, ancient, where a sleeping creature curled like a curled nautilus. It breathed once every century. Each breath was a tidal wave of time. When he awoke, his hands trembled. On his wall, he'd written something while asleep, a sequence of spirals, neatly drawn in black ink. He had no memory of it. The handwriting wasn't his. Whitby returned, more lucid than usual. He claimed that he now understood, that the symbols were not just language but instructions, maps for migration, not across geography but into a new mode of being. He said that the world was quiet because it was being prepared, like a theater dimming its lights before the show began. Powers asked what the destination was. Whitby whispered, "The core of the spiral." He vanished the next morning. The silence deepened. Powers began noticing other anomalies. Machinery stopped functioning for no reason. His plants now only opened at night. The stars above seemed fewer. At first, he assumed it was atmospheric interference. But satellite data confirmed it. Stars were disappearing, not from sight, but from existence. It matched what Whitby had described, that the universe was shedding unnecessary light, the outer rim of galaxies fading, drawing inward. It wasn't entropy in the thermodynamic sense. It was something else. A gathering. In desperation, Powers drove to the dry ocean bed miles away, where water once touched horizon to horizon. The cracked floor was now littered with fossilized marine life. At the center, he found a crater filled with a pool of still water, black and glistening, reflecting nothing. He felt drawn to it. He touched the surface. A ripple spread, forming concentric rings, spirals again. In their motion, he felt the same pull as his dreams, the same cadence as Whitby's voice. Beneath the surface, shapes formed, not reflections, but memories. His childhood, the collapse of the space program, the moment his mother died. All fading, softening, dissolving into something more elemental. That night, he didn't sleep. He floated in the half-drained swimming pool, staring up at the sky where constellations had thinned. The moon was pale, too pale. And then it wasn't there at all. Inside his mind, a rhythm beat, low and slow like a heart echoing across water. He heard languages meant for the ear. He felt weightless, like a bubble ascending. Everything inside him slowed to match. Time was no longer passing. It was curling inward. He understood now. This wasn't death, it was arrival. Here's the final part. Part 3 of the 3,000-word, 3-part sleep therapy-style recap of The Voices of Time by J.G. Ballard, written in an easy-to-understand, immersive tone, with seamless transitions and no structural headings or extra commentary. Powers walked through the ruins of time with a strange calm in his chest. Days passed, or didn't pass. The clocks in his laboratory had stopped completely. the second hands frozen at odd angles. It wasn't malfunction, it was as if time itself had given up the pretense of ticking forward. Yet Powers didn't panic. Instead, he observed, almost with reverence. The city around him had turned into a graveyard of forgotten rhythms. No cars, no dogs barking in the distance. Even the insects had retreated from the world. Machines stood cold. Radio transmissions were nothing but static. No voices, no signals from space, just silence, and beneath that, an eerie kind of waiting. He stopped sleeping entirely, but he didn't feel tired. It was as if sleep had become irrelevant. Or maybe he had already entered a different kind of dream, one that didn't require closing his eyes. Sometimes he would find himself standing at the edge of the drained swimming pool again, watching the black water ripple gently, even without wind. It whispered things, not in words, but in subtle pulses, like the echo of an ancient tide. He would see patterns in the ripples, spirals and waves, shapes too precise to be accidental. They were everywhere now, on the cracked walls of buildings, in the way vines grew along the fences, in the grooves of his own fingerprints. He knew Whitby had gone into the spiral, not metaphorically, not spiritually, physically. And perhaps it was what he had always wanted, to dissolve into the message that was hidden in the world. Powers began drawing the spirals too. Not compulsively, like Whitby once had, but almost out of devotion. He filled notebooks with them. Perfect, hypnotic, always centered. He didn't know what they meant, but each one felt like an echo of a larger truth, as though they were fragments of the same sentence repeated through space and time. One morning, he received a package. There was no sender. Inside it, wrapped in yellowing paper, was a single sheet, a coded list of star systems. Some had check marks beside them, others were crossed out. At the top was a handwritten note: "The countdown is not for us, it's for the stars." He studied it carefully. The names of the stars were familiar. Bright ones, ancient ones, but many of them had disappeared from the sky. Telescopes confirmed what his eyes could no longer see. They had gone silent like extinguished candles. It was as if the universe itself was running down, one system at a time. And still, he wasn't afraid, because somewhere inside, Powers had accepted what the others had resisted. This wasn't a disaster. It wasn't extinction, it was completion. The spiral wasn't a drain, it was a doorway. A shape the universe had always followed and was now finally entering. Later that night, he returned to his greenhouse where the last of his plants still lived. Or maybe they didn't. It was hard to tell anymore. Their leaves curled inward now, folding like tiny spirals. Everything curled. Everything turned toward the center. He sat beside them in the soft light, breathing quietly. Then, for the first time in weeks, he spoke out loud, not to himself, but to whatever was listening, if anything still was. "If this is the end," he said, "then it is the most peaceful one I could imagine." And just then, something changed. Not in the air, not in the light, but in the stillness. It was deeper, denser. He realized with a clarity he had never known that the voices of time, the slow unraveling of seconds, years, and millennia, had always been singing the same lullaby. It had been playing since the birth of the stars, a song with one ending chord. Now, that chord was about to play. The clocks did not start again, the machines did not come back to life. But the spiral, he could see it now, clearly, stretching across the sky, not in form but in feeling. It was no longer just a symbol, it was the shape of existence, of time, of the self. Powers walked to the pool. The water was still there, dark, impossibly smooth. He stood at its edge for a long time, watching his reflection, but it was not a reflection anymore. It was a doorway, a tunnel, the mouth of something vast and gentle. He stepped in. The water welcomed him, warm and deep, and as it closed over his head, he heard no splash, no sound at all, just the faint pulse of a rhythm that matched his own heartbeat. It slowed, slower, slower still. Then, he was floating, not in water, not in space, but in something softer, like a thought or a breath. Around him, time unspooled, not backward, not forward, but inward. It curled like smoke, like a ribbon, pulling everything gently toward the center. He could see Whitby now, or the idea of him, and Cauldron, and the others, not as people, but as pieces of the same wave, the same pattern. He was not alone, and he was not dissolving, he was becoming. There were no more stars to count, no clocks to watch, just the spiral, winding into itself, cradling all things. He understood. This had never been about survival, it had always been about return. The voices of time were never shouting, they were whispering us home. The sea was calm, stretching out like a sheet of dark glass beneath the early morning sun. Nicholas adjusted the leather strap around his forehead and tightened his canvas diving suit. The sponge boat rocked gently beneath his feet as the crew murmured quiet blessings. They were old men of the sea, their skin hardened by salt and sun, their eyes wary. Nicholas was the youngest among them. Strong lungs, quick hands, and no fear. Or so he thought. With a final nod, he slipped the brass helmet over his head. The world changed in an instant. Sound dulled, light filtered down like ancient prayer through stained glass. The sea accepted him. Rope by rope, they lowered him. Nicholas dropped slowly into the deep, tethered only by the umbilical line from the boat. The surface faded above him, fading from sky blue to murky green, then to a kind of velvet darkness. He saw the reef, then patches of sponge, yellow and brown, clinging to the rocks like sleeping creatures. He moved slowly, hands grazing the ocean floor, his knife poised to cut the precious harvest. But then he saw something, a shimmer just beyond the ridge. At first, he thought it was a trick of light, but it moved. Slow, deliberate. A figure. It floated upright, as if walking along an invisible floor. Nicholas blinked, the pressure already humming behind his eyes. He moved closer. It was a man, or a shape like one. Draped in seaweed, eyes blank, staring through him. The figure opened its mouth and a trail of bubbles rose up, but no sound came. Nicholas stood frozen as the apparition drifted toward him, then passed straight through him, leaving the water colder than before. His heartbeat thundered in his ears. He touched his helmet, checked the air valve. Everything was fine. But when he turned back to the reef, it was gone. The ocean floor had changed. Now it was sand, pale and rippling like silk sheets. Coral towers rose like cathedral spires, glowing with soft colors that pulsed and throbbed like veins. He walked forward, drawn by something. There was no fear now, just awe. A soft humming filled the water. It was singing, not from his helmet, not from the surface, but from the sea itself. Disembodied voices echoing in languages he did not know but somehow understood. They spoke of things lost, sunken cities, lovers swallowed by waves, gods who wept salt tears. He followed the sound. Ahead, a great shipwreck loomed. It was not like the others he had seen. This one had no rot, no rust. Its sails were intact, flapping as though in wind. The masts reached impossibly high, disappearing into the darkness above. Figures moved along the deck, sailors, ghostly and pale, some missing limbs, some stitched together by sea creatures. None noticed him. Nicholas climbed aboard. The wood groaned beneath his feet, though he felt no resistance. The captain's cabin was open, candlelight flickering within. Inside, a man sat at a table, hunched over a chart drawn in blood. He looked up. One eye was gone, the socket empty, leaking ink. "Welcome back," the man said, though his lips did not move. "You've always belonged to the sea." Nicholas stepped back, heart pounding. "What is this?" The captain rose, his coat dragged behind him, stitched from the skins of fish. He held out a hand. "You've tasted the surface long enough, you'll come deeper." Before Nicholas could move, the cabin door slammed shut. The walls melted away. He was no longer in a ship, but in a vast throne room beneath the sea. Pearls the size of skulls glowed from the ceiling, serpents coiled around columns of coral. At the far end, a throne carved from whalebone sat empty, until she appeared. A woman, or something like one, rose from the floor like mist. Her hair floated like ink, her eyes black and vast as trenches. She said nothing, but he heard her in his bones. "You've come far, Nicholas." He couldn't speak. "You breathed our air, you saw our faces, you remember what others have forgotten." His limbs moved without will. He knelt before her. She reached out and placed a finger on his forehead. Visions exploded behind his eyes. Cities made of glass, music that tasted of citrus and ash, men turning into dolphins and back again. He screamed, but no sound came. Then, silence. He opened his eyes. He was drifting, weightless, in the deepest part of the sea. No up, no down, just blue upon blue. His helmet was gone. He was breathing, somehow. He looked at his hands. They glowed softly, like jellyfish. Shapes danced around him, women with gills, men with shark eyes, children with octopus limbs. They swam and twirled, each movement like poetry. They looked at him and smiled. He felt peace. Then the singing changed. The notes grew darker, deeper. A low hum that shook the water. The sea grew colder. A shadow fell across the dancers. They scattered, vanishing into cracks and crevices. Nicholas turned slowly. From the depths came a figure. It was vast. A god or something older. Its body was coral, stone, bone, and shadow. Eyes like glowing pits, arms that stretched like ship masts. It moved slowly, and every movement bent the water around it. "You are not ready," it said. Nicholas floated still. The being reached out and touched his chest. His heart stopped. He felt every moment of his life, childhood, laughter, storms, first love, pulled from him like silk thread. "Remember," the god said. The world folded in on itself. Then he was lying on the deck of the sponge boat, coughing up water. The old men stood around him, eyes wide. Someone was praying, someone else was weeping. "You were gone too long," one said. "Almost an hour." Nicholas couldn't speak. His body shook. He stared at the sea. It looked calm, just water, just sky, but something watched him. Below, he could feel it. He always would. In the days that followed, Nicholas said little. He stayed on the boat, his skin drying out under the sun, his eyes always drifting to the sea. The others kept their distance. They saw something had changed in him. They whispered when he slept. Short dives, he'd said, but he'd been gone too long. The line had gone slack. And when they pulled him back, his limbs moved like seaweed, his eyes wide as if he'd been looking at something too large for words. He tried to forget. He tried to believe it was pressure, nitrogen, panic. But at night, the voices returned, soft, musical, calling from the water's edge. He left the boat before dawn, walked to the cliff above the village. The sea stretched out like a memory. He closed his eyes and swore he could still feel the god's finger on his chest. He needed answers. He went to see Yanni, the oldest living diver in the village, blind with lungs blackened by time. They said Yanni had once gone deeper than anyone and never spoke of what he saw. Nicholas found him hunched in the shade, breathing like a dying bellows. "I saw something," Nicholas said. Yanni turned toward the voice, slowly. "Of course you did," he rasped. "That's what the sea does." Nicholas leaned in. "It wasn't a dream. There was a throne, a woman, a god. They said I remembered. What did they mean?" Yanni was silent for a long time. Then he whispered, "You've been marked." Nicholas felt his heart tighten. "There are things under the sea," Yanni said, "older than the tides. They remember when land was still water, when men had gills. Sometimes they call one of us back. To test. To remind." "Remind of what?" "That we are not above it. Only away from it. Briefly." Nicholas sat with him until the sun rose. Then he went back to the sea. He dove again, not from the boat, from the cliff, without the suit, no lines, no air, just his breath and the call. The water embraced him like an old friend. This time, the sea opened quicker. The reef he knew was gone. In its place, towers of glass spiraled upward, reflecting not the sky, but memories, flashes of his childhood, of storms, of hands he once held. Fish swam through them, each with a face he almost recognized. He sank deeper. A shadow passed above. A manta ray, impossibly wide, with sails instead of wings. Beneath it, glowing orbs hovered in formation, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. One approached. It had no eyes, only symbols that shimmered across its surface. "Follow." He did. The orb led him through a cavern whose walls pulsed like lungs. Sea creatures watched from crevices, some large as houses, others small as whispers. The further he swam, the less he felt his body. His skin was soft, his bones light. He didn't need to breathe anymore. He emerged into a sphere of open space, a pocket in the ocean that held no water, just mist. He floated inside it, weightless. A voice spoke, not like before, not inside his head. This one came from all directions at once, like thunder from behind a waterfall. "Nicholas," he turned. The throne was there again, but this time it was occupied. A figure sat tall, not the woman from before. This one was androgynous, cloaked in shimmering scales, its face ever shifting. Sometimes his father, sometimes his reflection, and sometimes a stranger. "Why do you return?" "I was called. You were warned." Nicholas stepped forward, though there was no ground. "I need to understand." The figure rose. With each step, the space around them flickered. Scenes played out in liquid air. The birth of oceans, ships splitting apart in storms, lovers drowning hand in hand, mermaids whispering into the ears of dreaming sailors. You carry memory not meant for your time. I didn't ask for it, but you dove for it. The mist darkened. Suddenly, he was back in the ghost ship, this time below deck. Candles floated, unlit. The sailors were gone. In their place, great statues of sea beasts lined the hall. One opened its mouth. A conch shell floated out, spinning. It landed in Nicholas's hands. "Blow it," the voice said. He did. The sound that came out was not sound. It was light. A flood of blinding color that stretched and bent around him, folding space like paper. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, he was in a different place. A vast city beneath the sea, glowing, shifting. Nothing stayed the same for more than a breath. Buildings swam, roads breathed, towers bent to listen, and they were watching him. Creatures, thousands, tall, elegant, monstrous, divine. Some with skin like marble, others made of smoke and shell. None spoke, but their thoughts thundered. You were human once. You have returned. You must decide. He didn't understand. Then he saw himself, reflected in a surface that wasn't water, wasn't glass. He was changing, his eyes wider, skin faintly translucent, his hands, longer now, webbed. You're turning me into one of you, he said aloud. We are only showing you what you are. The city dimmed. A low groan rippled through it. Then, suddenly, silence. The beings turned. One of them, larger, older, raised its hand. A portal opened, a tunnel of spinning water streaked with lightning and shadow. This is your final descent. Nicholas hesitated, then stepped through. The tunnel sucked him in like a womb. Sounds came and went, memories, music, names he had forgotten. His body twisted, not in pain, in transformation. He didn't resist. At the end of the tunnel, a vast eye opened, iris like a whirlpool, pupil a void. Do you remember now? It asked. He did. Nicholas floated in front of the eye, suspended in a place where time had no rhythm. Thoughts echoed as if they were miles away, yet they pulsed inside him like a heartbeat. He remembered. He remembered being a child, sitting at the sea's edge, speaking to the waves. He remembered dreams where he swam through sunken temples before he even knew how to swim. He remembered the lullabies his grandmother sang, songs older than language, older than her, older than land. But more than that, he remembered before he was Nicholas. A memory returned, ancient and impossible. He had been here before, not as a man, not as a diver, but as something else. A creature of the deep, a servant to the rhythm of tides, a keeper of drowned memories. He had watched empires rise and fall from beneath the waves. He had whispered secrets into the ears of sleeping sailors. He had carried stormlight in his mouth. And then, for reasons lost to time, he had been reborn above into flesh, into forgetfulness. But now the memory was back. The great eye blinked, sending a ripple through reality. The world around him crumbled like salt. He was standing or floating at the bottom of everything. Below dreams, below death. The voice returned. Now you know. He couldn't speak. His thoughts were unraveling. His human form, borrowed temporary, trembled. Webbing spread between his fingers. His lungs stopped aching. He could breathe in the water as if it were air. He looked at his reflection again. He wasn't Nicholas anymore. Or rather, he still was. But more. Layers unpeeled, names he'd once had surfaced in his mind, names in languages long swallowed by the sea. The creatures surrounded him again, the audience, the court, the chorus. You may return, they said, if you choose, but the memory stays. You will walk among them knowing what they forget. You will see the ocean in their eyes and hear the salt in their lies. You will dream in blue. Nicholas understood. To return was to carry a burden, to stay was to leave behind love, pain, skin, and song. He chose, and the sea let him go. He awoke on the beach. Not the boat, not the cliff, the beach, alone. His diving suit was gone. The sun was low, and the water lapped gently at his feet. The sand was warm beneath him. Birds wheeled overhead. He sat up slowly, every movement foreign. His fingers trembled, not from cold, but memory. He walked through the village like a ghost. People looked at him but said nothing. He passed Yanni, still sitting in his spot, blind and wheezing. Nicholas stopped. I remember, he said. Yanni's blind eyes blinked, a smile cracked his lips. Then you know what not to say." Nicholas nodded, and he didn't. He never told the others what he saw. He never dove again. But some nights he stood at the shore, ankle deep in the surf, listening. Sometimes the singing returned, faint, far off, like a choir just below the horizon. Sometimes the shadows danced beneath the waves, like memories trying to take shape. And once, just once, he saw her again. The woman of the deep, the one with the eyes like trenches. She rose with the tide, her hair like kelp, her skin glistening like pearl. She said nothing, just watched. He bowed his head, and when he looked up, she was gone. But he was no longer afraid. Nicholas lived quietly, never far from the sea. He grew old, his hands grew stiff, his eyes dim, but in his sleep the ocean spoke to him, it sang to him, it reminded him. And when he finally passed, the tide was high. The village found his footprints in the sand, leading into the water, but not back out. In the beginning, there was only the vast and endless ocean, stretching beyond sight in every direction. Its waves whispered ancient secrets to the wind. Beneath the surface, deeper than any mortal could ever dive, stood cities not made by human hands. Their towers shimmered with phosphorescent light, built from coral and crystal, glowing in shifting colors that spoke a language of dreams. Among these cities ruled Dagon, the Sea Lord, a being half man, half fish, with a gaze older than time. His eyes glowed with knowledge from the stars. The sea devils, his children and attendants, were not demons as men would one day call them, but wise, powerful creatures of the deep, born of brine and starlight. They swam with grace through caverns lined with glowing glyphs, their every motion resonating with an ancient rhythm, as though the sea itself pulsed in their veins. Above, on the surface world, life had not yet taken its final form. Creatures crawled from tide pools, unsure of their place, sensing something vast and unseen beneath the waves. In these early ages, the boundaries between the worlds were thinner. The surface and the depths whispered to one another. Sometimes, in still nights, men would dream of underwater palaces with spiral halls and golden vaults where music swirled like currents. One such man was Elutu, a high priest of a city near the sea, where the stars seemed brighter and the water sang. He had visions from a young age of domed cities under the sea and a being who called to him by name, promising wisdom, strength, and sight beyond sight. As he grew, he sought to understand the dreams. He studied the tides, carved glyphs into temple walls, and performed ancient rites whispered by elders too afraid to speak their full meaning aloud. In time, Elutu found an entrance. On the night when the twin moons aligned and the sea pulled far back from the shore, revealing an ancient stairwell carved into black stone, he descended. The stairs led not down, but inward, through caverns where the water did not choke, but nourished. It was there he first beheld Dagon, not as a god demanding worship, but as a presence both terrifying and soothing, immense and fluid. The sea around Dagon shimmered with life and language. The sea devils encircled Elutu, touching his skin with webbed fingers, not to harm, but to welcome. He was shown the city. It had no name in any surface tongue. Its halls bent space itself, twisting upwards in spirals that led both outward and inward. Pearlescent structures pulsed with slow rhythm like breathing. The sea here was thicker, heavier with time. Faint lights hovered like thoughts. In the distance, he saw figures, beings that once had human shape, now adapted. Gills in their necks, eyes wide and dark, their gestures slow, deliberate, calm. Elutu was taught the song of currents, a language not spoken but felt. It shaped thoughts into motion, guided fish and coral, bent currents like silk. In his trance, he understood that Dagon was not a tyrant, but a shepherd of transformation. The sea devils were once like him, mortals called across the veil, reshaped not by force but desire. Each had chosen to become more, to shed the limitations of the surface world. When Elutu returned to his people, he was changed. His skin was cool to the touch, his eyes no longer blinked. He spoke less, listened more. The city noticed. Some revered him, others feared. He built a temple in the likeness of the undersea palace, its spires curved like coral, its chambers lined with damp stone. In its center, a pool, bottomless and still, fed by a hidden spring. He called it the Eye of Dagon. From the pool, he drew symbols with salted ink, glyphs of passage, glyphs of listening. Those who believed bathed in the pool and dreamed. Some returned whispering in strange tongues, others were never seen again. A few came back forever changed, stronger, quieter, distant. Word spread across the coast. Pilgrims arrived hoping to glimpse the truth, to touch the divine. Not all were ready. One such visitor was Aramu, a warrior king who ruled the northern hills. He heard of the temple and its prophet, and curious or skeptical, sailed with 50 men. When he arrived, Elutu welcomed him, not as a threat, but as a mirror. In the quiet of night, Elutu shared the song of currents with him. At first, Aramu resisted, proud and bound by earth. But on the third night by the pool, he touched the glyphs and slipped into a dream. He saw the ocean from above, then from within. He fell through layers of memory and silence until he stood before Dagon, who said nothing. And yet, everything was understood. When Aramu awoke, he wept. His men did not recognize him. He gave up his title and lived by the shore, speaking only in verse, carving spirals into driftwood. Generations passed. The temple grew. Some said Elutu had died, others that he had returned below. The eye of Dagon never dried. Children born near it had webbed toes. Some spoke to fish. The coastline changed shape. Tides grew stronger. Ships vanished. Lights moved beneath the waves, too slow to be fish, too deliberate to be current. In time, the great cities of man rose. Empires of stone and fire. The sea was tamed, or so they thought. But beneath Dagon remained. His cities pulsed quietly. The sea devils sang, and from time to time, someone would dream. A child near the shore. A fisherman lost in storm. A scholar reading ancient scripts. They would see the spiral towers, the halls of light, the calm watchers with gill-lined faces, and always Dagon waiting. Not in anger, but in patience. For one day, the sea would rise again. Not in wrath, but in return. The surface would be reclaimed, not destroyed, but remembered. And those who remembered the song of currents would not drown. They would transform, as Elutu did, as Aramu did. Even now, in the quiet hours between sleep and waking, the sea speaks. Its whispers rise through stone and sand. The temple ruins lie buried, but the eye of Dagon still feeds the dreams of those who listen. The sea called again, louder this time, whispering not in words, but in the deep pulse of tides that matched the priest's own blood. When the moons rose in dual reflection upon the waters, he descended again beneath the temple, past the stone ring carved in spirals and glyphs not meant for human tongues. The sea doors opened once more. But this time he did not hesitate. The corridor beyond twisted like the spine of some ancient fish. Luminescent growths clung to the walls, glowing in colors not found in sunlight. They pulsed softly like breathing things, and as he passed, they seemed to whisper in their own kind of language. He felt no fear now, only a dreamlike curiosity. The pressure of the water was gone, and though he moved downward, he walked as if on land. Time here did not move forward or back. It swirled in place. When he emerged, the temple beneath the sea was waiting for him. Built from a stone that shimmered with scales of light, the great hall stretched out into a city so vast it dissolved into darkness. Towers like coral ridges, windows shaped like the eyes of whales, and arches that bent like waves over ancient streets. And there were beings. Not men, not fish, something older, the sea devils. They stood tall, covered in silvery membranes that rippled with faint bioluminescence. Their eyes were large and dark, not menacing, but vast, as if containing the memory of ages. Their hands were webbed, fingers long curling like tendrils. They moved with an elegance that made water seem like smoke. One stepped forward. Its voice was inside the priest's head. No pain, no confusion, just presence. You have remembered. You have returned. The priest did not answer aloud, but something inside him responded. A forgotten thread of his soul was tugged. He knew now that he was not the first, not even the 1,000th. The Dagon cult was not worshipping. It was remembering. They were descendants, echoes, shadows of those who once lived beneath the tides, before land rose, before language fractured, before the surface world forgot. The sea devils spoke in visions. They showed him oceans teeming with glowing forests, cities that spanned trenches, creatures larger than ships gliding in the distance like dreams. They showed him the fall, the sun turning violent, the land rising in anger, the sea gods withdrawing, retreating not in fear but in wisdom. They would wait until the land forgot itself, until the call of the deep was heard again. And then they offered him choice. Not command, not demand. They offered memory. The priest knelt without knowing why. A circle of sea devils surrounded him, and in the middle of the temple hall they placed a sphere of purest obsidian, covered in ancient, moving script. When he touched it, his mind flooded. He saw his own birth not as a child in a village temple, but as something deeper. He saw himself as one of them, born in a coral cradle, swimming before walking. He saw his soul passed from wave to wave, riding across generations. His body on land was temporary, a disguise. His true form was not bones and skin, but current and song. He wept, not from pain, but from release. When he opened his eyes, the city was clearer. He could see farther now. The lights in the distance were not illusions, but dwellings. The structures shimmered with the rhythm of sea thoughts. He understood their language now, not spoken, but sung, and he joined their song. They taught him how to breathe differently, how to sleep within the water and wake in other layers of time. He wandered their city, guided not by sight, but by resonance. He touched the walls and learned histories. He swam through arches that sang his name. They gave him a name he had not heard in any language of men. In that name was his purpose. A great chamber, sealed in shell and bone, lay at the heart of the city. Within it was the gate, a rift, not of place but of meaning. It pulsed with shifting stars, and beyond it he could sense other oceans, other planets, other currents of thought. The sea devils had once traveled freely, but now the gate had dimmed. They waited for the signal. They waited for the one who could reignite the stream, not with fire, but with memory. The priest was not ready, but he was close. He asked if others from the surface had come. They nodded, some returned, others stayed, a few had vanished into the gate, seeking the origin sea. One, a woman with red hair, had come many tides ago. She had burned like a flame in the deep. She had remembered too much, too quickly, and dissolved into light. Her name was carved in coral near the gate. He traced it with his hand and felt her final song. He was told to rest. The sleep here was different. You didn't dream, dreams dreamed you. In the stillness of their sleep, time folded. He saw his village, his temple, his followers, still praying, still afraid. They could not follow, not yet. When he awoke, the city felt more like home. The light was different, not from the sun, but from memory. The sea devils greeted him with a slow spiral, a gesture of deep welcome. One placed a jewel against his forehead, and in it he saw maps, not of land or sea, but of lineage. It showed the branches of the ancient line, winding through galaxies, all leading to now. He was not alone. He felt something awaken deep within the water. Not a beast, not a god, but a consciousness, something vast and dreaming beneath even this city. The sea below, it was neither sleeping nor waking. It was remembering through him. It was older than the sea devils, older than memory itself. They called it Dagon, though that was not its true name. It had no name, only rhythm. And it was stirring. The city shimmered. The priest felt it in his blood. Something was changing, not ending, but transforming. The gate pulsed with new light. He would have to choose, to step through and join the origin sea, or return to the surface and prepare others to remember. His voice would be needed. His memory would be a beacon. He walked toward the gate. The sea devils sang quietly, their voices rippling across the coral streets like soft waves. The obsidian sphere floated beside him, glowing now with his own thoughts. He reached the threshold, and the sea held its breath. He did not step forward, not yet. The gate shimmered before him, alive with light that breathed like a tide. It was not a doorway, not in the way the mind imagines. It was a mirror, a membrane, a promise. Beyond it was the origin sea, not simply a place, but a remembering, a return. He hovered in the stillness of decision. The sea devils sang behind him, their chorus rising like warm currents, spiraling upward. They were not urging, they were waiting. And so he turned, not away in fear, but toward something unfinished. The city behind him pulsed with sorrow, yet also respect. They knew. Some returned to awaken others. That was the rhythm of remembering. The surface still called. Not the land itself, but the people wandering upon it. Forgotten fragments of the tide, wrapped in skin and time, dreaming of gods they no longer understood. He rose through the corridors of light and stone, back through the spine-like hallways and breathing walls, past glyphs that no longer needed translation. Each step was slower now, heavier, not with reluctance, but with purpose. He was not ascending, he was carrying. When he passed through the sea doors, the surface was near. The water, no longer alien, felt like a second skin. He emerged not gasping, but whole. Above him, the sky had changed. The stars sang faintly. He could hear them now. The moon, split and shining, cast silver ripples across the ocean's surface. It was no longer silent. Everything shimmered with awareness. The island awaited him, empty, yet not alone. The temple, once broken, now seemed to breathe. He walked its halls, hands tracing stone, each surface humming with dormant songs. His followers had left, or perhaps been called elsewhere. He found their tokens near the altar, shells, bone charms, simple offerings of trust. They had not lost faith, they had passed it forward. The priest sat in the center of the temple, beneath the carving of a dawn, whose form now revealed itself anew, no longer monstrous, no longer distant. It was not a god, but an echo of oceans before memory, of minds that drifted like clouds through water. Dagon was the first dream of the sea. And now it was awake. At night, the priest wandered the shores. The waves whispered names he had never spoken. He answered in silence. Sometimes in the moonlight, he saw shadows rise from the sea, not fully formed yet, but curious, watching, listening. The veil was thinner now. He began to carve again, not with tools, but with thought. On the rocks near the shore, symbols appeared, old, fluid, alive. When the wind passed over them, it carried their sound inland. Animals paused in their tracks. Birds shifted in silence. The island was remembering too. Then the visions returned. But they no longer came in sleep. He saw the cities of the deep again, clearer this time. He saw other gates opening in oceans far beyond his own. He saw the descendants of the sea devils walking hidden coastlines, dwelling in forgotten trenches. They were not few. They were waiting. And he saw something more. The gate beneath the sea was no longer still. It rippled now with urgency. A signal had been received. The origin sea was stirring, not to destroy, not to invade, but to merge, to remind. He wrote nothing down. He needed no text. His presence was the message. He became the ritual. When the first ship arrived, he was already standing at the shore. They came not as invaders, not as priests, scientists, explorers, seekers of anomaly. The ocean had been whispering too loudly to ignore. Satellites had seen strange lights below the tide. Instruments failed when pointed at the trench. Dreams haunted the crew. They expected ruins, silence, a story. What they found was him. The priest spoke little. His words were water. They soaked into the listeners slowly, then all at once. Some resisted, others wept. A few could already hear the sea calling. He told them not to follow him, not yet, but to listen. To sleep beside the ocean and see what surfaced in their dreams. A woman, the lead diver, asked him what lived beneath. He answered without sound. Her eyes changed. She never went back to the mainland. In time, more came. Not many, just enough. The sea chooses gently. Each visitor heard the waves in their own way. Some painted, some vanished, some built structures of coral and driftwood along the beach, shaped by dreams they could not name, and the island changed. It bloomed with forgotten plants. Crabs with glowing eyes walked in spirals across the sand. Storms passed overhead, but never touched the shore. Nights became soft with starlight that hummed low and slow. One day, the priest did not walk to the temple. He walked into the sea. He did not struggle. The water parted for him. He descended without sinking. The gate awaited. It was open. The sea devils formed a circle around it. They bowed, not as servants, but as kin. The city glowed in celebration, quiet and eternal. The obsidian sphere hovered near him, still bearing his thoughts, now pulsing with the thoughts of many. He stepped through, not as a man, not as a god, but as a song. The ocean shuddered across the world. Tides shifted, whales changed their songs, ice cracked in distant poles. Fishermen in lonely boats dreamed of towers beneath the sea. Children near shores began drawing spirals in the sand. And in a forgotten trench, beneath a sea older than the stars, the origin stirred. It did not rise, it remembered, and in remembering, it breathed. And through the breath, the world began again. Not with fire, not with flood, but with a ripple. August 20th, 1917. The war was a thing of steel and smoke above the sea, but now, below, all was silence. We had been drifting for days. I am Karl Heinrich, Graf von Altberg-Ehrenstein, Lieutenant Commander in the Imperial German Navy. My crew and I were aboard the U-29, a submarine lost somewhere in the Atlantic, too deep and too far from hope. At first, we were victorious. We had torpedoed a British freighter, and it sank fast. But as it slipped beneath the waves, one man from the enemy ship surfaced and swam toward us, delirious, wild-eyed. His hands clawed at the hull. We tried to ignore him, until he died. He died holding onto our boat. We had to detach his corpse manually. And even then, something changed. Soon after, our engines began to falter. The navigation failed. No signal could reach the surface. We dove deeper, slowly at first, then with force. The control panels sparked, and water crept in. The U-29 seemed to choose a path of its own, descending beyond the range we had ever explored. We found ourselves in utter blackness, the kind that feels ancient and heavy. One of the crew started murmuring nonsense. Another tried to throw himself into the flooded torpedo chamber. I kept command. I always kept command. But I couldn't ignore what they saw. Strange lights, glowing shapes in the water, architecture, columns of stone rising from the ocean floor, etched with symbols not made by men. The sea had changed, and we had followed it somewhere we were not meant to be. One by one, the men slipped. They whispered to themselves, eyes wide and unfocused. They spoke of temples outside the windows, gates carved from coral, staircases that spiraled through space without logic. They swore they heard music, a rhythm deep and slow that pulsed like a heartbeat too large for any single being. The U-29 came to rest on a rocky ledge. Before us was a chasm, and beyond it, something massive. A temple. It rose like a mountain carved by alien hands. Its pillars were wrong, angled in ways that hurt the eye. Its surfaces shimmered without light. A few of the crew begged to leave. I silenced them. One jumped into the sea without his diving suit. We never saw him again. Another began sketching frantically, symbols that matched those on the temple walls. He died in his sleep. I began to dream too. Not like normal dreams. These were memories I never had. I walked vast underwater halls with ceilings like the night sky. I spoke languages I couldn't name, and always, there were eyes watching from the corners. We sent a diver out. Fritz, our most loyal crewman. He had volunteered, believing he would be the first to step inside the ruins. His suit was sturdy, his mind less so. We watched through the glass as he floated to the temple steps. He touched one of the walls, and then he screamed. Not over the radio, not through the sea, but inside our heads. The glass cracked. He vanished. The others turned on me, said I had cursed them, that I had brought them into the domain of gods older than war, older than earth. I locked myself in the command room. The last one left was Miller. He scratched something into the steel of the door before drowning himself in the airlock. His eyes were full of awe, not fear. Now I am alone. The submarine groans with pressure, but I feel none. I look through the glass now and see the temple clearly. It waits, and something inside it has begun to call my name. I no longer sleep. There is no night or day beneath this depth, only the slow turning of an ancient pressure, like the sea itself, is breathing around me. Since Miller's death, I've wandered the narrow corridors of the U-29 alone. The lights flicker low, but they persist. Nothing functions correctly, and yet nothing truly fails. It is as if some force greater than machinery holds this vessel intact, delaying its collapse. Outside the window, the temple glows, not with light, but with memory. I have begun to hear whispers, not in sound, but in thoughts, a soft tide of suggestions, rhythms that shape themselves into half-formed images. Names I do not recognize slip into my consciousness like drifting kelp. Visions rise unbidden, cities beneath oceans, populated by creatures that move with ancient grace, their eyes knowing and deep. I know now what Muller etched into the steel. It was not madness, it was invitation, a return. The temple watches. Every time I gaze out, the structure seems closer, though the U-29 has not moved. The architecture shifts subtly, impossibly. Doors appear where there were none. Arches stretch upward beyond sight. Steps descend into opaque water that reflects no light but swirls with color when I do not blink. This place was not built by human hands. It is alive, a cathedral for something that does not worship as we do. And still, the dreams continue. I now see creatures in them. Not monstrous, but impossibly elegant. Their skin reflects shifting patterns as if painted by moving stars. They do not speak, but they gesture, and when they do, I understand them. They show me the earth long before man. They show me oceans that held knowledge instead of war. I watch myself, another self, walking their streets, breathing their water, bearing their sigils upon my chest. I was one of them, or am becoming one. I can no longer tell if I am remembering or being rewritten. The silence within the submarine has changed. It hums now, tuned to some great frequency outside. My heartbeat follows it. My breath, when I notice it, comes slower, deeper. I have stopped needing food. The water in the emergency tank tastes of salt and old stone, and yet it nourishes me. The buttons on the control panel no longer matter. I press them out of habit. They respond, but they do not function. It's as though I'm being humored. A guest in waiting. And then, today, movement. From the temple doors, a light, faint and pulsing. The rhythm matches the dreams. A signal. A summons. I feel no fear, only recognition. I put on my suit, not the thick diving armor from before, but a lighter one. A strange sense tells me I will not need the air for long. I open the outer hatch and step into the deep. The sea accepts me. Not cold, not crushing. It is like stepping into memory. As I drift toward the temple, the structure grows enormous, its carvings now clearly visible. They dance in complex repetitions. Some resemble constellations, others are fluid, organic, always shifting. The door opens. No resistance, only welcome. And within, I see the impossible. A hall without walls, a floor without end. Shapes glide above and below, not walking, not swimming, but moving with intent, guided by currents of thought and time. They see me, and I see myself among them. The temple closes behind me without a sound. The sea no longer presses against me. I am within something vast, something sacred, not just in size, but in feeling. The chamber I enter is open, endless. Its surfaces shimmer, not from reflected light, but from meaning. Symbols ripple across the walls like thoughts expressed in motion. I cannot read them, but I understand. This is a place of remembrance, of origin. My steps make no sound. I float more than walk. Around me, great pillars of stone extend far into a ceiling that is not a ceiling, but a firmament, constellations shifting across it in spirals and waves. Time passes, but it does not feel like time. There is no decay, no erosion, only presence. Then I see them, the beings from my dreams. They do not startle, they have been expecting me. They are tall, fluid in shape, forms neither holy fish nor man, but something else, graceful, eternal. They radiate memory, not of lifetimes, but of oceans, of civilizations buried before the first human word was spoken. Their eyes are deep, vast pools of understanding. One reaches out, not with hands, but with thought, and I feel myself unravel gently. I see my past dissolve, not in destruction, but in return. My rank, my uniform, my commands, my name. They were temporary clothes. Underneath, I was always this, a citizen of a different time, of a different world. The beings guide me through chambers beyond logic, rooms that echo with silent hymns, walls that grow and pulse with memory. In one, I see murals painted in living color, histories told in a language of movement and form. I see cities grown from coral and starstone, rituals performed under silent moons. I see the rise of mankind as a flicker, a tide that came and receded. I see the temple always here, always watching, waiting for the return. I do not speak, but I feel myself singing. The final chamber holds a great basin filled not with water but with liquid memory. A surface that shows not reflections, but essence. I peer into it. I see myself, not the man from the submarine, but the being I once was, am, will become. Eyes open, ancient and blue, limbs long, hands webbed, bones curved in rhythm with the sea. And I smile, because it is peace, because it is home. I step into the basin, it welcomes me. I dissolve, but not into nothing. Into wholeness, into form without fear, into presence without weight. I become the dream. And in the U-29, buried now and still, a journal sits dry and intact, sealed in a metal case, bolted beneath the command chair. It holds my final words, my human words, a record for whoever finds this place. But I do not expect them to understand, for the temple is not lost, it is waiting, always waiting, and the sea remembers those who remember it. Long ago, in a quiet seaside village in Japan, there lived a kind-hearted fisherman named Urashima Taro. Each morning, he cast his net into the sea, taking only what he needed and returning the rest. The The villagers liked him for his gentleness, but he mostly kept to himself, content to live with the rhythm of the tides. One day, while walking along the shore after fishing, he saw a group of children laughing cruelly, huddled around something squirming in the sand. As he drew closer, he saw it was a small sea turtle, flipped on its back, its flippers beating helplessly at the air. Urashima's brow furrowed. "Stop that," he said gently but firmly. The children, startled, scattered, leaving the turtle behind. He knelt down, brushing sand from its shell. The turtle blinked up at him. He smiled. "Let's get you home." He walked into the waves and released it. For a moment, the turtle hesitated. Then, with one final glance, it disappeared beneath the surface. Urashima turned back to shore, unaware that everything in his life had already begun to change. The next morning, as he prepared his boat, he saw the same turtle, larger now, gliding just beyond the surf. It circled, then approached, lifting its head above the water. "Urashima Taro," it spoke, though its mouth did not move. "I have come to thank you." He stared, unsure if he had heard correctly. "I am the daughter of Ryujin, the dragon god of the sea. Because you showed mercy, we invite you to visit our home, Ryugujo, the palace of the Dragon King." Urashima blinked. "The sea god's palace?" The turtle dipped its head. "Come." He climbed onto its back. The ocean opened. Down they dove, past schools of silver fish, beneath layers of shifting blue, through forests of kelp that shimmered with unseen light. The water grew warmer, gentler. Time seemed to slow. Bubbles danced around them like stars. Then, ahead, a glowing structure carved from coral and pearl, with towers of crystal and gates made of polished shell. Music drifted from its doors and laughter echoed from its halls. This was Ryugujo. Urashima stepped inside, and everything shifted. The air was not air. The light was not light. Everything felt soft and slow, like a dream remembered during sleep. And waiting for him at the gate was a woman, not just beautiful but radiant. Her robe shimmered with the colors of fish scales. Her hair floated like seaweed in slow current. Her eyes held ages. "I am Otohime," she said, bowing slightly. "Welcome." She led him through gardens that bloomed with glowing flowers. In pools of liquid crystal, koi sang soft songs. Servants brought food that glowed and never spoiled. In Ryugujo, there was no pain, no age, no time. Urashima forgot the taste of salt air. He forgot the creak of his boat. He stayed. And as days passed, 1, 2, 10, 100, he began to wonder how long he had been below. But the palace had no clocks. The sea had no calendar. Only joy, only stillness. One day, he said to Otohime, "I must return. Just for a moment. My mother, my village, they'll worry." Otohime's eyes darkened slightly. "Are you sure?" He nodded. "Then take this," she said, handing him a small lacquered box tied with silken ribbon. "A tamatabako. It will protect you. But promise me one thing, no matter what, do not open it." "I promise." She smiled, but her sadness remained. The turtle carried him back through the sea, upward now, toward the surface, toward the sky. He stepped onto the beach where it had all begun, and the world was no longer his. Urashima Taro stood on the shore, blinking in the sunlight. But the beach no longer looked the same. The trees had grown wild and unfamiliar. The village huts he remembered were gone, replaced by homes of strange shapes and materials. Children played nearby, but their clothes were different, their accents odd. He walked along the path toward what had once been his home. It was no longer there. In its place stood an unfamiliar house, and when he knocked, a stranger answered, an old man, stooped and wary. "Excuse me," Urashima said, voice trembling. "What happened to the house that stood here? Where is the Taro family?" The man furrowed his brow. "Taro? That's a name from the old tales. There was a fisherman by that name long ago, disappeared at sea centuries past." Urashima's breath caught. "That can't be," he whispered. I was only gone a few days." The man shook his head. "That name's a legend now, passed down from my grandfather's grandfather's time. They say he vanished and never returned." Urashima backed away. The streets were unrecognizable. No one knew him. His neighbors were gone, their names forgotten. The village he loved had lived on without him. The world had changed in ways he couldn't understand. And he had not changed at all. His hands began to tremble. He still held the small box Otohime had given him, the tamarabako, tied with silk, smooth and light in his palm. He remembered her voice, "Do not open it." But what else was there? The sea was now a memory. The village, a ghost. He sat down beneath a tree that no longer felt like his own. Everything was slipping away. His fingers pulled at the ribbon. The box clicked open. A white mist poured out like breath held too long. It wrapped around him, gentle, cool, final. It brushed his cheeks, his hands, his chest like soft ocean wind. And suddenly, Urashima felt his skin sag, his bones ached, his hair whitened. The years he had escaped came rushing back all at once. His hands curled with age, his back bent. The mist disappeared into the sky, and he was left an old man beneath a silent tree. He understood then. The box had held his borrowed time, and now it was returned. Urashima Taro remained beneath the tree, the wind gently stirring the grass around him. He sat very still, feeling the weight of every moment he had skipped. The years that had quietly waited for him now settled into his bones. His eyes, once sharp with youth, blurred with tears he could not name. Not sorrow, not joy, something between. The village bustled on, unaware of the legend sitting quietly at its edge. Children laughed in the distance. Fishermen, strangers now, hauled nets full of silver fish. The sea sparkled the same, as if no time had passed at all, as if it held no secrets, as if it hadn't swallowed and returned him changed. Urashima looked toward the horizon, the palace, the gardens, the songs of koi beneath liquid crystal. It all seemed like a dream fading in the morning, yet the feeling remained. A stillness within, a soft echo, as though a voice had once whispered his name beneath the waves and now lived somewhere inside him, quiet and eternal. He clutched the empty tamarabako. There was no going back, but there was peace in knowing he had seen what most could not, a world beyond time, a love beyond years, and a kindness so deep it stretched through centuries. As the sun dipped lower, painting the waves in gold, Urashima closed his eyes. The wind carried the scent of salt and memory. He no longer belonged to this world, nor to the one beneath it. He simply was. Still as driftwood, gentle as tide. The fisherman who had once saved a turtle, and in doing so, touched forever. When the giant washed ashore, it was early morning, and the sea still whispered from the night. The tide brought him in gently, as though careful not to wake him. A colossal body, pale and naked, stretched across the sands, the waves playing softly over his ankles. At first, no one believed it. The few fishermen who first saw it stood dumbfounded. Word spread quickly. Crowds came, scientists, the press, children. By mid-morning, the beach was full of people gazing up at the great fallen figure. The giant lay face up, his limbs relaxed as if sleeping, his features calm. His body, though strange in proportion, looked human. Muscles rippled under taut skin. His fingernails were thick as dinner plates, his eyes closed beneath enormous lids. There was no wound, no sign of violence, just a vast, silent presence. Some speculated he had come from another continent. Others whispered of Atlantis, or a race of forgotten gods. But the giant never stirred, never breathed. Birds landed on his chest. Children touched his toes, and still he remained still. The narrator, a quiet observer, was there from the beginning. He watched from a distance at first, unsure what to make of the immense body on the sand. Then, like everyone else, he stepped closer. He noticed things others didn't. The faint scars on the giant's skin, the grains of salt like diamonds along the ridges of his ribs, the way his mouth, slightly parted, seemed on the verge of whispering something lost. As the days passed, the crowd's awe gave way to curiosity, and then to something less sacred. People began to climb onto him. Children slid down his arms like playgrounds. Someone painted slogans on his legs. Tourists posed for photos between his fingers. And yet, even as his body was defaced, there was still something peaceful about him, as if he accepted this, as if he had expected it. Eventually, the scientists arrived in force. They measured, they cataloged, they debated. Theories swirled. Some believed he was a freak of nature, a genetic mistake carried by ocean currents. Others believed he was extraterrestrial. One professor insisted he was not dead at all, but in suspended animation, listening silently to the voices of the people around him. The body was cordoned off, but not for long. The sea, in its usual rhythm, began to pull him back. His limbs shifted slightly with the tide. Bits of seaweed clung to him, crabs explored the hollows of his ears, the sun darkened his skin, the salt dried him out, and slowly decay began. The people, disturbed by the change, began to turn away. Where once there were crowds, now there were only a few, lingering on the edges. A strange sadness filled the air, as though something beautiful had been broken. But still the narrator visited, watching the transformation. At first, birds came to feed. Then, under cover of night, scavengers began to strip the body. Bones were taken, flesh was carved. He became a source of materials, a curiosity turned into usefulness. And yet, even as he was taken apart, the feeling of presence never left. The giant remained, even in pieces. One morning, the narrator came and found that the head had been removed. No one admitted to doing it. It was as though the sea itself had taken it. Where the serene face once rested, there was now only flattened sand. Something about the loss struck the narrator deeply. He felt as though he had lost something more than a figure on the beach. He had lost a symbol, a mystery that had given shape to his thoughts. The remains continued to disappear. Bones were seen in butcher shops, a rib became part of a playground structure, pieces of his skin were turned into souvenirs, and still, the memory of the giant faded. People moved on. The beach was cleaned. The sea reclaimed the sand. But the narrator remembered. He wandered the streets and sometimes saw pieces of the giant embedded in everyday things. A slice of jaw turned into a monument. A kneecap turned into a decorative piece at a park. Children climbed it, never knowing. There were rumors. A vertebrae was said to sit in the museum, labeled as something else. Part of the skull was rumored to be displayed in a carnival, passed off as a whalebone. But the essence, the spirit of the giant, had vanished. Years later, the narrator stood by a harbor wall, staring out to sea. He thought about the moment the giant had arrived, the way the air had shimmered with wonder, the silence that had fallen over the crowd when they first saw him. That silence had meant something. It had been the kind of silence people reserved for cathedrals or dreams. He remembered watching the wind move over the giant's chest, as if it still rose and fell. He remembered thinking that the sea had given them a miracle, and they hadn't known how to hold it. They had touched it with dirty hands, had stolen from it, had broken it down into parts, and now there was only sea and the whisper of waves. But in his dreams, the giant still walked, not as a broken body, but whole, towering, gentle, walking beneath the waves far from shore where the light dimmed and strange cities glowed in deep trenches. There, perhaps, the giant had returned, not dead but merely sleeping among others like him, vast, forgotten beings who had once touched the world and moved on. And in that dream, the sea whispered again, a sound like breath, a sound like memory, the giant's presence no longer seen but deeply felt, carried by water, remembered in tides, held in the hush of the deep. The days passed and the crowd thinned. The sun wore down the sheen of the giant's once glistening skin. The ocean breeze carried away the scent of salt and wonder, leaving only the slow, dry breath of decay. The children, once timid and curious, now played along the giant's massive arms as if they were fallen tree limbs. They climbed his fingers, laughing, sliding down the smooth pads of his fingertips. One boy nestled in the valley between his knuckles as if it were a hammock. The giant's face, once so arresting, began to sink into itself. Seagulls landed upon his brow and pecked without reverence. His eyes, once clouded with mystery and perhaps pain, dried up into gray hollows like old riverbeds. The hair along his scalp tangled with seaweed and debris as though the ocean itself had tried to reclaim him, but failed. Scientists returned with measuring tools. They walked across his body in neat shoes, stepping over the ridges of his ribs. They spoke of bones and tendons, of measurements and charts. One of them poked gently at the side of the giant's head and declared it was unlikely he had been intelligent. Just a sea creature of freak evolution, they claimed. No need for awe, just flesh and strange proportions. But the narrator, watching all this from the edge of the scene, knew something deeper had been lost. The giant had meant something. But now, meaning was being slowly picked apart, replaced by speculation and indifference. Graffiti appeared first on the soles of his feet, then along the thighs, words carved or painted in bright, crude colors. Some were names, others were obscenities. Soon, the local youth claimed ownership over the giant's corpse. They cut ropes of his hair for souvenirs, took photographs standing triumphantly on his chest. They held picnics along the slopes of his belly, danced in the shadow of his folded hand. Then came the more disturbing changes. A circus man arrived and declared he had rights over the body. He began charging coins for tours. A guide was hired to walk schoolchildren up the ladders resting on the giant's flank. Mothers came with parasols, sipping lemonade, listening as the guide pointed at different body parts and gave names to bones and organs, many of which were wrong. One day, the giant's arm was severed, dragged away to be studied. Another day, his left foot was removed, carted down the beach behind a team of horses. Men brought saws, ropes, and pulleys. With each passing week, more of the giant disappeared, section by section, carried off to laboratories or sideshows. The beach grew empty, more sand than spectacle. But still, the narrator returned almost every day, unable to let go of that first astonishing vision of the sleeping colossus who once lay there in silence. In time, stories grew around what had been found. New visitors arrived who never saw the giant whole. They only knew of the thigh bone that was now mounted outside a fish market, or the rib that hung over the bar at the local tavern said to have belonged to a whale. They told stories that were incorrect. The giant was never real, they said. He was part of an art installation, a hoax, a publicity stunt. Some even claimed it was just a bloated corpse of an animal dragged in by storm tides. And the children who had once slid across his fingers grew older and told tales to their own children, tales that were far from the truth. They remembered him as a circus attraction, or maybe an advertisement for soap, or a drowned god sculpted by mad artists. The memory had softened, lost its sharpness. Time had taken it apart, reassembled it into a simpler story, something easier to digest. But not for the narrator. In the quiet hours, he remembered how the giant's face had looked in those early dawns, the sadness in his eyes, the faint lines around his lips suggesting dreams that could never be shared. He remembered the silence that surrounded that massive body, a silence so deep it seemed to echo from some other world. He recalled the feeling that this creature had arrived not just from the sea, but from another way of being, one lost to mankind, or perhaps never known at all. He remembered how, at first, people had whispered, as if standing beside something sacred, how they had dared not touch, how they had watched the rise and fall of the giant's chest, wondering if he might still be alive. And he remembered the moment it all shifted, when wonder turned to ownership, mystery to entertainment. In time, even he stopped going to the beach. There was nothing left. No more footprints in the sand, no shadow that stretched like a fallen tower. Just the waves, rolling in and out, erasing what little remained. And yet, on quiet nights, he still heard the voice of the giant, not in words, but in feeling, a presence, a gravity, as if the sea itself had tried to speak once and had been misunderstood. Something ancient and immense had come to their shore, and no one had listened, not truly. The last bone was taken away during a rainy afternoon. It was loaded into a truck without ceremony. The driver didn't know what it was. Just something heavy and odd, paid for by a museum in another city. When the truck rolled off, its tires left muddy tracks that soon vanished in the wind, and the beach returned to itself. But sometimes in the deep of night, the narrator would lie awake and imagine the sea, wide and dark, cradling the memory of that giant. And beneath the water, far below the reach of men, other giants might still be sleeping, waiting, dreaming, watching. Waiting for a world that would not cut them apart. Years passed. Seasons turned quietly. The beach where the giant had once rested now seemed like any other stretch of coast, windy, sun-bleached, and indifferent. The gulls still circled, the tide still whispered along the shore, and families laid out blankets and umbrellas where his shoulders had once risen high above the sand. But there were no markers, no statues, no plaques to say what had once lain here. And so the world forgot. The bone outside the fish market yellowed and cracked with time. People no longer believed it came from a giant. It became a joke, a conversation piece. Children played tag around it. Tourists posed beside it with ice cream cones. Someone painted it with stripes one summer. Later, it was taken down and replaced with a metal sign advertising fresh oysters. Other pieces of the giant ended up in stranger places. A portion of his skull was rumored to be hidden in a warehouse. A vertebrae was polished and used as a bench in a botanical garden. A man claimed to have carved part of the giant's heel into a decorative column for his mansion. But no one remembered the whole of him, only fragments, bits of curiosity scattered across a world too small to hold such a thing in memory. And yet the narrator still carried it with him. He would walk the coast sometimes, not as often now, but still enough. His steps slowed with age, his hair turned silver, but each visit to the beach stirred something inside him. He could still see it, faint like a shadow burned into the back of the eye, the image of that great body lying quietly, peacefully, as if waiting to wake. Sometimes he would pause at the water's edge and let the foam slide over his shoes. He would close his eyes and listen. The waves, the wind, the gulls overhead, and beneath all that, something deeper. A silence that hummed like a memory that refused to die. The world moved on, as it always does. New wars, new songs, new machines, children born who would never hear of the giant, teachers who had never read about it, cities growing inland, far from the sea, where such a story would sound impossible. And slowly, even the narrator began to doubt what he had seen. Had it really happened? Had a giant truly washed up on their shore? Had he really stood before that immense form, tracing the curve of its arm with his eyes, watching the breath slowly slip away? Was it a dream? It was easier, perhaps, to believe it had been an illusion, a strange vision brought on by heat and salt and solitude, a trick of light and tide. But deep down he knew the truth. It had been real as anything he had ever touched. The problem was not that the world had lost proof. The problem was that the world had chosen not to remember. It had looked at something too big, too strange, too beautiful, and decided to make it small, digestible, ordinary. That was the tragedy. Not the death of the giant, but the death of wonder. And still, the sea remained. Still it held its secrets, cold and vast and endless. Still it whispered at night to those who dared listen. Still it cradled things beyond imagining beneath its surface. Sometimes the narrator would sit in the dark and wonder if there were others, other giants drifting in the depths, their eyes closed, their dreams thick with old memories. He wondered if they had seen what happened to the one who came ashore, if they grieved, if they feared, if they would ever rise again. One night, he dreamed. In the dream, he stood again on the beach, but it was empty, untouched, golden. And then the tide rolled back, far, far back, farther than ever before. The sky darkened to a deep indigo, full of stars, and out of the ocean came the giants. One by one they emerged, towering, solemn, still. Their skin glistened with moonlight. They did not speak, they did not roar. They only walked slowly across the beach, their eyes gentle and unreadable. They walked past him, not seeing him, not needing to. And then they disappeared over the dunes, vanishing into the night, leaving behind only footprints that filled with stars. He woke with tears on his cheeks, not from fear, not from sadness, but from something deeper. A sense that the world, for all its forgetting, still held echoes, that nothing truly magnificent could ever be completely lost. And so he held on to the memory, not for glory, not to prove a point, but because some things, when remembered quietly, patiently, with care, become sacred. And though the giant was gone, though his body had been taken apart and his story rewritten, the narrator still remembered the moment they first found him. The way the sea had opened, the way the light had touched his face, the way the air had stilled. That moment lived, and perhaps, just perhaps, it always would. The sea was impossibly clear that morning, a sheet of shimmering turquoise stretching out beyond the edge of sight. Gale and David floated on the surface, snorkels and fins cutting slow, graceful shapes in the water. Below them, the reef glittered. Coral castles, darting fish, an endless museum of colors. They had come to Bermuda for peace, for sun, for adventure, but mostly to be alone. David dove first. He was lean, athletic, experienced. He disappeared beneath the surface with ease, leaving Gale to follow a moment later. Her heartbeat slowed as the water wrapped around her. Sound faded. Thoughts quieted. It wasn't long before David spotted something strange. Half buried in the sand below a ledge was an object. Something out of place among the rocks and sponges. It gleamed faintly, like metal. He signaled to Gale, who swam beside him. Together, they brushed away the sand and silt to reveal a glass vial, sealed with wax still intact. Inside it, an oily amber liquid swirled like honey under moonlight. David looked at Gale. She shook her head. They surfaced. Back on the boat, their guide Romer, a wiry local with eyes that seemed to know more than he said, took one glance at the vial and grew quiet. "Better you throw that back where you found it," he muttered. David pressed. Romer hesitated. "There's a wreck down there," Romer finally said. "Old, from the war. A medical ship, carried morphine ampoules, a lot of them." Gale frowned. "Is that dangerous?" Romer looked out to sea. "Only if people know it's there." But David's curiosity was lit. He wanted to go back. They returned the next day with diving gear, tanks, lights, bags. Romer reluctantly led them down, deeper this time, past the reef into darker water where the light turned green and everything slowed. And there it was, a wrecked freighter, broken in half, resting like a dead beast on the ocean floor. Time had eaten it. Rust, coral, collapsed beams, but the bones remained, and within the hold, ampoules by the hundreds. David collected a few, carefully. Gale explored the nearby seabed. She found something else, sponges, not like the ones in the reef. These pulsed, they glowed faintly, moved, even, when touched. She reached out, gently, and something reached back. Her vision tilted, the ocean shimmered, then shifted. Colors bled into one another, and suddenly she saw two moons above the surface, swirling in slow circles. Her hands pulsed, her thoughts splintered. David grabbed her shoulder. She gasped, blinked. The sea snapped back into place. They surfaced, panting. "You all right?" he asked. She nodded. "Just pressure, maybe." But she didn't sleep well that night. The dream started. Visions of bodies floating upward like lanterns, of glowing jellyfish whispering in voices she almost understood, of a ship with sails made of skin, crewed by men without eyes. David, too, became restless. He spoke of the ampoules, of treasure, of how this could change everything. Money, fame. Romer warned them again. "There's something wrong down there," he said. "Always has been. I've seen strong men come up screaming, seen them dive again and not come back." But they didn't stop. Each dive, the water felt stranger, heavier, as if watching them. David started seeing things, shadows that darted just out of reach, lights flickering inside the ship. Once he swore he saw a face pressed against the porthole, staring at him. A drowned sailor, perhaps, or something else. And the sponges, they were spreading. Gale noticed patches of them appearing in new places, creeping up the wreck's walls like mold. Their color deepened, became more vibrant, and whenever she was near them, her mind went quiet. Thoughts slowed. The sea whispered. One afternoon, David didn't come up on time. She waited, then dove. She found him floating near the wreck, breathing, eyes wide. "David," she said through her mask. He turned slowly, smiled. "Saw it," he said through the bubbles. He said through the bubbles. "I saw where it leads." They surfaced together. That night, David didn't sleep. He wandered the beach, muttering to himself. He said the sponges were a gate, that the wreck wasn't just a ship, it was a lock, and something inside was still alive. Gale tried to reason with him, but he was lost in it, obsessed. The next morning he was gone, tanks missing, boat missing. She dove alone. The sea was darker than before. The light didn't reach as far, fish avoided her, even the coral seemed wilted. She found the wreck. Inside it was different, cleaner, almost intact. The ampoules were gone, and the sponges, they covered everything now. The walls pulsed like breathing flesh. She floated through the corridors, her flashlight dimming. Then she saw him. David, standing at the end of the hall. He wasn't wearing gear. He smiled, eyes glowing faintly. He raised his hand. "Come see," he said, though the water should have stopped his voice. She hesitated. He turned, drifted deeper into the wreck. She followed. The deeper she swam into the wreck, the more the ship seemed alive. Walls shimmered with a translucent sheen. The corridors bent gently, not like metal giving way to pressure, but like muscle reacting to movement. The sponges coated every surface now. Some glowed a soft red, others pulsed with green veins. They quivered as she passed, releasing faint clouds of silvery particles that drifted through the water like dust in sunlight. Gale's breathing grew slower. Her thoughts stretched thin. Her flashlight flickered. David was still ahead, always just turning a corner before she could reach him. He didn't swim. He drifted, effortless, as if the ship were carrying him along. She entered a chamber. The walls curved inward, dome-like, and at its center was a massive sponge unlike any other, huge, breathing, surrounded by smaller tendrils that snaked up toward the ceiling. It pulsed in rhythm, like a heartbeat. David stood in front of it. He turned to face her. His face was calm, his features soft and glowing with an otherworldly sheen. His eyes weren't quite human anymore. They swirled faintly, like ink dropped in water. "I understand it now," he said. His voice, impossibly, reached her through the water. "This isn't death, it's memory." She floated still, hypnotized. "The ship wasn't just a carrier," he said. "It brought something with it, something alive, or something that was waiting for us to find it. It remembers. Everything, everyone it touches." He turned back to the sponge. "It showed me things," he whispered. "The ocean before it had a floor, cities made of salt, the first voice ever spoken. We weren't supposed to forget." Gail's mask fogged. Her heartbeat was irregular. Her body felt detached, as if she were watching herself from somewhere nearby. The walls seemed to breathe faster now. The water was thick with the floating silver motes. She felt a pull, gentle but constant, toward the central sponge. A presence. It wasn't just growing, it was listening. She shook her head, tried to turn back. Her limbs moved slowly like they were caught in syrup. Then she heard a whisper. Inside her head, "Stay." Not from David, from the sponge. The wreck. The sea. You remember too. Images poured into her mind. Brief flashes, an open mouth screaming soundlessly underwater, the interior of a submarine covered in vines of living coral, sailors laughing as their bodies melted into the sea foam, her own hand reaching out toward a glowing mass in the deep, a memory that didn't belong to her, but felt like hers. She gasped. Her mouth filled with water. The shock brought her back. She kicked hard, turned from the chamber, and pushed herself down the corridor. The sponge tendrils reached for her. Some brushed against her leg, her arm, sending pulses of warmth through her body, like morphine melting into her veins. She ignored it. She swam faster. The exit appeared ahead, jagged metal torn open to the sea. As she swam through, she turned to look back. David was still standing there, watching her. He didn't move. The sponge beside him glowed brighter, wrapping gently around his shoulders like a robe. She surfaced in a panic, coughing, retching onto the deck of Romer's boat. Her vision was shaking. Everything felt unreal, like she hadn't come up at all, just surfaced into another hallucination. Romer caught her. "You saw him," he said quietly. She nodded. "He stayed?" Romer asked. Another nod. Romer didn't speak for a long time. Then he said, "The wreck claims people, but not with force, with truth. It shows them what they forgot, and some of them want to remember." She didn't dive again for days, but the dreams came back stronger. One night, she awoke with her feet wet. She had sleepwalked into the surf, the waves curling around her ankles. She looked out to sea, and for a moment, just one breath, she saw a soft light pulsing under the water, far offshore, like a heartbeat, calling. She returned to the water the next morning, not for David, not for the ampoules, but because something deep within her needed to know. She dove alone. The ocean was calm. The wreck waited. Inside, the sponge had grown. It now covered the floor, the ceiling, the corners of every room. Tendrils moved with awareness. The walls no longer resembled metal. They curved like bone. She descended once more into the chamber. David was still there, but this time he didn't move. The sponge had enveloped him completely. His face was visible beneath a translucent membrane, eyes closed, peaceful. He looked neither alive nor dead, just preserved, held. The central sponge pulsed. Warmth radiated from it. The water shimmered with those familiar silver particles. Gail drifted closer. "You remember," it whispered again. And this time, she didn't resist. The water around her thickened with memory. Not her own, but memories imprinted in the sponge, absorbed through decades of shipwrecks, storms, lost divers, and deep-sea secrets. The glowing chamber pulsed with knowledge, each breath drawing her deeper into a trance. Gail no longer felt the weight of her gear. Her body was numb, drifting, a soft vessel for the voice that now moved inside her. "The sea keeps everything," it whispered, and it began to show her. Images surged through her, waves of memory that passed not through her eyes but through her soul. She saw the ship as it had once been, intact and shining, its decks filled with soldiers and crates. She saw fear, men sweating, shouting, waves rising too high, a terrible storm. And then the moment it happened, something was in the cargo hold, something that hadn't been packed by hands. The sponges had already started growing when the ship left port. Some said they were unusual, but war left little room for curiosity. The sponges spread quietly, unnoticed, breathing, changing, learning. Then when the storm hit, they awoke fully. The sea broke the ship in half. It sank in silence. The crew did not drown. They were absorbed. The vision shifted. Gale saw others. Divers, explorers, smugglers over the decades. One by one, they entered the wreck, and one by one, they were touched. The sponge offered memory. Some resisted. Others surrendered. David had surrendered. And now it was her turn. She felt the tendrils brush her faceplate, soft as silk, leaving glowing trails behind. The membrane around David pulsed beside her. He was dreaming. He was still alive, somewhere deep inside the sponge, living not one life, but many. Every memory it carried, his now too. "You can stay," the voice whispered. "You'll never forget again. You'll never be alone." For a moment, Gale felt it, deep peace, to lose the weight of time, to become part of something ancient, to drift forever in a warm, living archive. Every soul, every story held and remembered. She reached out, her fingers touched the surface, and she saw herself, older, hollow-eyed, translucent, drifting in the dark forever. She pulled her hand back. "No," she said aloud. The voice dimmed. "You're afraid." "I'm alive," she answered. "And I want to stay that way." The water around her churned. The sponge seemed to ripple in slow, deliberate waves. The chamber darkened. The exit was far, but she moved. Her limbs were heavy now. The tendrils clung. One wrapped around her wrist, pulsing gently like a heartbeat. Another brushed her leg. A third reached toward her mask. She kicked hard, twisting, her hand grabbing a jagged edge of pipe protruding from the wall. With one sharp tug, she ripped free, tearing the sponge from her wrist. A low moan echoed through the chamber, not from her, not from any creature, but from the ship itself. She swam. The corridors bent and shifted, but she didn't stop. The more the wreck twisted, the more she moved. No more hallucinations, no more dreams, just the need to escape. The exit came into view, a torn hole of sunlight far above. She reached it, broke through, and shot toward the surface. Her lungs screamed. The world exploded in brightness as her head broke the waves. She gasped. Air. Salt. Light. Romer's boat was waiting. She climbed aboard in silence. He said nothing. He handed her a towel. They left the wreck behind. Back on land, Gale tried to explain, but what could she say? There was no proof. No pictures, just stories. And stories could be forgotten, but not by her. She carried the memory now, like a second heart beating just beneath her ribs. She never dove again. She moved inland, far from the ocean, far from the pulsing call of the deep. But sometimes in sleep she still felt it, the warmth, the whisper, the soft pull of the sponge, offering memory, offering peace. She never returned, but she never really left. They remembered the story of how they had come to be, not as individuals, but as a people. Long ago, a human spaceship had crash-landed on this water world. Realizing they could not survive or escape, the crew had done something strange and brilliant. They used their advanced knowledge of genetics to engineer tiny human offspring, microscopic, aquatic, and adapted to the puddle-sized oceans of this strange world. These tiny humans, barely larger than microbes, lived not in cities, but in coral-like structures, moving through water thick with life forms hundreds of times their size. One such colony, called Hydrot, sat nestled in the curve of a mossy rock that loomed like a mountain above the tiny sea folk. Hydrot thrived, generations deep into their history. The past was spoken of as myth, passed through the oral teachings of the memory keeper, who recited how they had been made from the bodies of giants, whose hands shaped the very laws of life and adaptation. These tales were not taken lightly. They were sacred, and they were real. Young Levon, a curious member of the new generation, had always felt a strange calling. He looked often at the surface of the water above, where faint light played, and dark shapes shifted in blurry motions. They called it the barrier. It shimmered, impenetrable and cold, a wall of mystery. It was said that nothing could live beyond it, that the world ended there. Yet Levon couldn't let the idea go. Below the barrier, life was complex and constant. Gigantic amoeba-like creatures drifted through the current. Filter feeders the size of houses swept through microscopic jungles of algae, their waving cilia sending tremors across the seabed. Here, among these moving ecosystems, the people of Hydrot had built their lives, taming currents, growing biosynthetic food pods, and learning to navigate the slow violence of nature. It was a life measured not by decades, but by chemical tides and pulse cycles in the water. Levon had been trained as a navigator. He had learned how to build and guide a sail creature, an organic machine grown like coral, shaped like a manta ray. It moved through the water with quiet grace, powered by biological muscles and guided by chemical signals from its rider. These sail creatures had made it possible to travel far, to link distant colonies together, to map the puddle seas that had once been nothing but chaos. But none had ever reached the barrier. None had dared. Except Levon. He wasn't alone in his dream. 4 others joined him, each of them different in skill and strength. Real, a biotinkerer who could shape the genetics of seaweed into tools. Merla, the storykeeper's daughter who knew the myths and the science intertwined. Hanar, a powerful swimmer with limbs as flexible as seagrass. And Dorn, a quiet, intense thinker who believed the past was not just memory but blueprint. They grew their sail creature from scratch. It took many cycles. With patience, they wove the tissues, spliced DNA from fast-swimming plankton, added navigation flares that pulsed bioluminescent patterns. Their vessel was not just alive, it was aware, gently bonded to their emotional frequencies. They named it Seeker. On the day of departure, the entire colony gathered. Some whispered blessings. Others argued they were throwing their lives away. But when Seeker uncurled its wing-like fins and lifted into the warm currents, all fell silent. They journeyed for many tide cycles, passing through regions of danger and wonder. Forests of undulating tendrils waved like alien kelp. Transparent predators lurked in the shadows, pulsing with inner light. They evaded them with clever maneuvers, with Ryle's chemical defenses, with Levon's precise steering. And then finally, the water darkened. Not from depth, but from proximity to the barrier. It was here, a dome of tension where surface met world, a wall they could see, but not pass through. Seeker floated close and its fins twitched nervously. Levon swam ahead, reaching his hand toward the film. It resisted him with a strange pressure, neither solid nor liquid. It shimmered and then pushed back. "We're not built to pass," Dorn said, his voice low and certain. "It's what the elders always said. We were made for this world, not the one above." "But what if we change ourselves?" Rel asked softly. "What if we evolve like our creators intended?" Merla's eyes were wide with awe. Maybe they didn't just make us to survive. Maybe they made us to reach. They returned to Hydrot with samples, data, stories, and something more, a vision. They began work on the project. It wasn't just science. It was belief. They would engineer a new being, one that could pass the barrier. It would be like them, yet not. It would have lungs, not gills. It would be able to breathe air, walk on solids, survive beyond the water. Generations passed. The project became central to Hydrot's culture. Sculptors of DNA created embryo after embryo. Most failed. But finally, one survived. They named her Quara. She grew in a translucent womb of nutrient gel. Her limbs were flexible but strong. Her skin was layered to retain moisture. Her eyes could filter both light and air waves. She was a hybrid, the bridge between water and sky. Quara learned quickly. She heard the stories of the past, of the giants who had made their people, and of the barrier which no one had passed. She played in the currents, but always her gaze went upward. Always she dreamed of the surface. On the day of her trial, the colony gathered again. Seeker, still alive after all these cycles, had grown larger, more intelligent. It was bonded now to Quara, and it carried her gently through the deep toward the edge. The barrier shimmered again, but Quara swam with confidence. She pressed against the surface and pushed. There was resistance, and then she broke through. The world above was blinding at first. Light poured in waves from the sky. The air was thin and cold, but she breathed it. She stood on trembling legs atop a wet stone, looking across a vast plain of puddles, glistening in the sun. She saw movement, in the distance shapes. Gigantic insects? No, machines. Explorers from another ship. New humans. She opened her mouth to speak. Her voice was rough but audible. "I am from below," she said. They stared in awe. Behind her in the puddle, Seeker waited, watching with slow blinking lights. Below it, the people of Hydrot looked up. Quora had crossed the barrier and everything had changed. In the dim world of the Puddle Sea, where tiny trees of algae stretched like forests and towering stalks of protozoa swayed in slow underwater breezes, the descendants of those miniaturized humans lived and thrived. They were known as the People, born not of nature but of engineering, left behind by Earth's explorers who had long since vanished. Elwar, the thinker and builder, stared beyond the protective dome of the settlement, past the swirling sediments that marked the limits of their known world. His mind spun with questions of the surface, a forbidden word among the elders, whispered like a myth. To most of the people, the surface was a death place, dry and far above the water, impossible to reach. But to Elwar, it was an idea that could not be forgotten. He worked tirelessly in his lab, shaping his thoughts into forms, designing something that had never existed before in their world. A vessel that could move beyond the puddle, past the rim, and across the dry land. A sailor, he called it. But propulsion through air was as foreign to the people as walking on stone. Their fins, adapted for their aquatic world, were not suited for anything beyond. Yet Elwar imagined a craft powered by muscle and buoyancy, propelled like the swimming beetles he studied in the outer waters. Not everyone believed in his vision. The elders warned of distraction, heresy, and the sin of ungratefulness. After all, they owed their lives to the careful design of their Earth ancestors. The puddle world was their home, their limit, their sky. But Elwar countered, if the ancients had not meant for them to grow, why were they gifted with minds that reached? As he worked, he was joined by Grell, a quiet and observant companion who saw value in Elwar's dreams. Together, they built the hull from hardened mucilage and tension-cured tendons, testing models in the shallow bays where the pressure of the water changed. They learned from the water bugs and how they trapped air, from floating seeds that used hairs to drift on the breeze. They studied the surface tension, that delicate but strong film that marked the border between worlds. They understood that crossing it was not just a journey, it was a breaking of laws. But with each failure, their sailor grew more refined, more ready. Elwar spoke of it like a calling. He believed that the minds of their people had begun to atrophy under the weight of comfort, that their spirits had once reached the stars and could again. Grell didn't speak as passionately, but his hands worked just as hard, shaping the frame, fusing the bindings. When the craft was ready, it was only the size of a leaf, yet it gleamed like nothing their kind had ever made. Its core held a precious bubble of air, stolen from a water bug nest. Its wings shimmered with the slime of dragonfly larvae, rigid and light. They tested it near the surface, where the light bent strangely and the water felt different, less forgiving. The first time they tried, it crumpled. The second time, it flipped. The third time, it rose, briefly, for a moment, until it settled back again. Still, they persisted. Grell was the one who discovered the launch trough, a smooth-edged stone slope that angled upward near the puddle's edge. It had just the right geometry for momentum. They knew this would be their final attempt. Elwar summoned the few who believed, curious younglings and builders who had dared to wonder. In silence, they watched the vessel rest atop the launch, held in tension. Then, they let it go. With a springing motion and the flex of stored tension, the sailor sliced upward through the film of the surface. The people had never seen such a thing. The water broke and healed behind it, the surface tension flexing and then snapping closed. For a moment, Elwar and Grell were gone. On the other side, they lay stunned inside the vessel, gasping in the foreign air. Around them was dry land, immense, ungraspable. The air was sharp and unfiltered. Shadows played across them from shapes far too large to understand. The world was a desert of incomprehensible scale. Their puddle, from which they had come, shimmered behind them like a jewel. They had done it, the first people to leave the water. For a long time, they said nothing, watching the dry world unfold around them. They were not meant to survive here for long. They knew that. Their skin would dry, their organs fail, but in the vessel with its moist core and precious air reserves, they lasted hours, long enough to observe the world above. They recorded what they could, transmitting through a tethered line that trailed back into the water, carrying pulses of signal and breath. What they saw was not chaos, but stillness. It was a place where the wind whispered, but did not carry voices, where light burned without distortion. They strange insects, gigantic, slow, majestic. They saw patches of moss that looked like forests, and shadows that moved in spirals. They saw things no people had ever seen. But time pressed in. Grell, always cautious, signaled they should return. Their vessel, designed for exit, could not easily re-enter the puddle's world. Surface tension, which had once resisted them from below, now resisted them from above. The barrier was a mirror and a wall. Elwar hesitated. He wanted more time, more sight, more world. Grell did not wait. With a weighted glide, he angled the vessel back toward the puddle. It struck the surface. The water quivered. The tension held. Then finally, it gave and they sank back through. Below, the watchers gasped as the sailor broke back into their world, wobbling as it drifted down. They rushed to meet it, pulling it back into the embrace of the liquid. Elwar and Grell emerged, exhausted, transformed, wordless. But their eyes told everything. They had seen the other side, and something had shifted, not just in them, but in everyone. The knowledge that it could be done. That the surface was not an end, but a border. Elwar spent days recovering, speaking only when necessary. Grell returned to work with the same quiet resolve, but there was now a light in him that others noticed. The elders held council after council, debating what it meant. But for the younger builders, the dream had already taken root. New sailors were designed, variations tested. The surface was no longer myth, it was possibility. And even more importantly, it was not the end. Far above the surface, there were stars. The people, born in a puddle, born from those who had once traversed the galaxy, began to wonder what lay beyond the land. The story of the sailor was told again and again, not just for its triumph, but for its reminder. The world was greater than what they knew. The puddle would always be home, but it would never again be the limit. The first voyage beyond the surface had changed them all. The Mesotron, the spore ship their ancestors had engineered as both myth and blueprint, had finally lifted from the briny pool, rising up from the surface tension into the unknown world above. The journey had been perilous, and the crew, Baal, Merla, and the others, had seen wonders none in their community could have imagined. Forests of hair-like grass, vast plains of dry, cracked terrain, and distant glimmers of reflective waters beyond. But their triumph did not bring comfort. Upon returning, they found their people changed, their minds heavy with disbelief and fear. The Mesotron had become a symbol not only of what lay beyond, but of what might be lost. The microcosmic society that had once known only the currents, the pressure shifts, and the gentle pulse of their puddle's ecology now stood on the edge of a precipice. Discovery had brought them knowledge, but it had also brought isolation. Baal and the others tried to share what they had seen: the wide surface, the wind that moved without current, the dry world where no fins could swim. They spoke of scale, the immense size of the world above. But many in the community could not accept it. Their myths had spoken of the sky, but to witness it was to fracture belief. Some thought the Mesotron a lie. Others feared what their own minds conjured now when they looked upward toward the glittering skin of their puddle. Even those who had believed in the voyage began to feel disoriented. Baal often stared at the surface above, his thoughts drifting. He knew the boundaries of their puddle were just the beginning. If this was the size of a single drop, what kind of being had built the original seed ship that had brought their ancestors here? What world had they left behind? One night, Baal and Merla returned to the edge of the pool where they had first begun construction of the Mesotron. The coral frames and kelp fiber lattices were still there, but overgrown now, forgotten by the others. "We changed something," Merla said softly, her voice vibrating through the liquid in harmonic ripples, "even if no one follows us again." "They will," Baal replied. "One day. Maybe not soon, but one day." From their perch on a frond, they watched bioluminescent creatures spiral upward toward the surface. Above, tiny insects walked across the tension skin like gods. To Baal, they now looked less like titans and more like the same struggles in a different shape, creatures following instinct, trying to live in a world too big for understanding. The community split over time. A few young ones came to Baal, hungry for more knowledge. Others turned inward, deepening their rituals and isolating from the explorers. Baal taught what he could: construction principles of the mesotron, the memory of the first ascent, how to prepare one's mind for scale and for silence. And always there were the questions. Are we truly human? A student once asked. Baal had no easy answer, not in the way the ancestors were, but we are what they became. What mattered to them wasn't shape, it was will. We chose to look upward. Years passed, another generation grew. The original crew of the mesotron aged, their membranes becoming translucent with time. Their swimming slower but more deliberate. And then, one by one, they passed, leaving stories behind and fragments of ship design etched into calcium slabs. Eventually, the community built a second mesotron. This time it was larger, designed for more passengers. They launched it not for exploration, but for migration. The pool had begun to dry, and the time had come to find another refuge. This new journey was not one of curiosity, it was necessity. And so they rose again, breaking the surface tension in a trembling sphere of light and will, leaving the puddle behind, rising into a land that had once seemed unthinkable. As the sky unfolded above them, vast and unknowable, the horizon curved into distance. Below, the puddle shrank to a glimmer. The world they had known, its monsters, its coral cities, its ecosystems of single-celled color and light, faded into memory. They did not know what lay ahead, but Baal's words had become part of their myth now. We chose to look upward. Far beyond, in the dry lands of this strange planet, new puddles shimmered in the sun. Some had different salinities, some held entirely alien microbes, some were lifeless. Some pulsed with primitive colonies not unlike the earliest ones their own ancestors had built. When they descended again, they would bring stories of tides and tension, of coral latticework and voyages across scales. They would tell of sea beasts made of glass and bubbles, and of the sky that once seemed like a lid but was only the beginning. Generations would pass again. Others would build, others would rise. And somewhere, maybe far beyond even the stretch of this planet, their descendants would one day ask, what was it like before the first voyage? And the answer would rise gently, like the ripple of a fin through still water. It began in a drop, and we dared to leave. The ocean had swallowed much of the earth. Cities lay broken beneath its surface, glass and steel towers now coral-spined ruins. Once proud continents were lost to the tide, and only pockets of humanity remained, clinging to artificial structures and scattered archipelagos, the sky above them gray, the water below endless. In this world adrift, the Blue Fleet endured, a naval resistance force, one of the last guardians of what was left of humankind. At its center, Blue Submarine Number 6. Hayami Tetsu had long since left the service. Disillusioned, he moved through a drowned Tokyo, now mostly underwater canals and makeshift harbors. He lived as a mechanic, fixing broken engines and ignoring the pull of memory. But when the ocean trembled and whispers of war returned, they came for him again. It was Mayumi Kino, his former crewmate, who brought the call. "We need you," she said. "Zorndike's awake." Zorndike, a name like a storm cloud. A scientist turned prophet, turned architect of ruin. Years ago, he had unleashed an army of engineered sea creatures, hybrids of beast and human, terrifying in shape and power, their purpose to reclaim Earth for the ocean, to end the age of mankind. Hayami didn't answer her immediately. He stared at the water, then at the submerged skyline. The ghosts of buildings blinked through murk. When he finally agreed, it was without fanfare. The world was changing again, and he couldn't just watch. They set off aboard Blue Sub Number 6, a vessel sleek and fast, cutting through the tides with quiet rage. The crew welcomed him with nods, cautious but relieved. Kino piloted with precision. The submarine's walls hummed with old memories. As they dove deeper, the sea became stranger. Forests of bioluminescent kelp whispered against the hull. Shadows moved with unnatural grace. Faint whale songs laced with odd frequencies danced through the sonar, patterns too complex to be chance. Then came the first attack. A monstrous figure, part shark, part machine, lunged from the trench. Its body rippled with muscle and metal. The submarine-fired torpedoes evaded. Hayami manned the guns, heart steady. But as the battle unfolded, something stopped him. He saw its eyes. Not mindless, not cruel, just aware. It retreated, injured but not defeated. The crew cheered, but Hayami remained silent. He'd seen hesitation in the creature, like it was holding back, like it didn't want to kill. Later, he sat alone, reviewing footage. The creature had looked back at him before disappearing into the blue. "Why?" Kino approached. "They're adapting faster than before," she said. "Smarter, strategic, like they're waiting." Hayami didn't reply. He was remembering Zorndike's words long ago, before he vanished. "We were never meant to rule this planet forever. Evolution is coming from below." Their next mission took them to an underwater city, abandoned, human-designed. Once a station of research, now silent and drowned. Inside, they found no bodies, just scattered papers, walls lined with strange organic growth, and tanks that once held hybrid embryos. Most were empty. One still pulsed, alive. Kino reached out to it, but something moved in the shadows. Not a beast, a child, slender, blue-skinned, with wide black eyes and gills that flared as it breathed. It didn't flee, it watched. Then it turned and swam away. Hayami followed it with his gaze until it vanished through a vent. Back aboard the submarine, the captain gave orders to flood the facility, destroy all traces of Zorndike's legacy. But Hayami objected. "They're not weapons. They're people. We just don't understand them yet." Tension crackled through the control room. Kino looked at him. "You think they'll spare us when it's over?" He didn't answer. He wasn't sure. The ocean pressed closer now. Every dive took them deeper, not just in depth, but into something more surreal, more unknown. Coral grew in impossible spirals. Fish shimmered with patterns like circuitry. The laws of nature no longer seemed to hold, and with each mile, Blue Sub Number 6 moved like a ghost across the trenches, slipping through canyons carved by forces long forgotten. Hayami stared at the sonar, but it wasn't sonar anymore. It pulsed like a heartbeat. The sea had become a language, and something out there was speaking it. Then, one night cycle, they found it, a fortress beneath the waves. Zorndike's stronghold. Built into the crust of the ocean itself, it looked less like a structure and more like a cathedral carved by time and intention. Its towers coiled like shells, glowing faintly with internal bioluminescence. Organic and artificial, it breathed in the currents, though silent and powerful. The fleet prepared for war. Other submarines joined them, Blue Sub 7, 8, 11, all converging on the same coordinates. Orders were clear: destroy the facility, eliminate all hostiles, end the threat. But Hayami had seen too much. He knew this wouldn't be simple. As the attack commenced, the water exploded with motion. Creatures rose from trenches, whale-sized leviathans with armor-plated skin, dolphin-like soldiers in sleek formation, jellyfish that shimmered with electric fields. And they weren't chaotic. They fought with purpose, with coordination, with sadness. Inside Blue Sub 6, the hull shook with each detonation. Kino maneuvered them through the carnage with precision, dodging debris, launching torpedoes, holding course. Hayami sat beside her, gripping the controls, but his eyes weren't on the battle. They were on the question growing louder in his mind. What if we're the invaders? What if this isn't war, but evolution? Suddenly, a figure appeared on the screen. Not a creature, a girl. Blue-skinned, black-eyed, barely older than a teenager. The same one from the station. She stared into the camera as if looking directly at Hayami. Then she spoke, not with words, but with a sound so pure, so deep, it vibrated through the metal of the ship. The sea responded. Everything froze for a moment. Creatures halted mid-charge, torpedoes stalled in the water, lights flickered across the ruins of the fortress. Kino's hands tightened on the wheel. What is this? Hayami stood. She's not attacking, she's pleading. He left the control room and headed to the launch bay. Kino followed. Where are you going? To end it, he said. To talk. You'll be killed. He turned. I think that's what they've been trying to avoid all along. He suited up, entered the chamber, launched into the deep. The sea swallowed him instantly, but not with violence. Slower with silence, the creatures let him pass, the fortress opened, and Zorndike awaited. Zorndike stood at the heart of the fortress, tall, white-bearded, draped in garments that rippled like seaweed. His eyes were ancient, unblinking. Around him, the architecture pulsed like living coral. Soft lights shifted through translucent walls, and bioluminescent roots coiled through the floor beneath Hayami's feet. "You came," Zorndike said. His voice was not triumphant, it was weary, like the sea after a storm. Hayami floated there, suspended by the suit, staring. "Why?" he asked. "Why bring the world to this edge?" Zorndike tilted his head. "Because it was already falling." He motioned to a pool in the floor. Images appeared in its depths, cities choked with smoke, rivers dried to dust, forests razed and gone. Human violence played out in silent reels. "I did not create monsters," Zorndike said. "I corrected balance." Hayami looked away. "You made weapons." "No," the old man said gently. "I made children. You saw one of them. The girl, her name is Mutio. The girl from the station, from the sonar screen, from the dreamlike battles." Zorndike continued. "They were not taught to hate, only to protect." "But they kill us," Hayami said, "because you attack, because you cannot imagine peace with what is not you." A silence stretched between them. Hayami thought of Kino, the crew, the fleets preparing more bombs, more warheads. He thought of the creatures in the water, how they hesitated before striking, like how their movements resembled discipline, not chaos. "I've seen them fight," Hayami said, "and I've seen them spare." Zorndike stepped closer. "And what have you chosen?" Hayami didn't answer. The walls around them shifted, revealing chambers filled with sleeping beings, some still growing in incubation, others older, watching through the liquid glass. They were beautiful and strange, each one echoing both sea and human form. "Not abominations. A new species." Zorndike spoke again, softly. "This planet is mostly ocean. Land was never its master. What rises now is not rebellion. It is inheritance." Hayami closed his eyes. Outside, the battle raged on. He could hear the distant pulse of depth charges, feel the tremors, but it all felt irrelevant now. Zorndike moved to the control panel and deactivated the defense systems, a gesture of trust, and then he collapsed. His body fragile, his purpose complete. "I go back to the sea," he whispered. And he did. His form dissolved into the pool, becoming light, current, memory. Hayami rose. Mutio waited outside the chamber. She reached out her hand. No fear, no anger, just hope. He took it as ended. When they surfaced, the battle was waning. Creatures withdrew. The fleet paused. On the bridge of Blue Submarine number 6, Kino saw them emerge, Hayami and Mutio, side by side, no longer enemies. A signal was sent, not in code, but in image. A boy and a girl, two species, together. It spread across the fleet. And for the first time since the oceans rose, the war stopped. The sea grew quiet, and the world held its breath. The surface was still fractured. The sky was not yet clear. But somewhere in the deep, a new future had begun. Not from domination, but from understanding. They found him one morning, washed up on the beach, tangled in seaweed and silence. The children saw him first, playing among the tide pools, and at first they thought he was a ship or some strange piece of driftwood. But as they got closer, they realized he was a man, a drowned man. He was taller than any man they had ever seen. So tall, his body barely fit along the shore. His hands were wide and rough, his shoulders broader than doorways. His skin, pale and swollen from the sea, shimmered faintly under the morning light. And he was heavy. So heavy, even the strongest men in the village could barely carry him up to the house. They laid him on a table and covered him with sails. Someone fetched cloth to sew him clothes for the wake, but no clothes would fit. Not even the largest shirts or pants would stretch across his chest or wrap around his thighs. So the women sewed all day and into the night, making clothes big enough, while the men returned to their boats in silence, leaving the stranger behind. As the women worked, something shifted. At first, they noticed the man's beauty. Strange, still, noble. Even bloated by the sea, his face held a sadness too deep for words, as though he had carried the weight of storms inside him. His eyelashes were long, his brows serene, and his hands, though calloused, seemed made to hold whole oceans. They began to imagine who he might have been. Surely he was too big for any ordinary life. No house in their village could have held him. He would have broken doors just by entering. Chairs would shatter under his weight. Beds would creak and split. He must have lived always hunched, always apologizing for the space he took up. He must have walked with his head bowed so as not to offend the sky. And yet, what if he had been gentle? What if he had helped people across rivers, lifted stones no one else could move, done the work of 10 men and asked for nothing? They began to call him Esteban. It was not a name they discussed. It simply felt right. Esteban. They imagined him with a voice so deep and soft it made the sea quiet to listen. They imagined him laughing shyly, apologizing for spilling water from a bucket too small for his hands. They imagined the life he never had, in a village like theirs, but too small, too narrow, too afraid of something so grand. And slowly, the women began to cry, not out of fear or grief, but because they had never known a man like Esteban, never known that a man could be so vast, not just in body, but in soul. Even the oldest women, who had lived long enough to stop believing in dreams, wept softly, brushing his hair with care. They saw in him everything their village had never been, everything they might yet become. When the men returned from the sea, they were quiet. They found their wives and mothers kneeling by the drowned man, not as mourners, but as believers. At first, the men didn't understand, but when they looked at Esteban's face, really looked, they too felt something stir. He was not just a stranger, he was possibility. They held the wake in silence. No one remembered to bring flowers, but someone fetched a few wild ones from the cliffs. The women wove them between Esteban's fingers and laid some gently across his chest. His face had been washed, his hair combed, his new clothes stitched lovingly by hand. Though he was dead, he looked somehow at peace. Larger than life, yet humble, as if apologizing for the trouble he had caused just by existing. The villagers began to wonder where he had come from. They had no idea what kind of boat could have carried a man like him, or what kind of sea could have swallowed him whole and still returned him so gently. They imagined distant lands, vast open spaces, skies without limits. Maybe, they thought, in some other place there had been people like him, strong, quiet giants, each with hands like paddles and eyes full of longing. But they doubted it. More likely, he had always been alone, misunderstood, out of place, a man too large for his own world. And that thought made them ache with tenderness. The women began to speak of how things might have been different if Esteban had lived in their village. They would have built stronger doors, wider hallways. They would have made special chairs for him and stronger beds. They would have dug deeper wells so he could drink without stooping. Their homes would have needed bigger windows to let in the light that would follow him wherever he went. He would have had the best wife, they said, the most patient, the kindest, the one who laughed softly and never made him feel ashamed of his size. Children would have clung to his legs, and the old men would have come to him for help when their backs gave out. Their small village would have been transformed. Everything would have grown to fit him. And now, with Esteban lying before them, even in death, they could not look at their world the same way. The narrow doorways of their homes felt smaller. Their dreams felt smaller. The cliffs no longer seemed impossibly high. The ocean, which had always been terrifying, now felt familiar. A place capable of holding greatness and returning it gently to shore. That night, the villagers couldn't sleep. They stepped out of their houses in ones and twos, walking quietly toward where Esteban lay beneath the stars. They didn't speak. They didn't cry. They just stood with him, surrounding him like sentinels, like family, as the wind brushed through the wild grass and the sea murmured just beyond the sand. In the morning, they made a decision. They would give him a proper burial, not just any funeral, but a farewell worthy of who he was, even if they'd never known him in life. The strongest men built a stretcher wide enough to carry him. The women dressed him in the clothes they had sewn, now adorned with sea flowers and clean linen. They would return him to the sea, but not with grief, with reverence, with gratitude, with change in their hearts. They carried Esteban to the edge of the village, down the sloping paths carved by wind and time, toward the cliffs where the sea met sky. The stretcher swayed gently in their arms, held not just by hands but by memories of the man he could have been and the lives he had quietly transformed. Children followed barefoot, carrying handfuls of petals. The women walked with their heads high, eyes shining, not in sorrow but in quiet awe. The men, once uncertain, now moved with a strange pride, as though they were part of something larger than themselves. No one had spoken it aloud, but they all knew. This was no ordinary funeral. They reached the shore. The sea stretched out endlessly, its surface smooth and glowing under the morning sun. Small waves rolled in and out as if breathing, as if waiting. Together, the villagers laid Esteban into the water. He floated for a moment, just long enough for them to see him clearly one last time. His face calm, his hands still full of flowers. Then the current took him, slowly pulling him away from land, carrying him into the great blue. No one moved. They stood there watching as the sea claimed him, not like something lost, but like something returned. And in that stillness, something in them changed. The women thought of how the village would never be the same again. They would build stronger houses, they would make their doors wider, their windows taller, they would plant trees that gave more shade, dig wells that went deeper, paint the walls in colors the sea would recognize, so that if any other Esteban were to wash ashore, he would feel he had found home. The men felt it too. They would not just fish the same waters or sail the same currents. They would go further. They would look beyond the horizon where Esteban had come from. They would ask more of life, dream more boldly, carry the memory of his presence like a compass pointed toward wonder. And the children? They would grow up with stories, not of kings or heroes from far-off lands, but of Esteban, the drowned man who made their small village wide enough to hold the sea and tender enough to hold something so impossibly human. When they turned to walk back, they saw the world anew. The sky seemed higher, the ocean deeper. The wind carried not only salt, but promise. They returned home with quiet steps, not because they were burdened by loss, but because they had seen something immense, something beautiful, something rare, and it had asked them gently to become more than they were. The world had changed long ago. Now, the most valuable substance on Earth wasn't oil or gold. It was ectoplasm, a viscous, luminous material extracted from dreams. Dreams not of ordinary people, but of divers. Men and women with the rare gift of plunging into deep, surreal dreamscapes and bringing back the glowing essence of their subconscious. Lucid dreams became the new economy. Art, medicine, architecture, entire industries depended on the strange, otherworldly substance pulled from the inner oceans of these dreamers. David Surreal was one of the best. He didn't look like much in waking life, thin, pale, quiet. But once connected to the dream extraction machine, his mind dove into vast and bizarre worlds that twisted with impossible geometry and color. His body remained still in the diving capsule while his mind plunged into his private ocean of symbols, monsters, and ruins. When the dream began, it always felt like falling into warm water. Then the world bent. Buildings dripped like wax, the sky churned like blood in motion, the air hummed with memory. And there, down in the sand, beneath gravity-defying bridges and half-sunken statues, was the ectoplasm. It grew from dreams like coral. But it wasn't easy to bring back. Each dive was a negotiation with the self, with subconscious fears, with forgotten traumas that mutated into guardians and traps. In the dream world, the subconscious shaped everything. Fears became creatures, desires became mazes. David's mind built a city, a drowned place where fragments of his childhood, regrets, longings, and old lovers mingled and drifted like ghosts. He wandered through its boulevards, breathing water like air, feeling the pressure of his own mind crushing down around him. He wasn't alone in the dream. He had a crew, fellow constructs, ghostly companions from memory and invention. A sultry femme fatale with coral earrings, a thin man who smoked glowing cigarettes underwater, a talking dog in a brass helmet. They helped him move through the dreamscape, facing surreal challenges, elevators that grew teeth, stairwells that wept, cars made of flesh. They hunted for ectoplasm, fought from it, and when they found it, when David's gloved hands touched that quivering, radiant blob, it pulsed with life, meaning, power. But always, the dive ended in collapse. The dream would shake, lose shape. The water would thicken. A siren would rise, long and terrible. He had to surface. In the waking world, the machine pulled him back. Sweat soaked the sheets, his nose bled, his muscles cramped. Technicians waited nearby, harvesting the dripping ectoplasm from his suit. It slid down silver tubes, cataloged and sold. They clapped him on the back, called him a genius, a hero of the subconscious. But David never felt heroic. Each time he returned, he felt more disconnected, as if pieces of him were left behind, buried in the dream. Dreams that grew stranger with every dive. Dreams that remembered him, that changed as if they were alive. He began to wonder, who was he outside the dream? And who was dreaming who? The dives continued. David's body weakened, but no one noticed. The world wanted more ectoplasm, more dream art, more surrealism, more of the impossible sculpted into museums, palaces, and living cathedrals. Every ounce he retrieved fetched fortunes. But the dreams, his dreams, grew darker. The dream city changed. Towers leaned over him like watching eyes. Old streets flooded with glowing ink. Faces of people he had never met wept in silence from windows. The sea beneath the cobblestones rose, and every wall pulsed like breath. His crew in the dream grew unstable. The femme fatale began speaking in riddles, accusing him of forgetting her, of abandoning her. The man with the glowing cigarettes started bleeding from the ears, talking of the surface like it was a myth. Even the dog had gone silent, eyes wide, watching David like a stranger. The dream was unraveling, or David was. He began staying under longer, each dive more difficult to surface from. In the waking world, doctors warned of neurological stress. Brain scans showed anomalies. His handlers pushed for more rest. He refused. The dream was pulling him. He didn't want to admit it, but part of him preferred it down there. In the liquid corridors of memory, he felt whole, known. Up here on land, people spoke to him like a machine, a producer of hallucinations. But in the dream, the world breathed with him. Until one night, everything changed. During a routine dive, something went wrong. David found himself in a new part of the dream city, one he hadn't built. A tower stood in the middle of an endless trench, spiraling upward and downward. Its windows blinked like eyes. Inside, he found rooms filled with photographs of himself, moments he had forgotten, moments he had never lived. The deeper he walked, the more the building bent space. Rooms folded into each other, mirrors didn't reflect, floors whispered. The ectoplasm here glowed brighter, but it stung to touch, as if remembering him too vividly. Then, he saw someone at the far end of the corridor. A man, his height, his face, his exact features, but older, paler, hollow-eyed. The man turned and smiled. "I've been waiting," he said. David tried to speak, but water filled his throat. The other him approached slowly, step by step, barefoot across a hallway of melting glass. His voice echoed with infinite tones. "I'm the part you left behind. I'm what dreams when you sleep." And suddenly, David understood. This wasn't just a dream. It was a second life, and it wanted him to stay. David stood frozen. The other him, older, faded, yet unmistakably familiar, reached out a hand. Not threatening, not warm, just inevitable. Behind them, the dream city began to warp. The sea bled upward through the walls. Lights pulsed like jellyfish caught in a storm. Streets cracked open, releasing flocks of glass birds that cried with his own voice. "You thought you were diving," the figure said, "but you were being absorbed." David shook his head, stepping back, but there was nowhere left to go. The hallway stretched, repeating itself endlessly. A mirror inside a mirror inside a mirror. Every turn led back to the same place. Every window showed him asleep in the diving capsule, still, pale, mouth parted slightly. "Is that you?" he whispered. The figure nodded. "Not anymore." Then the walls trembled. Voices rose from the floor, familiar, fractured. The femme fatale weeping and furious, murmuring, "You gave us life and then forgot us." The smoker whispered, "You abandoned your own creation." The dog howled once, an echo that split the air like glass breaking underwater. They emerged from the dream fog, no longer companions but reflections, each one a shard of David's mind, each demanding something of him. Memory, acknowledgement, completion. "You can't keep using us," they said, voices overlapping. "You have to become us." David felt the ectoplasm rise in his veins. The walls liquefied. The city itself seemed to breathe through him now. He wasn't walking on streets anymore. He was inside the dream's bloodstream, his own identity dissolving. He tried to remember the surface, his name, his life, but the details swam away like minnows in black water. Then stillness. He opened his eyes. He wasn't in the capsule. He wasn't in the city. He was somewhere else entirely. A vast ocean stretched beneath a silver sky. He floated there, not swimming, not sinking. And from below something rose, a cathedral made of coral and memory. It pulsed with ectoplasm, not just as substance, but as intention. The architecture of his mind finally completed. He walked through its gates. Inside, every room he had ever dreamed, every fear, every desire, every unspoken thought, beautifully preserved, moving, glowing, whispering. And in the center, a throne. Empty until he sat down and everything became still. For the first time, David was not diving. He was the deep itself. In the waking world, the technicians stood over his motionless body. No brain activity, no heartbeat, only a trace of ectoplasm still glowing softly beneath his skin. They called it death. But in the dream, David Surreal opened his eyes and ruled. The Mariana Trench stretched out like a mouth waiting to swallow them whole. The ship Melusine cut through the water, sleek and silent, carrying aboard a team of scientists, security, and filmmakers, each with their own purpose, each drawn by what had happened 7 years ago. A previous expedition, launched by the Imagine Network to document mythical sea creatures, had vanished without a trace. No survivors, just a few fragments of footage, a scream, a blur of blood, and the briefest glimpse of something with eyes too intelligent and teeth too sharp. Everyone called it a hoax. But now they were going back. Dr. Gillian Toth stood on the deck, staring into the ocean's endless blue. She had studied mermaid legends all her life, chasing stories passed down from ancient sailors to isolated fishing villages. She'd always believed there was something in the deep. Not the romantic sirens of storybooks, but predators. Evolved, ancient, intelligent, and now she would find out if they were real. Also aboard was Tori Stewart, a marine biologist whose sister had been on the first lost voyage. For her, this was no scientific quest. It was grief in motion. Closure, maybe, or revenge. As the days passed, the team lowered specialized equipment, hydrophones, baited cameras, sonar rigs. The trench yawned beneath them, deeper than Everest was tall, colder than space, alive with pressure and silence. The sea around them grew stranger. Whales vanished from the radar, schools of fish scattered as if something larger stirred far below. The Melusine became a bubble of light in a growing dark, and then something answered. At first, just static on the sonar, a flutter. Then, a hum, too rhythmic for machinery, too complex for whale song. The crew grew quiet. Cameras caught only glimpses, shadows brushing past the lens, shapes too fast to follow. Teeth, maybe, maybe not. At night, the sounds grew louder. Something was watching. Something was waiting. Gillian pored over her notes, ancient maps, sailor logs, cave paintings. She matched myths from Polynesia, Ireland, and Japan, all describing the same thing, creatures that lured sailors not with song, but with mimicry, intelligence, and silence. Not mermaids, monsters. Meanwhile, Tori descended in a submersible with 2 other scientists. They dropped into blackness so complete it felt like death. Floodlights pierced the void, and then the lights caught something. Pale skin, gills, eyes that reflected the light like a cat's, a face, not human, not fish, and then it was gone. They surfaced, breathless, minds racing. The crew reviewed the footage, blurred, grainy, but undeniable. The beings were real. They had proof. But celebration turned quickly to fear, because the creatures now knew they'd been seen. The ship grew quiet. Even the ocean seemed to hush. Below the surface, the hydrophones picked up clicks and pulses, patterns too deliberate for nature. Something intelligent was down there, and it was communicating. Not to them, but among itself, coordinating, planning. Gillian no longer slept. She studied the acoustic data, aligning it with what little was known of echolocation, dolphin speech, and deep-sea bioacoustics. The language was complex, layered clicks and hisses with rhythm, timing, response. It was a society, an ecosystem, not beasts, but predators with culture. Tori reviewed the footage again and again. The face haunted her, humanoid yet entirely alien. A mouth filled with jagged teeth designed not just for feeding but for tearing. The eyes were too focused, too calm. They weren't frightened, they were hunting. That night, the first scream cut across the deck. One of the crew, a technician checking a buoy, was gone. Only a torn harness remained. Blood spread across the surface, pulled quickly down by the current. Searchlights swept the water. Nothing. The ship entered full lockdown. Security teams armed themselves, floodlights rimmed the hull. But the sea was endless, and whatever hunted them was adapted to it, patient and perfect. They tried to leave. The engines sputtered, choked, sabotaged. Saltwater had flooded a panel. No one had been near it. Or so they thought. In the control room, audio picked up voices from below. Human voices, soft cries for help, familiar names, even a child's laughter. But no one on the crew was missing. Yet. It's not just song, Jillian whispered, it's mimicry. They've evolved to draw us out, like anglerfish with human minds. Divers sent to investigate the ship's hull vanished without a trace. Cameras later revealed flashes, pale limbs wrapping around them in an embrace too strong, too final. Silence followed. The Melusine drifted. People began to crack. One man locked himself in the kitchen, muttering about voices whispering in the sink drains. A security officer fired his weapon into the dark sea, screaming that he'd seen eyes staring back. On the fourth night, the mermaids came. Not a glimpse, not a blur. They breached the surface in full. Pale, sleek forms, arms ending in webbed claws, spines along their backs, teeth layered in rows. They climbed onto the deck like seals, slithering with impossible speed. Lights exploded, alarms screamed. They didn't kill indiscriminately, they chose, and they watched. The storm broke overhead, but it wasn't thunder that shook the Melusine. It was the chaos of the attack. Rain lashed the deck, turning it slick with blood and seawater. The mermaids moved with terrifying precision, climbing, crawling, lunging with jaws that clicked open too wide. Their movements were fast, graceful, almost beautiful in a way that made them more horrifying. Jillian hid in the lab, clutching her research files like they could protect her. She had wanted proof, and now the truth pressed in from all sides. This wasn't myth. This was apex evolution. The trench had birthed something old and clever, and they had awakened it. Tori moved through the ship like a ghost, eyes wide but focused. She had lost 2 colleagues and maybe her sanity, but not her purpose. She made it to the submersible bay, soaked and shaking, and stared at the only working craft left. It was damaged, barely operable, but it was her only chance. She wasn't planning to run. She was going to dive. Back into the trench. Not out of madness, but because she believed. Beneath the blood and teeth, there was still something to learn. Maybe even a way to end it. She suited up, lowered the sub into the water, and began the descent. Above her, the Melusine continued to fall apart. Some crew members barricaded themselves, others tried in vain to radio for help. One dove overboard in panic, only to vanish beneath the waves mid-scream. The ship became a floating tomb. Jillian stayed with the recordings. She matched vocal signatures. She found patterns. She discovered something terrifying. The mermaids weren't just attacking. They were responding, mimicking, escalating. They were adapting to human fear, behavior, and defense. Every strategy the crew used, the creatures countered more quickly. They were learning. Tori, now deep in the trench, drifted past bioluminescent towers and ancient wreckage. Her lights caught sight of structures, hollow coral mounds shaped like dens, nests of bone and shell. The mermaids lived here. This was a city. No gold, no thrones, just nature refined through need. A shadow passed over her sub. Something massive. She killed her lights. In the black, she felt it. Not just eyes, but minds. A consciousness vast and layered surrounding her, examining her. She didn't speak. She didn't run. She simply existed in the pressure of the deep, knowing she had trespassed. Then slowly, the presence pulled away. And for a moment, Tori understood. They weren't monsters. They were defending home. A dangerous, intelligent species born in silence and dark, and now threatened by human curiosity and cameras. She surfaced hours later. No one else had. Only Jillian waited. Pale, hollow-eyed, holding the last vial of ectoplasmic residue scraped from the deck. Tori collapsed beside her. They sat in silence, listening to the waves. The ship would drift for days before rescue came. By then, there would be no footage, no bodies, just them, and a truth no one would believe, except those who had heard the sea sing in their own voices and watched it answer. The boy's name was Farid, and the sea was a mystery he both feared and adored. His father worked for the diving crew stationed along the Red Sea coast, a stretch of sun-bleached coral and wind-worn equipment. Tourists came and went, sunburned, loud, curious. But Farid stayed quiet, watching, learning. He was the only child among men who spoke of pressure gauges, decompression sickness, and old wrecks haunted by shadow and memory. He liked to sit on the warm rocks and watch the dive boats fade into the horizon. Beneath the waves was another world, older, deeper, speaking a language beyond reason. The divers told stories of wrecks split open like bones, of sharks that vanished without a ripple, and most of all, the jinn. Farid had heard about the jinn since he could walk. Not devils, not angels, something else. Spirits of wind and fire, some bound to objects, others free to roam. But here, along this shore, they lived in the water. Some said they haunted the Blue Water wreck, a downed ship split in two by the reef, cargo rusted and scattered, hull now part of the coral's slow breathing. Lights were said to flicker inside. Some divers returned shaken. Some didn't speak at all. Farid's father never believed the tales, but Farid watched, and one day he saw them. It was late afternoon, the air thick with salt. He'd wandered farther down the beach, away from the others, saw to a place where the reef stretched closest to land. He climbed onto a half-submerged rock and stared into the shallows. Water shimmered, light bent. And there, gliding beneath the surface, was a figure. Not a fish, not a man. Thin, long-limbed, pale as bone, trailing tendrils of glowing silk. Its face, if it had one, was blurred like looking through steam. A torch burned blue in its hand, flickering even underwater. Farid blinked. The figure drifted into the wreck's shadow and vanished. He didn't tell his father. Instead, he returned the next day and the day after that. Sometimes there were two figures, sometimes none. Once, one looked up at him, and he felt a wordless echo press against his mind. Curious, patient, ancient. That night, he dreamed of a ship on fire beneath the waves. Jinn dancing on the decks. Not cruel, not kind. Just eternal. In the days that followed, he asked questions. Quietly, the old cook said the wreck had once carried idols stolen from a temple in the Sudan. Another diver claimed he'd seen shapes inside the captain's cabin, all pointing toward the same door. A man with a scar across his cheek warned Farid never to go near it during dusk. Why? Farid asked. Because the water remembers, the man replied, and sometimes it calls back. Farid didn't know what that meant, but he felt it. Farid began visiting the reef at dawn when the water was still and the sun had yet to burn the sky. Alone, wrapped in the hush of early light, he watched for the jinn. Sometimes he thought he heard singing beneath the surface. Slow, echoing like voices caught in glass. Sometimes he saw orbs of pale fire drifting just below the waves, trailing ribbons of light. The sea breathed differently around the wreck. It pulsed. He asked one of the older divers, Naji, about the blue water again. Naji frowned. There are things down there we don't map, he said. Not wreckage, not fish, just presence. Farid nodded. He already knew. One morning, he took a mask and crept into the water. Not far, just to where the coral reached upward like frozen fire. The water was clear, but the silence was heavy. Every heartbeat thudded in his ears. He dove. Below, the wreck loomed. Not far from shore, but somehow distant, like it existed outside time. Rust hung in strings, crabs moved between broken beams. Inside, shadows drifted. A pale torch flared, then dimmed. He swam back quickly, chest tight. But he had seen it again. The jinn. Not a monster, not a vision, just watching. The next night, the sea roared with wind. Farid dreamed again. The wreck was alive with firelight. Jinn walked its decks. One looked straight at him. Its face was like water and stone, unchanging yet shifting. It didn't speak, but he understood. Come deeper. That the following day, his father's dive crew prepared for another descent. Cameras, lights, new guests. Farid stayed behind, perched on his rock. The water shimmered. He saw them again, 3 this time, moving in slow spirals around the wreck, not guarding, not threatening, just existing. Farid remembered what Naji had said. There are things we don't map. That night, someone from the dive didn't come back. A woman, young, experienced. They searched, found nothing but her camera wedged into a cleft in the coral. The footage showed her reaching for something in the captain's cabin, something glowing, then static, then darkness. Farid sat by the water after sunset. He wasn't afraid. He felt no threat. The jinn had taken nothing, only answered what was already calling. The sea lapped at the rocks. A blue flame flickered just beneath the surface. Farid waited. The tide rolled in like a whisper, warm and glassy, folding over Farid's toes as he stood at the edge of the reef. The divers had stopped speaking of the jinn. They chalked the missing woman up to equipment failure, human error, but Farid knew differently. He had seen the wreck bloom with light at dusk. He had seen shapes within it, not threatening, not malevolent, just vast and unbothered. That night, the sea called again. He took his mask and slipped quietly into the water. The moon lit his path in silver. He swam with slow, deliberate strokes, letting the currents carry him to the edge of the blue water wreck. It loomed ahead like a cathedral drowned, its beams like ribs, its open deck shimmering with bioluminescent algae that lit it from below. Then they emerged, not from shadows, from the stillness. 3 jinn, tall, spectral, fluid. Their torches cast no heat, only pale illumination that pulsed in rhythm with the sea. Their eyes, if they had eyes, watched him not like a threat, but like the stars watch the surface of the sea. Patient, endlessly old. Farid hovered in the water. The wreck opened before him. Inside, the space felt untouched by decay. No rust, no pressure, just silence. The captain's cabin glowed faintly. He moved through the corridor, past objects sealed in silt, teacups, coins, a comb with seaweed twisted in its teeth. The room he entered pulsed faintly blue. A table, a map, and at the far end, what looked like a mirror framed in coral. It wasn't glass, it shimmered like memory. As he stepped closer, a jinn appeared beside him, drifting, its torch like a moon caught in water. It raised its arm and pointed, not to the mirror, but to Farid himself. Not a command, an invitation. The mirror clouded. Then showed images, a village on land, unchanged. His father, growing older. Farid himself, standing at the same reef decades from now, alone, watching the sea. The wreck, still glowing, still waiting. He didn't understand all of it, but he felt it, how some places stretch beyond time, how some spirits are not bound by story but by silence. The jinn were not warning him. They were offering a knowing, a remembering. He swam back slowly, the jinn fading into the dark behind him. On shore, the world felt lighter, more distant. His father found him dripping, breathless, and angry, until Farid told him everything. He didn't believe the words, not really, but he saw something in his son's face that he hadn't before. A calmness, a kind of awe. From that night on, Farid didn't fear the sea. He watched it, listened to it, because now he knew it was not empty. It was full of memory and mystery and light that burned without flame, and somewhere beneath it the jinn still moved. Fog drifted low across the estuary, turning the water into a skin of silver. The film crew moved carefully along the narrow dock, lugging cameras, cables, and lights. Their boots tapped hollow over the planks, muffled by the mist that swallowed everything past 20 feet. The air smelled of salt and old wood, of something older too. Feral, almost embryonic. At the center of it all stood the diver, Eliza. She wasn't tall, but she held herself like a statue weathered by tides, unmoving, haunted. She barely spoke. Her wetsuit clung to her like a second skin. When she did speak, her voice came slow, as though remembered from underwater. They were filming a documentary, The Pull of Water, about human obsession with returning to the sea. The theory was primal. Our earliest evolutionary memories, held not in thought but in body, drew us back to the ocean. The director, Neil, was keen to explore this idea through real-life subjects. Eliza had come recommended by someone who couldn't stop shaking when they said her name. She had a history with the sea. She had drowned once and come back. The fog grew thicker the further they pushed out into the estuary. The boat, A small research vessel rocked gently. The crew set up cameras while Eliza sat alone at the bow, staring at the shifting water. Her eyes never blinked. One of the sound techs whispered that it felt like she was listening for something. "She doesn't swim," Neil murmured, flipping through his notes. "She sinks on purpose, says it's the only way to hear it." "Hear what?" someone asked. But Neil didn't answer. They dropped anchor above a place the locals avoided, a pocket of deeper water, darker, colder, where tides converged in strange patterns. Even the birds avoided it. The sonar pulsed softly, but there were no readings. No fish, no current, just a void. Eliza stood and slipped into the water without a word. The team scrambled to catch her descent on camera. She didn't struggle, didn't kick, just let herself drop. For a moment, nothing. Then the comms crackled. Stillness. Eliza's voice came through the headset, barely a whisper. So much stillness, it's like waiting to be born again. Neil signaled to turn up the volume. Pressure warm now, something's humming, not from outside, from inside. Her words drifted in and out like signals from a dream. On the monitors, her body was a dark shape drifting deeper, arms out like wings. A school of jellyfish passed nearby, trailing tendrils that glowed faintly in the camera light. Then her voice again, "I see them." Neil leaned closer. Eliza was silent. Then, in a breath, "Mothers." The water around the boat grew unnaturally still, as if time had flattened. Fog pressed down, dulling every sound but Eliza's voice, now calm and eerily detached. "They're watching," she murmured. "Waiting." On the monitor, her form moved slowly through the murk, drawn by something unseen. The camera lights picked up pale shapes drifting just out of range. Not fish, not wreckage, something softer, organic, umbilical. Neil clutched his headset. "Eliza, respond." "What do you see?" A pause. Then, "They're not dead, they were never born." Silence. The crew exchanged glances. Below, Eliza hovered, not swimming, held somehow in a kind of suspended grace. The water pulsed faintly around her as if breathing. From the boat, sonar pinged again. No life, no objects, just the thick quiet of pressure and proximity. "She's too deep," one of the divers warned. "She shouldn't be conscious." And yet, her voice continued, dreamy. "There are chords. I'm connected. Something remembers me." Then static, a flicker on the screen. When the image returned, the camera showed her surrounded by translucent shapes, figures with no eyes, no mouths, just flowing membranes, their motions synchronized like an inhale. Their bodies pulsed with light, gentle, inhuman, steady. "Birth isn't something that only happens once," she said. "I feel the beginning pulling me back." Neil reached for the descent line. "We have to bring her up." But before they could react, something changed in the water. The fog thickened. The boat groaned as if something brushed its hull. Then a current surged upward. Not violent, just firm. From below, Eliza's body rose slowly, arms still outstretched as if being returned. The forms beneath her scattered like petals caught in wind. When she surfaced, her eyes were wide open. She didn't gasp, didn't speak, just floated. They pulled her aboard, wrapped her in towels, asked 100 questions. She said nothing until the boat began its return. Then softly, "I wasn't alone." That night, back on shore, the footage was reviewed, frame by frame. There was a moment, less than a second, where the light flared and something passed close to the camera, a shape, like a face inside a membrane. Watching, not hostile, but ancient. Neil paused it. "Do you believe it now?" Eliza asked from the corner, voice quiet. He didn't answer. No one slept that night. Morning arrived without light. Fog still clung to the docks as though refusing to let go. The team had returned, but something lingered with them, an unspoken heaviness, like they'd breached a line not meant to be crossed. Eliza sat by the water, face turned to the sea. Neil watched her from behind the camera, but today there was no directing. The crew kept quiet. No one asked what she'd seen anymore, not directly. They all knew, in a way, even if they couldn't name it. That night, she returned to the estuary alone. No one followed, but the cameras had been left rolling by the dock, perhaps by instinct, perhaps by hope. Hours later, when Neil reviewed the footage, he saw her standing at the water's edge, still, calm, unblinking. Then, as if called by something only she could hear, she stepped forward, let the water take her again, and disappeared beneath the fog. She didn't return. No splash, no cry, just the sea reclaiming something it had touched before. In the weeks that followed, the crew drifted apart. The documentary was never completed. The footage was archived, then forgotten, but each person carried a piece of that silence inside them, a subtle rewiring of reality. Neil stopped filming. One of the sound techs moved inland, far from water. Another joined a deep-sea research project, chasing what he couldn't explain. But Eliza remained in the footage, a figure in the deep, wrapped in fluid light, descending as though remembering something sacred. In one clip, slowed and filtered, Neil once swore he could hear her hum, not words, not melody, but something older, a lullaby for beginnings that had no end. They say the ocean forgets nothing. And perhaps that's true, because late at night when fog rolls in, people near the estuary claim they see her, drifting near the surface, eyes open, hair waving like kelp. Not drowning, just returning, again and again. Four college students, Randy, Deke, Rachel, and Laverne, drove deep into rural Pennsylvania in late October for one last swim before winter. The lake they chose was isolated, quiet, known mostly to locals. In the middle of it floated a wooden raft with a ladder, weathered but still stable. No one questioned why it was still there so late in the season. They just wanted something strange and thrilling before the semester swallowed them whole again. The wind was crisp, the trees a mosaic of dying leaves, but they stripped down, half shivering, laughing through their bravado, and dove in. The cold hit like a slap, but the promise of the raft kept them moving. It was farther out than it looked. Halfway there, Randy felt something. A flicker in the water beneath him, like warmth, but too still, too smooth. He looked down. A slick shape, a black patch of something, floated beneath him. Not solid, not rippling, just hovering. Almost shimmering, as like oil on water, but too dark, too deliberate. He kicked faster, calling out, "Did you guys see that?" No one responded. They all reached the raft, panting and laughing, teeth chattering from the water's bite. Rachel asked what Randy saw. He wasn't sure. Just something weird under the water, he said. Might have been a shadow. But as they caught their breath, the thing surfaced. It slides silently just a few feet from the raft. A perfect, black, amorphous slick, shifting like a creature made of liquid velvet. No eyes, no limbs, just presence. An absence so strong it felt like a stare. They fell silent. Deke threw a pebble at it. The pebble disappeared with no splash, just vanished. The surface of the thing rippled once and calmed again. Then it moved. Slow, controlled, it began to drift toward the raft. It didn't disturb the water like a boat or an animal. It didn't even send waves. It was as though it had no weight. It simply approached. Rachel stepped back, shivering harder. "I don't like it," she whispered. Deke tried to be brave, but his voice shook. "It's probably algae or an oil slick," but they all knew. It wasn't. The thing circled them slowly. No splashing, no wake, just that silent, creeping drift that made the surface around it seem impossibly smooth. It hovered, always just a few feet from the raft, never quite touching, but it watched. Or it felt like it watched. That sense of being studied without eyes. They tried to ignore it, tried to talk about other things, but their eyes kept drifting back. Then Rachel screamed. In one blurred second, she was on the edge of the raft, and the thing surged upward. A tendril of black liquid slapped around her ankle and pulled. Her scream turned into a garbled cry as she was yanked off her feet and into the water. They scrambled, tried to grab her, but the creature had her. She hit the water flat, and instead of splashing, she sunk like she'd fallen through a hole. No struggle. No time. Just the sight of her hair fanning out above her as her body was drawn down. Then came the worst part. Her hand, still reaching up, surfaced last. Before it too vanished, fingers curling inward as if waving goodbye. The water went still. The thing didn't retreat. It just hovered again. Satisfied. Randy and Laverne were frozen. Deke, shaking, tried to laugh. She just panicked, got caught in weeds or something. But no one believed it. It had taken her. The sun was starting to dip behind the trees. The temperature dropped. The raft creaked beneath them. No one had brought a phone. No one had told anyone where they were going. The nearest house was miles away, and they were trapped. They tried to stay in the center of the raft, away from the edges. Randy suggested tying clothes together to make a signal flag. Deke paced, muttering. Laverne cried quietly, her head buried in her knees. That night, the sky went black, the water blacker still, and the thing never left. They didn't sleep. All night, they huddled together on the raft, backs to each other, eyes on the edges. The cold sank into their bones. Every creak of the wood made them flinch. The thing never left. It circled silently, drifting just beyond the edge like a thought you couldn't shake. There was no splash, no sound, only the waiting. At dawn, the lake shimmered gold, but the warmth didn't reach them. Deke snapped first. I can make it, he said, eyes wild, voice cracking. It's not fast. It didn't go after me when I swam the first time. I can do it. Deke, no. Randy tried to grab him, but he was already moving, pulling off his shirt, pacing to the far end of the raft like a man preparing for execution. He breathed deep, then dove. For a moment it was quiet. He swam fast, strong strokes cutting through the water like he had something to prove. He was halfway when the slick moved. Not rushed, not violent, just intent. Randy screamed for him to turn back. Too late. The black shape surged forward. Deke turned just as it caught him. It hit like soft stone, wrapping him in silence. His body stopped moving, then it began to pull. Slow, like savoring. He vanished bit by bit, first his legs, then his chest, until only his arms flailed above the water. Then one hand, then nothing. Laverne sobbed uncontrollably. Randy sat frozen. They didn't speak for hours. The sun climbed, the raft grew hot, their skin burned, hunger set in. Then, in the heat-heavy hush, Laverne moved. She didn't speak, just stood, shaking. She looked at Randy, then slowly walked toward him. He backed away instinctively, but not far enough. She lunged, pushing him sideways. He caught himself, barely, teetering. What are you doing? But she didn't answer. Her face was blank, cold. I thought maybe it wants you more, she said, voice flat. Randy grabbed her wrist, dragged her down with him. They rolled on the boards, struggling. Then, her foot slipped. The black moved, sensing motion. It surged. Laverne screamed as it grabbed her waist and pulled. She clawed at Randy, nails tearing his skin, but he let go. Backed away, watched as she was consumed. Bit by bit. It was just him now, alone. The slick circled again. Randy sat in the center of the raft until sunset. Then in the darkness, he did something strange. He lay flat on the wood and whispered to it. Not to the raft. To the thing. It's okay, he said. I know. And he rolled in. The water folded over him. Quiet. In a quiet coastal village, under a sky always tinged with mist, there lived an old man named Mr. Flood. The people barely remembered how long he had been there. He was one of those fixtures, like the foghorn or the leaning bell tower. He spoke little, drank often, and preferred the sea's company to that of men. By day, he fished alone in his aging boat, pulling nets through waters that seemed darker than they should be. At night, lights flickered in his windows and odd sounds echoed across the rocks below. Some said he sang in a language no one could name. Others said he was mad. He lived in a house that sat on the edge of the shore, perched on stilts just above the jagged surf, far from the nearest neighbor. The tide rose high there. The wind whispered secrets through the slats. The boards creaked under footsteps that seemed to come from nowhere. And yet, Mr. Flood stayed. One evening, the local school teacher, an earnest young man named Morton, felt compelled to visit the reclusive fisherman. He'd seen the flickering lights, heard strange music. Perhaps it was curiosity. Perhaps it was loneliness. He brought a bottle of wine and climbed the rocky path to Flood's house just after sundown. The air smelled of brine and smoke. As he approached the door, he noticed the carvings along the frame, symbols worn nearly to nothing, like runes swallowed by salt. He knocked once, then twice. The door creaked open slowly as if pushed by the sea wind. Mr. Flood stood inside, framed by shadows. He was thin, hollow-eyed, yet strangely strong for his age. His eyes glistened as though holding the reflection of stars no one else could see. Morton offered the wine. Flood smiled, not warmly but not cruelly either. He stepped aside and Morton entered. The house was cluttered with nets, old maps, jars of salt-preserved things. The air was heavy with the scent of kelp and oil. Shells lined the shelves. On the table sat a single candle, flickering beneath a crooked painting of the sea. But the sea in that picture was wrong, green and too deep, filled with rising shapes that didn't belong in any normal ocean. They sat in silence for a while, sipping from chipped glasses. Then Mr. Flood spoke. "Do you believe," he asked, voice low and slow, "that the sea has memory?" Morton hesitated. "I think it remembers storms, currents, maybe ships." Flood chuckled softly. "No, I mean older things. Buried cities, drowned songs, names no longer spoken above the waves." Morton frowned, unsure if this was poetry or madness. But Flood leaned forward, eyes bright. "They're down there," he whispered. "The ones who ruled before. The ones we forgot. I've seen the towers, spires half swallowed by sand. I've heard the bells ring from under the surf. Not dreams, not stories, visions." Morton's skin prickled. Flood continued. "They called me once. I was just a boy. The tide pulled harder than it should have. I swam too far, and I saw it, a city beneath the sea, built from stone that pulsed with its own light. And in the windows, things. Shapes like men, but older, thinner. They watched me." He paused, took another sip, and I watched them back. The candle flickered. "They speak in waves, you know, not with mouths. The sea is their language. I've spent my life listening." Morton wanted to laugh, or to leave, but something held him there. Some hush in the room, some quiet gravity in the old man's words. Flood stood, walked to a locked chest, and drew from it a shard of black coral shaped like an eye. "They gave me this," he said, "or maybe I stole it. It sings when the moon is high." Morton reached out, touched it. The surface was warm, and just beneath it he felt a faint pulse, like a heartbeat, or tide. He pulled his hand away. Flood watched him, nodding slowly. "You feel it too." Morton didn't answer. Outside, the wind had picked up. Waves crashed against the rocks below, louder now, angrier. The candle wavered. Flood turned toward the dark window and whispered, "They're listening." Morton rose. "I should go." Flood didn't stop him. As Morton stepped out into the wind, he looked back. Flood stood at the window, staring out into the sea, the shard still in hand, humming something old and tuneless. Morton hurried down the path. But that night he dreamed. He dreamed of water, of green light, of towers rising and falling, and voices, soft, endless, singing without words. When he awoke, the song lingered like salt on his tongue. For days, Morton could not rid himself of the dream. It clung to him like a fine mist, like something half remembered but never fully known. He taught his lessons with a distant look, wrote his letters more slowly, stared a little longer out the schoolhouse window at the gray, patient sea. The memory of Mr. Flood's voice, low and steady like waves against the rocks, returned each night just as he closed his eyes. He told himself it was just a dream. But dreams don't hum in the daylight, and dreams don't echo across the waking mind. Late one afternoon, as a storm brewed far off the coast and gulls wheeled strangely over the cliffs, Morton again climbed the winding path to Flood's house. This time, the door was already open. Inside, the old man sat at his table, the candle lit though the sun still hung behind clouds. The black coral shard lay in the center, pulsing faintly. Without turning, Flood said, "You came back." Morton nodded. "I don't know why." Flood finally looked up. "They've marked you." He gestured to a chair. Morton sat. "I've been having dreams," he said quietly. Flood nodded slowly. "That's how it begins. They don't speak like we do. They sing into the mind. A memory planted, not yours, theirs." Outside, the wind grew heavier, brushing the house with long sighs. "There is a city," Flood said, his gaze somewhere far beyond the walls, south and down, deep as the bones of the world. Its spires are like glass, but they do not break. Its stones grow from the earth as if alive. Its streets are carved with names older than land. Morton said nothing. His heart beat slow and deep as if matching something beyond himself. "I was taken there once," Flood said. "Not in body, but in spirit. One of them called to me through the shard. I followed the sound into sleep. I awoke underwater, but I did not drown. I breathed as they breathe." He pointed to the black coral. "It's not a gift. It's a key, a door. And once it opens, you can't close it." Morton stared at the shard. It seemed darker now. He thought he heard something, a soft whine beneath its surface, like a distant violin string trembling alone. "I don't want it," he whispered. Flood smiled, sadly, knowingly. "You don't choose." They sat in silence. The candle danced. Outside, rain began to fall in soft waves. Flood stood slowly, joints stiff. He moved to the corner of the room where an old oilskin bundle lay. From it, he pulled a bundle of papers, maps, sketches, diagrams inked in a mixture of sea green and charcoal. "They don't always come to the same one," he said, laying the papers before Morton. "Sometimes a man wanders the rocks. A girl hears voices in a shell. A sailor draws a shape on the hull of his ship without knowing why. They choose." The drawings were strange, spirals that twisted into towers, fish that were not fish, symbols like open mouths and endless eyes. "You're not the first," Flood said, "but you might be the last." The storm outside cracked. Lightning blinked white along the waves. Flood walked to the window and opened it wide. The scent of salt and thunder rolled in. "They call this a party," he murmured, "but it's more like a reunion." Morton rose, uneasy. "What do you mean?" Flood turned, smiling gently. "You'll see." That night, Morton didn't sleep. Instead, he walked the shore. Rain pelted his coat, his shoes filled with seawater. But he walked, drawn, not by sound or vision, but by the memory of something he'd never known. A great hunger not for food, but for meaning, for origin. He came to a cove he didn't recognize, where the rocks made a rough circle around a pool that steamed slightly despite the cold. And there, standing in the shallows, were shapes. Human, not human. Tall, thin, wrapped in pale skin that glimmered like fish scales under lightning. Their eyes were wide, lidless, not cruel, not kind, just old. They turned to him in unison, and in that moment, Morton remembered everything. Not from his own life, but from theirs. He saw the drowned city in full. The temples, the gardens of waving light, the coral thrones. He saw the falling of it, how it sunk not from sin or war, but from choice. A return to the womb, a descent into silence. He saw himself standing among them, as he was now. He had stood there before, or would again. And they sang, not with mouths but through the water, a note that vibrated in the teeth and spine, not music, not language, just memory made sound. Morton wept. They did not comfort him. They did not move. And then one reached forward, hand outstretched, not to pull him under, but to offer, the shard, the same black coral. It glowed faintly in its long webbed fingers. Morton took it. The being vanished. The pool rippled, then calmed. Alone, Morton stood beneath the rain, heart still and quiet. He knew now, it had never been about madness. It had always been about remembering. In the days that followed, Morton rarely returned to the village. He stayed by the shore, walking the same stretch of black stone and brine, listening to the tides shift in strange rhythms. He no longer heard the world in the same way. Even the birds seemed to speak in half-familiar syllables, their cries falling like syllables from an ancient tongue. The wind had voices in it now, deep and slow. They didn't frighten him. They welcomed him. He carried the shard of black coral with him always, wrapped in oilcloth and twine, pressed close to his chest. When he held it in his palm at dusk, it thrummed faintly. Sometimes it whispered. Other times it sang, not with melody, but with shape, with memory, with gravity. The village noticed his absence, then chose not to notice. People said he'd gone strange. They said he wandered the cliffs talking to himself, that he stared at the sea for hours and no longer taught the children. No one approached him, just as no one had ever truly approached Mr. Flood. The older ones remembered what happened to those who spent too long with the fishermen. Then, one gray morning, Morton returned to Flood's house. The door creaked open once more, but this time there was no fire burning, no scent of brine-soaked tobacco or fresh nets, just quiet. Mr. Flood sat at the table facing the sea, still, silent. His hands lay on the table, palms upward, as if he'd been waiting to receive something or perhaps to surrender it. Morton approached slowly. The candle had long since burned out. Dust gathered at the edges of every map and shell, but Flood looked peaceful, calm. A man finally emptied. He was not breathing. Morton did not panic. He understood. Flood had passed gently, drifting perhaps not into death, but into the tide. A return, not a departure. At the center of the table sat another shard, larger than Morton's, iridescent, pale green where his was black. When Morton reached toward it, it pulsed once, as if in farewell. He didn't take it. He simply closed the old man's eyes and left the door open behind him. That night, Morton did not sleep in the village. He walked to the shore again. The waves were low. A faint mist covered the rocks. The moon was not visible, but the sea seemed to glow from beneath, as though lit by something older than stars. He held the black coral close and stood barefoot in the surf. He felt the call, quiet but steady, and he went in. The water welcomed him, not cold, not crushing, but warm, enfolding. He dove, deeper than he ever had, deeper than any human should, and still, the water did not resist him. As he passed below the final shelf of reef and into the blue shadow, he felt his heartbeat slow, not from fear, but from clarity. The city came into view gradually. First, the suggestion of towers, as if the ocean itself held its breath. Then windows, then shapes moving behind those windows, stone arches that bent like muscle, roads of bone and shell, temples covered in glyphs that shimmered and shifted even as he tried to read them. Great orbs of jelly-like glass pulsing at the tops of towers, and music, not in the ears but in the blood. Music not made with instruments but with intention, with memory. The beings waited for him at the edge of the plaza, not many, just a few. One stepped forward, tall, pale, impossibly thin, its limbs moving not with weight but with suggestion. It had eyes the color of the deepest trench, and it nodded. Morton didn't speak. He couldn't. Not here. Instead, he opened his palm and offered the shard. The being took it, gently. Then, reaching to its chest, it gave Morton something in return. A shape of shimmering blue, warm like breath. As he touched it, he saw Mr. Flood, long ago, a boy pulled from the surf by hands not quite human. A fisherman who heard a voice in a tide pool and answered it with a life of solitude. A city that remembered everything its surface cousins had chosen to forget. A long chain of dreamers, each holding a shard, each marked by the tide, each returning when their song was finished. Morton wept, not in sadness but in recognition. And in the deep silence of that sunken plaza, something shifted inside him. He would not stay, but he would return. Over and over again. He rose from the sea hours later, stepping onto the shore under a breaking dawn. The sky had cleared and the tide was calm. In his hand now was neither the black shard nor the blue gift. His hands were empty, but he had never felt more full. Back in the village, the bell tower leaned a little farther to one side. The seabirds wheeled overhead. The people watched him return in silence. Some looked away, others simply nodded. They knew. He was marked now, and he was not alone. Morton resumed his quiet life, teaching the children, mending nets, watching the horizon. But sometimes when the wind shifted, he would walk to the cliffs barefoot and hum a tune no one could name. His eyes would close, his breath would slow, and for a time the voices would return, soft, wide, and full of memory. Not dreams, not madness, just the tide singing its story. And Morton, like Flood before him, listening. The sea was still. On the deck of the small research vessel Ocean Pioneer, the team moved quietly around a curious metal sphere, suspended above the waves by a thick steel cable. The sphere, a bathysphere, had been crafted for one purpose, to descend into the deep, black unknown at the bottom of the ocean. It was experimental, fragile, and daring. Inside it sat a single man. His name was Elstead, a biologist by training, a dreamer by nature. He had spent years designing the device, theorizing about the wonders that might lie in the dark places of the sea, creatures never seen by human eyes, ecosystems untouched by light, possibilities beyond what textbooks allowed. And today, with no certainty of return, he had chosen to descend. The hatch closed with a final clang. The men on deck gave the signal. Slowly, inch by inch, the winch began to lower the bathysphere into the waves. The ocean welcomed it like a secret. Inside, Elstead sat on a narrow seat, surrounded by levers and valves, a small electric lamp casting a pale glow. He peered through a thick window, watching the world change. First, he passed through green light, then into a dusky blue, then into black. The descent was long and silent. The cable creaked faintly overhead. Elstead breathed evenly, counting heartbeats. As pressure increased, he made adjustments to the interior chamber, releasing measured bursts of oxygen. He looked out again. Endless black, deep and still. Then something moved. A pale, flickering form swam by. Elstead pressed his face to the glass. It was shaped like a ribbon, a trailing light. Another creature followed, a spiral jelly pulsing with faint reds. Soon others appeared, forms that glowed, flickered, drifted, no eyes, no bones, only light. Elstead's heart raced with wonder. He adjusted the pressure once more, descending deeper than any man had gone, and then the ground rose up to meet him. It began slowly, just a shadow beneath him. Then details emerged. Rocks, slopes, what looked like stone ledges, not natural ledges, he thought. Carved, patterned, purposeful. His hands trembled. He turned the light out. Below in the dark, something shone. Tiny dots of golden light, like stars in the deep. They weren't fish. They didn't move. They were fixed in place. Elstead leaned closer, breath held, and there, laid out before him, was a city. Not of man, not of coral. A city of stone, half overgrown with sea plants, half buried in silt, towers with flat tops, arches too thin for human builders, courtyards carved with symbols, steps leading downward into doorways shaped like ovals. Elstead shook with awe, but more than that, with something else. Something like fear. A light blinked and blinked again. Movement. From one of the doorways emerged a shape, then another and another. Elstead froze. These were no fish. They walked, tall with long arms, webbed hands, and flat, wide heads. Their skin shimmered faintly. Their eyes glowed with gentle, steady light. They wore nothing. They floated, then settled, then walked, deliberate, slow. One of them looked up, straight at him. Elstead's pulse roared in his ears. The being blinked. Its limbs moved in what looked like rhythm, speech, signal. It raised a hand. Elstead stayed still. More of them gathered. A dozen. Then 20. They didn't threaten. They simply watched. Elstead wanted to speak, but the thick walls of the bathysphere allowed no sound. Then one of them stepped forward and placed a long hand on the side of the bathysphere. Elstead pressed his hand to the glass, just opposite. Through thick layers of steel and salt water, their fingers met in silhouette. And Elstead knew. This was not a hallucination. This was not a nightmare. This was real. He had come not to observe life, but to be observed. He was not the first life to discover something new. He was the thing being discovered. The being's fingers, long, webbed, and luminous, rested quietly against the side of the bathysphere. Elstead's hand, trembling, mirrored the gesture. Though separated by steel, water, and pressure deeper than any human should withstand, the moment was intimate, quiet, profound. The other sea folk gathered behind the first. They moved with elegance, as if the water obeyed them. They made no sudden gestures, no signs of aggression. Their faces held neither curiosity nor hostility, only a kind of recognition, as if they had been expecting this visit. Elstead could feel his breath catching, half from awe, half from an overwhelming sense of reverence. Then something remarkable happened. The sea being before him stepped back and raised both arms in a sweeping gesture. It turned slowly, and the crowd parted. Together, they formed two lines, opening a pathway through the submerged city. A procession, an invitation. As if on cue, the great steel cable holding the bathysphere began to unwind just a little more. Not from the surface, but from below. The bathysphere drifted gently downward and forward, carried now not by machinery, but by something unseen. Buoyant, soft, intentional. Elstead realized he was being drawn into the city. Stone columns loomed closer, carvings emerged from the darkness, symbols that curled like smoke, that twisted like fish through water. Murals adorned the walls, scenes of life below, of ceremonies, of generations passing objects from hand to hand, gills flaring with solemn pride. The bathysphere settled gently at the base of a great circular plaza. The sea folk gathered again, surrounding him in a wide ring. One of them, taller with more ornate markings upon its shoulders, approached slowly. It held in its hands a strange object, an orb made of pale shell swirling with mother of pearl. The being held it up toward Elstead. The gesture was ceremonial, sacred. It placed the orb before the bathysphere. Then, for the first time, Elstead saw something truly incomprehensible. A shimmer passed through the orb, then through the water itself, and he felt it, not in his ears but in his mind. A tone. No, a language. Images bloomed behind his eyes. Not words, but impressions, an ocean without surface, time without end, the slow rhythm of tides as memory, of the moon pulling thought through the marrow of the world. They were speaking to him. Through sensation, they showed him how they built their city, not with tools, but with pressure, with movement, with sound. They shaped coral and stone as a potter shapes clay, singing to it in frequencies beyond hearing. They showed him their births, fluid and glowing, slow and sacred. They showed him their mourning, a stillness that lasted 7 tides. They showed him play and language and music that bloomed in 3 dimensions. They showed, most haunting of all, others like him. Spheres, humans, long ago. A brief flash of memory. A hand once more pressed to the side of a similar sphere. A face wide-eyed in wonder. Then darkness. Gone. He was not the first nor the last. He began to understand something deeper. The beings did not live as we live. They did not die as we die. They experienced time differently. Looped, not linear. Echoed, not spent. Elstead wept silently. The orb dimmed. The images faded, and for a long moment all was still. Then the tallest being turned, gesturing once more. 2 others moved forward. Together they lifted the orb, bowed slightly, and carried it back into the city's depths. The circle dissolved, but before departing, the tall one reached forward and tapped the hull of the bathysphere gently, 3 times. Then it was gone. Elstead was left alone. The plaza grew darker as the bioluminescent beings vanished behind the coral arches. Even the carvings seemed to dim. The current shifted, and slowly, softly, the bathysphere began to rise. He was being returned upward, past the murals, past the towers, past the curious glow of the city that now seemed farther than the stars. The water grew darker again, colder. The sea folk had disappeared. Only the memory of them remained. Elstead sat, stunned, empty, full, changed. As he passed once more through the realm of drifting lights, jellyfish, and glowing tendrils, he felt no fear, only awe. The kind that presses gently but endlessly against the edge of sanity. His hands were folded on his lap. He whispered to himself, just once, they live, and the darkness took him upward. The ascent was slow. Elstead could feel the pressure lessen, but not in his chest, in his thoughts. It was as though the very depth of the sea had carved something into him, and now, as he rose through layer after layer of salt water and silence, that carving remained, a pattern not on skin or metal, but on memory. Above, faint light began to filter down. The surface was returning. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and for a moment doubted what he had seen. But the faint image of the orb, the tall beings, the city's wide plaza, they remained behind his eyes, etched there, alive. Soon the bathysphere breached the edge of the abyss, and the cable above went taut again. Machinery kicked in. Gears groaned softly. The men aboard the Ocean Pioneer began reeling him in. The light through the window was brighter now. Not sunlight, yet, but something more familiar. The descent had felt like a passage into myth. The return felt stranger still. When the bathysphere finally broke the surface, seawater cascading off its shell in silver curtains, the crew rushed forward. They cracked the seal. The hatch opened with a hiss. Elstead squinted at the daylight. The men called his name, cheering. They clapped his back, but he didn't respond, not right away. He sat still for a long moment, his face calm, almost serene. Finally, he looked up. "Did you hear them?" he asked. They glanced at each other. "Hear what?" But Elstead only shook his head, stepping out onto the deck as if learning to walk again. They tried to question him. What had he seen? Were there fish? Strange life forms? Rocks? He answered gently, but vaguely, said only, "There's a city, and it remembers everything." They assumed the pressure had done something to him, that he was exhausted, overwhelmed, and he was, but not in the way they thought. That evening he sat at the bow of the vessel and watched the horizon. The sea was utterly calm. A breath held. That night under the stars, he dreamed not of whales or octopuses or creatures of teeth and scale. He dreamed of those eyes, soft and ancient, of fingers pressed against the sphere, of the glowing orb singing into his mind in a voice older than language. When he returned to land, the world felt smaller, the sun too bright, the sounds too loud. People spoke quickly, without silence between thoughts. He withdrew from society, not with bitterness but with quiet reverence. He knew something now that couldn't be translated. a truth too deep for words. In his study, he drew what he remembered. He drew towers of stone swaying with seaweed, plazas of spiraled mosaics, beings standing with posture like prayer. He drew the orb again and again, its swirling lines just beyond comprehension. He mapped the city's borders, though he couldn't say if it had boundaries at all. No one understood. They humored him, called him poetic, and perhaps he was. But late at night, when all was still, Elstead would sit by the water's edge and press his hand into the surf, listening, waiting. Once, years later, he returned to the sea, not to descend, but to be near it. He chartered a small boat, sailed alone, and anchored far from shore. There, in the silence, he looked into the waves, remembering that long moment when he was neither man nor visitor, but something shared, something recognized. The ocean said nothing, but it didn't need to, because Elstead knew now that the abyss was not empty. It was filled with memory, with watchers, with patience. And somewhere, beneath miles of weightless dark, a city still waited, alive, listening, watching the tides, and remembering the man who came in a shell of iron, who placed his hand to the glass and was met, not with fear, but with a hand in return. The train rattled north through Massachusetts, and the narrator, a young student tracing his family's colonial roots, marked towns on a worn map. Arkham, Kingsport, and finally Innsmouth, an obscure dot near the sea. A cheap route required a day's layover there, so curiosity overcame the warnings he'd overheard. Innsmouth was decayed, its people sullen, its history quietly shunned. The conductor advised skipping the stop. A ticket clerk muttered about bad fish and worse rumors, but curiosity pulled harder than caution. A lonely bus met the branch line station. Its driver, a gaunt man with oddly wide-set eyes, barely spoke while checking tickets. The vehicle groaned along salt-bitten roads past marshy inlets, eelgrass bending like whispers. As they neared town, derelict factories rose against a gray sky, windows broken, roofs sagging. The smell, brine mixed with something faintly rotten, seeped through cracked bus panels. Main Street revealed shuttered storefronts and crooked Georgian houses. Ornate rails rusted, shingles peeled. Few figures moved, and those who did walked with peculiar gaits, shoulders hunched, faces half hidden. Their eyes, large and glistening, followed the newcomer before darting away. Gills? No, just folds of sagging skin, the narrator told himself, though unease prickled. He stepped off the bus and found the Gilman House Hotel. 3 stories of warped timber and tarnished brass numbers. Inside, a desk clerk stared too long before handing over a key. His fingers were webbed, or maybe the shadows played tricks. The narrator forced a polite smile, then climbed to a dim room smelling of tide-soaked wood. Exploration began at the First National Grocery, the only lively place in town. Behind the counter worked a youth named Joe Sargent, one of the few without that Innsmouth look. He spoke eagerly, grateful for conversation. Innsmouth had once thrived on gold refinery and fishing, he said, before decline set in around the 1840s. Outsiders blamed a mysterious plague, but locals whispered of something worse. The Marsh family, once esteemed merchants, still controlled the port and the decrepit refinery. Old Man Marsh rarely appeared, yet his influence lingered in every crumbling facade. Sargent pointed across the square to the old Order of Dagon Hall, a windowless, barn-like structure crowned by a grotesque glyph. "That's their church," he muttered. "They don't call it that, but they worship there at night." The youth's voice dropped. "Best talk to Zadok Allen if you want real stories. He's 70-odd, drinks too much, but he remembers when things changed." Outside, gulls wheeled overhead, crying like lost souls. The narrator followed a maze of alleys past fish-smelling warehouses until he found the harbor. Black water lapping wooden pilings, half-sunken boats swaying. Across the channel, Devil Reef jutted like a broken tooth, its tide pools flickering with sickly green light, though the sun remained hidden behind clouds. Near the wharf, he spotted Zadok Allen, tall, stooped, beard tangled, eyes bright with memories and alcohol. A silver coin bought a bottle of bootleg rum, and the old man began to speak between greedy swigs. His words slurred yet vivid. "Used to be good fishing here. And ships sail in everywhere, he rasped. Then Captain Obed Marsh brought back queer gold idols from the South Seas, images of things with flabby lips and bulging eyes. He traded with islanders who worshipped sea folk, deep ones, they called them, could live underwater like fish and walk on land when stars was right. They promised gold, more than men could imagine, and fish plenty if humans pay a price. Zadok's voice trembled. That price was blood. And wives. Town started marrying them things, bearing hybrid young. Looks human at first, then changes. Gills open, eyes stretch. They go to live under the sea in palaces of coral and gold. Town folk started praising Dagon and Mother Hydra in that hall. Outsiders disappeared. Federal men came once, but they never returned. The narrator felt chill despite the muggy air. Zadok swore the hybrids still walked Innsmouth streets, those with wide mouths and scaled necks. Eventually, they shed humanity entirely and joined their aquatic kin beneath Devil Reef, awaiting Cthulhu's rising. A sudden gust rattled crates. Zadok's eyes widened. "They're watching," he hissed. He pointed to darkened doorways where shadows shifted. "They don't like me talking." The old man lurched away, vanishing among leaning warehouses. Dusk settled, and lanterns flickered along the deserted streets. The narrator hurried back toward the hotel Taramchuang, heart pounding with each echo of his footsteps. Windows glowed faintly behind warped shutters, silhouettes flickering, elongated heads, crouched postures. He thought of Zadok's warnings, of those who vanished after asking too much. At the Gilman house, the desk clerk's grin seemed fuller, revealing teeth strangely pointed. The narrator climbed to his room, bolting the door. Outside, footsteps shuffled in hallways, whispers seeped through floorboards like damp. He tried to sleep, but the mattress smelled of brine, and faint chanting rose from distant streets, a guttural chorus repeating alien syllables, "Yeah, Dagon, yeah, Hydra!" Near midnight, the chanting ceased. Silence swelled, heavy with expectancy. Then, footsteps paused outside his door. A hand, or claw, brushed the knob. It turned softly. The narrator held his breath. After a moment, the presence withdrew, leaving only the drip of water somewhere in the walls. Sleep came fitful, filled with visions. Endless corridors of cyclopean stone, carved with spirals leading downward into black water. Immense creatures with glassy eyes beckoning him beneath. Waking in gray dawn, he knew he must flee before night returned. He packed quickly, descending to the lobby. The clerk was gone, a damp sheen on the desk where he had sat. Outside, the bus idled, its wide-eyed driver waiting. But when the narrator reached the station, the timetable showed no departure until evening, last bus out. Hours away. He wandered uneasy streets, avoiding gazes from half-shuttered windows. At the library, a decaying building of salt-eaten stone, he sought distraction in brittle town records. Old newspapers confirmed Zadok's timeframe: sudden prosperity in the 1840s, federal inquiries, mysterious fires, survivors refusing interviews. One clipping noted a U.S. government raid of Innsmouth in 1928. Vessels torpedoing Devil Reef, again arrests sealed by national security. Details redacted. The narrator closed the file. Thunder rumbled afar, though the sky stayed flat. He checked his watch. Still hours before escape. Each moment felt stretched, like waiting underwater for breath to fail. He ate at a dingy diner, fish stew tasting vaguely metallic, watched by patrons whose eyes never fully blinked. Across the street, church doors of the Order of Dagon swung open. Hooded figures emerged, glancing skyward as if sensing shifting tides. Afternoon light dimmed prematurely. Clouds gathered, heavy, green-tinged. Townsfolk drifted toward the waterfront, voices rising in that same chant. The narrator's pulse raced. He hurried toward the depot. As he approached, the bus driver stood beside the vehicle, conferring with two men whose mouths slurred speech in croaks. The driver looked at the narrator, then shook his head. The bus engine sputtered. Died. Fuel line ruptured, he said. No departure tonight. Panic fluttered. The narrator backed away. The sky darkened further. Lamps flickered on, revealing more hooded shapes moving westward toward the sea. Something told him the night would bring a gathering unlike any before. He needed a hiding place, or a route out along the abandoned railway. He recalled a branch track leading inland, though seldom used. If he could reach it by dusk, perhaps he could flag a freight. Taking a breath, he slipped down an alley, footsteps quickening, heart throbbing like surf against unseen cliffs. Wind carried a briny odor mixed with something ancient, reptilian. From afar drifted the rumble of drums, echoing through decayed streets like heartbeat of a sleeping leviathan. And twilight settled over Innsmouth, the town preparing for rites older than the land itself. He moved quickly through the back streets of Innsmouth, where rain gutters dripped and the smell of sea rot seemed to seep from every crack in the ground. The sky had deepened into a strange greenish twilight, darker than it should have been. It made the buildings appear deader, slouching like corpses, propped against one another. He passed shuttered windows and doorways hung with thick curtains. There was a strange hush, as though the entire town had taken one long, deep breath and held it. Cutting through an alley, he heard something slither in the shadows, soft, wet, and close. He froze, listening. A shape darted across the far end of the passage, low and hunched, glistening. The street beyond was empty by the time he reached it, but the echo of the thing's movement lingered in his ears like a hum under water. At the outskirts of the town, he found the old railway siding, rusted tracks curved inland, winding through patches of dead grass and mangled fences. He followed it, crouched low, keeping out of sight. Behind him, chants began again, soft at first, then building like waves. Yeah! Yeah! Hydra! The rhythm was inhuman, an old language worn smooth with centuries of use. The road sloped downward as he reached a narrow ravine. A stream choked with algae and debris trickled between steep banks. A rusting footbridge lay ahead, and beyond that, he saw the looming shape of the Marsh refinery, its skeletal frame silhouetted against the greenish sky. From within came flickers of light and the shadows of figures moving. He crouched behind a fallen rail car, catching his breath. There was no clear path forward. He could try to reach the depot again and hope for a passing vehicle, or remain hidden until morning. But the idea of enduring another night here, surrounded by the town and its secrets, sent a cold knot into his stomach. He weighed each option, the minutes crawling like barnacles across his thoughts. Then, footsteps, slow, heavy, wet. He held his breath as a figure emerged from the slope behind him. The head was elongated, the skin gray-green and moist, eyes large, bulging black, gills pulsed along the neck. It sniffed the air like a dog tracking scent. Another figure followed, and another. They didn't speak, but moved with uncanny certainty, scanning the brush. He pressed himself into the dirt, heart hammering. The figures sniffed again, then turned and drifted down toward the refinery. He waited long minutes before moving. A new thought entered his mind. More terrible than the last. What if they already knew where he was? What if he was being toyed with, led into some ancient trap? What if the whole town, its rhythm, its silence, the stories of Zadok, the driver, even Sargent? What if it was all part of a greater design, older than he could imagine? He moved again, staying low, hugging the rail until it curved behind an abandoned warehouse. There, he found a dry crawl space and slipped into it, cloaked in webs and oil-smelling dust. He curled in, arms wrapped around himself, body trembling. From the shadows beyond, the ceremony reached a crescendo. Drums throbbed now, slow and steady, like the heartbeat of something submerged. Voices chanted louder, more frenzied. There was splashing, the sound of many bodies entering water. Shouts rose in strange tones. The sea responded with a roar that shook the ground. And then, silence again. Not empty silence. It was a waiting silence, a vast and ancient hush. The air turned heavy and electric. From his hiding place, he saw it through the broken slats of the wall. The bay shimmered in the strange light of distant stars. And just beyond the mouth of the harbor, the sea began to rise, not with waves, but with a shape. A black mountain, slick with brine, loomed from beneath the ocean. No foam, no splash, just emergence. The city. It was rising. Not in metaphor, not in madness, but stone by ancient stone. Cyclopean blocks glistened, angles twisted in ways that hurt the eye. The shape of Arle broke the horizon. Impossible architecture beyond symmetry or logic. Columns leaned in ways that defied perspective. Arches pulsed like living things. The water rolled off the emerging surface like oil from polished bone. He could not look away. and yet looking was madness. Voices screamed now from the docks, joyous screams, frenzied. Some ran into the sea, their arms lifted, their clothing abandoned. The narrator recognized one, Joe Sargent, who laughed as he dove, his legs kicking, already changed. Others followed, leaping into the waves, into the cold embrace of the deep ones. The narrator's mind cracked slightly, and in that fractured space he saw it. Not with eyes, but with thought, a presence. Not Dagon, not Hydra, something deeper, something asleep, Cthulhu. Its dreams were storms, its breath turned tides, its limbs, sleeping in the pit of the sea, twitched in dreams of fire and silence. It was not evil, it was not a god, it was indifference perfected, a mind so vast that human thought was mere static. And it stirred, a tremor rattled the earth. He clutched the dirt and wept, but the city did not rise further. Not yet. The stars were not right after all. Relia paused, shuddered, and then began to sink once more, slow as birth in reverse. The townsfolk stopped their chants. The air grew quiet. The bay settled. One by one, they turned and drifted home. He waited, not knowing if hours passed or just minutes. When at last he moved again, the sky had changed. Dawn cracked faint on the horizon, pink light catching on wet stone, his limbs ached, his throat was raw. He fled Innsmouth before the sun fully rose, along the tracks, through the marsh, back toward the place he had come from. No one stopped him, no one followed, no one needed to. His silence was assured. But the dreams began that same week. He would wake with water in his lungs, he would feel gills open on his neck in sleep. He would walk along the shore and hear voices in tides. His blood was changing. His ancestry, long buried, had been called. The records he once sought about his lineage, those ancient names, now made sense. He would return one day, to join them, beneath. Weeks passed, then months. He left Innsmouth far behind, tried to forget its salt-choked streets and slanted rooftops. In cities far inland, he buried himself in work, in books, in normalcy. But each night, in the stillness before sleep, he felt it return. A pull, soft at first, then stronger. It began in dreams, dim corridors of green stone dripping with moss and algae, walls that pulsed with a rhythm older than life. He moved through them as though searching for something, or being summoned. In waking life, he felt phantom wetness on his skin. His eyes, once blue, now caught light in strange ways. He avoided mirrors. Sometimes he'd find himself standing by rivers or lakes, drawn to any water deep enough to whisper. Then came the letter. A faded envelope, unsigned, no return address. Inside, a sheet of paper with only one sentence. The tide calls us home. He tore it up, burned the pieces, but it didn't matter. The tide was not in the paper, it was in him. He visited doctors, first for the skin on his hands, which had thickened slightly, then for the dreams, which now came in full color, with voices. The doctors spoke kindly, prescribed pills, but nothing helped. In one dream, he saw himself underwater, breathing, gills open and fluttering. The sea was alive around him, full of shapes moving in silence. They welcomed him. One reached out, a hand like his, but boneless, webbed and touched his chest. He felt peace. He began avoiding people. No one seemed real anymore. Their concerns were like insects buzzing past his ears. He could smell their fear. He moved through the world like a ghost in borrowed flesh. Deep within, something shifted. It wasn't madness. It was memory, or perhaps inheritance. He returned to his family records, those dusty charts and journals he once dismissed. And there it was, an ancestor from Innsmouth. The line went back centuries, crossed oceans, changed names, but always returned to the coast, always near water. One night, he woke in the bathtub, though he had no memory of getting in. Another night, he found he could no longer sleep on dry sheets, only when slightly damp, like the hold of a ship. And the final change came quietly. He stopped speaking, not out of fear or trauma, but because language had lost its shape. He began to understand things without words. Felt intentions in tides, emotions in rainfall. When people spoke to him, their voices sounded garbled, shallow, like air trying to mimic depth. He stopped answering. He moved to a coastal town under another name. The sea was always nearby. He rented a room overlooking jagged rocks and gray waves. Each night he sat by the window and watched. He no longer felt cold. The salt no longer stung his eyes. Then one morning he rose, dressed in clothes he would never return to, and walked toward the water. The air was heavy, the tide high. He left no note, no message. Only the open window, the curtain fluttering like a farewell. He walked barefoot across the wet sand. The waves reached for him gently. He stepped in, past his ankles, his knees, waist, chest. He paused, looked back once, not in fear, but in gratitude, or perhaps farewell to the world that could no longer hold him. Then he went under. The water accepted him, not with violence or hunger, but with welcome. Down he went, past layers of current and silt, through forests of kelp that bowed in recognition. Light shimmered above, then vanished. Darkness welcomed him. Pressure wrapped him like a womb. He did not struggle, his lungs did not burn. Instead, he breathed, slowly, fully. Gills opened where skin had once been smooth. His limbs grew stronger, looser, the bones rearranged in silence. Eyes widened, adapted. He no longer needed to blink, and around him they gathered. Shapes in the dark, kin, ancestors, the deep ones. They did not speak. They remembered. He joined them. Beneath ancient reefs and sunken cities, past the bones of ships and forgotten prayers, they swam, together, toward the place where Elias slept, toward the pulse of Cthulhu's dreams. The sea no longer hid its truth from him. It revealed everything. And he felt peace at last. Not human peace, but something deeper. Tidal. Eternal. Home. The coast of Devonshire was calm that day, windless and blue. Mr. Fison had taken a solitary walk along the cliffs near Sidmouth. As he gazed down over the edge, the waves lapping gently below, he noticed something peculiar on the sands. A dark, glistening shape, no, several, hunched together like sacks of kelp. His curiosity stirred. The shapes were too large and irregular. As he adjusted his glasses and peered more carefully, one of them moved. A grotesque, wreathing motion. Then another joined it. A sick feeling crept through him. These were no seaweeds. They were alive. Tentacled amorphous things, pale in parts, with suckered limbs that seemed to search the sand like blind fingers. He leaned forward. That's when he saw the body. It was a man, or had been. What remained was limp and wet, a mass dragged partially into the surf, limbs bent at unnatural angles. The creatures were upon him, slithering, curling, wrapping around his body with disturbing intimacy. Mr. Fison staggered back from the cliff edge, bile rising in his throat. A moment later, he was running, down the path, past the brambles, toward the nearest cottage. He burst into the home of an old woman and her grandson, babbling about sea monsters. The boy followed him back toward the coast, skeptical but curious. But by the time they arrived, the beach was empty. The tide had crept in. The sand had smoothed over the scene. The only trace was a dark smear trailing toward the sea. Fison insisted on alerting the authorities. A local constable agreed to accompany him the next day. Morning came, and the beach looked normal, quiet, but deeper tracks appeared near the high tide line. Not quite human, not quite animal. Circular, as if made by heavy, soft-bodied limbs. Later that week, a fisherman vanished. His boat was found drifting, empty, lines still dangling. Another man swore he saw suckered arms gripping the edge of the pier late at night, but was dismissed as drunk. Then a child found something strange washed ashore, a cluster of fleshy tendrils drying in the sun. They turned brittle within hours. The town began to whisper. Some spoke of giant squids, others of hallucinations. A few claimed it was a punishment from the sea itself, that ancient creatures had stirred from the depths, angered by human intrusion. Mr. Fison, unable to forget what he'd seen, grew obsessed. He searched scientific texts, cataloged deep-sea creatures. Nothing matched. He learned of remote archipelagos where sailors whispered of creatures like these, cephalopods with minds, watching eyes, coordinated movement. But always, such tales were dismissed. Madness. Exaggeration. Still, he kept walking the coast, watching. One afternoon, under a heavy sky, he returned to the cove near Sidmouth. The tide was low again. He crept along the rocks, eyes scanning every crevice. Then he froze. There, in a tide pool just beyond a jagged ledge, lay one of them. It was smaller than before, pale gray, breathing through the surface with soft ripples. Tentacles slowly stirred, sensing the air. It looked up, and it saw him. The eyes, if they were eyes, were lidless and black. Not animal eyes, Something older, measured, calculating. Faison turned to run, slipping on seaweed, his breath shallow, but the creature didn't chase him. It only watched, motionless as if amused. Back in town, he tried to warn the others again. No one believed him. He wrote to the newspapers, to scientists in London. Some laughed, others ignored him. But the next week, more boats disappeared. Nets returned torn, seals washed ashore with strange wounds, and still, most dismissed it as coincidence. But Faison kept watching. He began to map their movements, always near the rocky coves at low tide. He started sleeping by the cliffs, journal in hand. And in one entry, written by lantern light, he recorded what might have been the most terrifying moment of all. He saw them emerge. 3 of them, dragging themselves from the water like shadows come alive. Their bodies pulsed, not quite solid. They slithered together with eerie unity, their limbs braiding and unbraiding like thought made flesh. For a moment, they stood still, upright, a mimicry of posture. Then they moved inland, silent as mist. Faison watched, too stunned to move. He followed at a distance. They passed a fence. A sleeping cow in a nearby field stirred and lifted its head. One of the creatures snapped forward like a whip. The cow never cried out. It was dragged by the neck and gone within seconds, hooves gouging the earth. And again, the tide returned. When Faison returned to town with the story, he found locked doors. People no longer met his eyes. He was marked now, not as a madman, but as someone who'd seen something you couldn't unsee. Even those who believed in the stories wanted nothing to do with him. The sea became taboo. Fishermen gave up their trade. Children were told never to play near the shore. A few families left altogether. The beach paths became overgrown, unused. But still, Faison returned, drawn. Not by fascination now, but dread. Because in his dreams he had begun to hear them, not with words, but with rhythm. A pulse that matched the waves, a promise, or a threat. Something was rising, something watching, and no one would believe it until it was far too late. Weeks passed. The town settled into a tense quiet. Fishermen stayed ashore, sailors stopped docking, and those who did come brought stories. Strange currents pulling boats sideways, nets rising full of fish with their eyes missing, as if plucked by a careful hand. The older villagers whispered about it, never too loudly. But in the pubs, Faison became a cautionary figure, a lonely man who spent too long staring into the tide and went mad with it. But Faison knew what he saw, knew it hadn't been madness. The nights haunted him, wet limbs sliding across stone, those unblinking eyes that held no fear, no hunger, just observation, waiting, judging. He walked the coast still, clutching his notebook, no longer to convince others but to keep a record, to preserve the truth. One gray dawn, he spotted new tracks in the sand, deeper, wider, dragging something. Following them, he found a seagull, untouched but paralyzed, as if its muscles had been drained while its skin remained unbroken. He took it to a doctor in town. The man looked, prodded, frowned. "Never seen anything like it," he muttered. "The nervous system's intact, but it's like the spark is gone." The seagull didn't move again. By sunset, it had stiffened and darkened, smelling faintly of brine and copper. Faison wrote that down too. One evening, as storm clouds rolled low and heavy, Faison returned to the same cove where he'd first seen the creatures. Waves thundered against the rocks, rain laced the air in icy sheets. He took shelter under an outcrop, watching the tide rise. Then, movement. Through the haze of rain and salt, he saw them again. Not 3, this time 6, or more. Hard to count, for they swirled and rippled together, their bodies indistinct, almost amorphous. They circled the pool below him, then slowly, one by one, began climbing the rocks. Higher, toward the cliff. Toward him. Faison didn't run. He stood frozen, not out of courage, but because his legs no longer answered him. It was as if the air thickened around his knees, rooting him to the spot. The first of them crested the stone ledge. Seaweed clung to its limbs like a wet robe. Its body pulsed with light beneath translucent flesh, soft blues and greens like distant lightning in water. Its arms, more tentacle than limb, reached forward, but not to attack, to touch, gently, almost with curiosity. It reached toward Faison's face, and in that instant he felt, not pain, but something stranger. Memory. His childhood at the sea's edge, watching his father carve boats from driftwood, the scent of salt, a girl's laughter in the surf, then a sudden flood of images not his own, vast darknesses pierced by glowing spires, ocean trenches with geometric patterns shifting like breathing cities, and above all, a rhythm, a pulse, the beat of something living beneath all that water. He collapsed. When he awoke, it was morning. The storm had passed. The cliff was empty, but in his hand was a stone, smooth, blue-black, carved with impossibly fine lines. He didn't remember taking it, but it hummed faintly in his palm like a forgotten tune. Back in town, he showed no one. He barely spoke, but at night he began hearing it again. The rhythm, the pulse. And in dreams, he swam deeper than any man could, following currents that obeyed no wind, no moon, toward something ancient. Then others began disappearing. A farmhand, walking home by moonlight, never arrived. His boots were found neatly placed at the edge of the marsh. A couple walking the beach found a strange hole in the sand, like something had burst out, not in. The hole pulsed slightly, as if the earth beneath it breathed. The town grew anxious, but no one linked it to the sea. Not out loud. Only Fieson knew. He began to draw them, shapes seen in dreams, spirals like shell chambers, bodies that changed each time he tried to recall them. He filled notebooks with sketches and unreadable words, symbols he didn't recognize yet couldn't stop writing. He stopped eating, barely slept. The town doctor visited and said it was exhaustion, grief, perhaps obsession. But Fieson didn't hear him. The pulse was louder now, even in daylight. He returned to the sea. This time, he brought the stone with him. He stood at the edge of the cliff and held it high, unsure why. Just that it felt right. And from below, the waves shifted. They came, not with violence, but as if summoned. Dozens. Now he saw them more clearly. Their shapes were not fixed, fluid, ever-changing, like water itself given thought. Some shimmered with phosphorescent veins. Others held marks on their flesh, glyphs perhaps. Language, identity. They circled below, never touching shore. Watching, waiting. And Fieson, trembling, whispered, "What do you want?" Silence. Then the water split gently, revealing something vast beneath. An eye. Immense. Not in the shape of man or beast, but something older, circular, layered, gazing up with the calm of deep time. And in that gaze, he understood. They didn't want war. They didn't want land. They wanted witness. They had been here long before man, and they would be here long after. But in the stretch between, they had awoken briefly, curious about the strange two-legged things who moved like smoke above the sea. They needed only to be seen, known, recorded. And Fieson was their scribe. He dropped to his knees. Below, the sea pulsed once more, then grew still, and then they were gone. Back to the trench, to the rhythm. The stone in his hand cooled. The tide began to rise. Fieson stood alone at the water's edge, the wind brushing over the rocks, the tide gently sighing against the shore. The stone no longer glowed. Its surface had dulled, though he could still feel the etchings with his fingertips. Fine, strange grooves that hummed softly beneath touch, like the memory of a voice too deep to hear. He didn't return to town. He stayed in the abandoned lighthouse beyond the dunes, writing by candlelight, his pages filled with sketches of things no human had seen and lived. The villagers stopped looking for him. Some claimed they saw him wandering the cliffs, murmuring to the waves. Others said he had walked into the surf one evening and disappeared, not drowning, but simply vanishing as if the water had parted to receive him. The truth, as it always does in such places, twisted into whispers and rumor, until only the children remembered his name, told in hushed voices around firelight as they dared one another to walk to the water's edge and call. But Fieson endured, not as a man entirely, but something half between. He no longer slept as humans did. In dreams, he swam through halls of coral and crystal, cities vast and quiet, lit by soft bioluminescent glow. The creatures, the sea raiders, as he had once called them, revealed more to him. They were not conquerors. They were watchers, librarians of currents, keepers of time not measured by clocks but by the shifting of tectonic plates and the migrations of stars through oceans of black. Each night, they came, Slipping through tide and fog, they watched him. And Phison, trembling at first but now calm, would raise the stone in silent greeting. In return, they gave visions of the world as it had been before humans, of whale song encoded into ancient ruins, of trench mouths yawning open with electric storms that lit the deep in purple. But then the visions began to shift. He saw machines, ships, harpoons, explosions tearing into reef cities, sonic pulses rupturing caverns where memories lived, and most disturbing, glass domes like aquariums filled with bodies like theirs, slumped, dissected, cataloged. He understood. They were showing him what was coming. The Sea Raiders had not surfaced out of curiosity alone. They had risen because something in them remembered trauma, a deeper hurt. The old stories passed among them spoke of beings who once visited from above, not with reverence, but hunger. And now it was happening again. Phison read the newspapers. Undersea mining permits approved, noise pollution from naval testing, a new submarine cable to be laid across the trench. Progress, they called it. But he knew it would wake something else. He returned to the town for the last time, wild-haired and salt-skinned, shouting to anyone who would listen. "Stop the digging," he cried. "They're not gone. They're watching. You'll wake what sleeps beneath the watchers." They laughed. They always laughed. That night, the storm came, not like any before. Waves taller than houses rose from a calm sea. A sound like whales crying echoed through the hills, though no whales had been seen in years. Lights flickered, then died. The harbor groaned, timbers splintering, boats torn from their moorings and dragged out into the dark. And then, silence. When dawn broke, the town remained, but something had changed. The sea no longer shimmered. It brooded, still and thick, as if something vast lay just beneath its surface, waiting. And in the foam at the shore, the villagers found shapes, delicate spirals of black stone, symbols etched in language no archaeologist could trace. Phison was gone, only his lighthouse remained. Inside his notebooks, page after page of drawings, dreams, warnings. The last entry was a single sentence. They remember everything. The tide crept higher that year. Storms came more often. Fish moved in erratic patterns, and some swore they saw shapes beneath the waves, long, coiling, impossible to measure. Still, life continued. Humans are good at ignoring the impossible when it suits them, but the children still speak of the man who wrote by the sea, who vanished when the ocean rose to meet him. And sometimes, late at night, when the fog rolls in thick and the wind dies, you can hear it, just beneath the crash of waves. A pulse, a rhythm, older than time, waiting. In the year 1866, whispers spread across the seas of a strange creature haunting the ocean's depths, a long, glowing shape, swift as a torpedo, strong enough to shatter hulls. Sailors called it a monster, a narwhal, a leviathan reborn. No one could say for certain. So the American government assembled an expedition to hunt it. Among the crew of the frigate Abraham Lincoln were three men: Professor Pierre Aronnax, a French marine biologist, his loyal servant Conseil, and Ned Land, a Canadian harpooner known for his sharp eye and quicker arm. Together they set out into the Pacific, chasing shadows across endless water. For weeks they searched. Then on a moonlit night, the sea lit up, phosphorescent, unnatural. The creature struck the ship. The impact threw Aronnax overboard, and Conseil dove after him. Lost in the dark ocean, they drifted, until a strange shape rose beneath them. It was metal, smooth, silent, a floating island. The two were pulled atop it. Minutes later, Ned Land joined them, equally stunned. This was no animal, it was a vessel. Soon, a hatch opened. Men appeared, silent, serious, dressed in tight black suits. They carried the three below into the steel belly of the machine. Inside, the world changed. The walls were smooth as bone, electric lights glowed, machinery hummed with precise calm. Through thick glass portholes, the sea passed silently. They had entered a submarine. Its master soon arrived, a tall, packed, dark-eyed man with an air of command and sorrow. He introduced himself simply, Captain Nemo. He did not say where they were going, only that the sea was now their home. At first, Aronnax was struck dumb by wonder. The Nautilus, as the ship was called, moved without sails or smoke. It dove and rose with grace, sliding silently beneath the waves. Through its windows, he saw coral cathedrals, fields of anemones, fish like feathers and ribbons and knives. Captain Nemo allowed Aronnax access to his vast undersea library, his map room, his art collections, all sealed and safe beneath the ocean. They dined on seafood unknown to the surface. They used electricity drawn from saltwater currents. Everything about the Nautilus was years, decades ahead of its time. But it was also a prison. When Aronnax asked if they would ever return to land, Nemo said no. He had turned his back on the world of men. The sea was his refuge, his freedom, his revenge. Still, there were wonders. They traveled through forests of kelp taller than trees. They walked on the seafloor in special suits under glass domes lit with electric lamps. They saw sunken ships draped in algae like forgotten temples. They crossed glowing trenches deeper than light itself. Aronnax, despite himself, was enchanted. One day, they encountered a pearl diver's village. Nemo watched the starving fishermen from afar, then swam down and left a chest of gold beside one of the huts. He did not explain his act. Aronnax began to suspect the captain's heart beat somewhere between fury and compassion. But even in this silence, tension brewed. Ned Land burned for escape. He whispered plans, counted miles. Conseil followed his lead, quietly observing. Then came the squid. A dark shape approached the ship, arms long as masts, eyes the size of lanterns. It struck the Nautilus with terrible force. Its tentacles slithered across the hull, lights dimmed, the crew emerged with axes and harpoons. In the chaos, one man was seized, lifted into the air, and torn into the dark. Nemo, once composed, became a figure of rage. He fought beside his men, slashing, screaming. At last, the beast was driven off. But the silence afterward was heavier than before. Days later, the Nautilus passed beneath the ruins of Atlantis, vast arches buried in coral, silent statues staring through the deep. Nemo said nothing. To Aronnax, it felt like a tomb. They continued through the Indian Ocean, then the Red Sea, gliding through unseen realms of color and quiet. Once, they saw a battlefield, sharks and crocodiles fighting among sunken weapons. Another time, they floated through a cave where the water glowed with pale fire. But always, Nemo kept his past secret. Why had he built this ship? Why did he shun the world? And why, Aronnax wondered, did the captain weep at night? The answers began to reveal themselves slowly. One morning, the Nautilus surfaced near a shipwreck. Nemo ordered a torpedo launched, destroying the vessel entirely. Aronnax demanded to know why. The captain's face turned to stone. They were slavers, he said. No more. And so the truth crept in. Nemo was not just fleeing the world, he was waging a war against it. A silent one, fought in shadows, waged from beneath. He had lost something. Or someone. The Nautilus pressed deeper into the uncharted realms of the sea. Days blurred into silence, each one marked by dazzling discoveries. Aronnax saw phosphorescent creatures trailing tendrils like fire. Forests of giant mushrooms stretched across the seabed. At times, the ship would rise just beneath the ice, casting shadows across frozen ceilings glowing faint blue from moonlight above. Once, in the icy silence of the South Pole, they became trapped beneath a thick layer of frozen sea. Ice surrounded them above, below, on all sides. Supplies dwindled, oxygen thinned. The crew worked tirelessly to cut away free. Aronnax watched Nemo, who moved without panic, focused, burning inside, but outwardly still. Hours passed. Then, with a final surge of power, the Nautilus broke free, bursting from beneath the frozen plain into open water once more. Air flooded in. Men collapsed in silence. The captain stood apart, gazing upward as if searching for something lost in the sky. More than once, Aronnax wondered if Nemo was guiding the ship on a pattern only he understood, a journey of grief rather than exploration. And still, the world beneath continued to unfold like dream after dream. They passed through the Sargasso Sea, where great mats of golden weed drifted in tangled clusters. Strange, colorless fish darted through the roots. The Nautilus slowed here, moving like a ghost ship through a haunted forest. Later, they visited volcanic vents in the deep Pacific. Heat shimmered through the water as black smokers hissed columns of ash and gas. Giant tube worms swayed around them, eerily motionless and surreal in their alien beauty. Each new wonder stirred Aronnax's scientific mind, but his heart felt heavier with every mile. Nemo spoke less. His eyes grew darker. Then came the graveyard. In a deep trench, nestled between walls of rock, they found the wrecks, dozens of ships, some new, some ancient. A cathedral of bones and metal, sunken cannons, shattered hulls, mastheads with blind eyes. Nemo moved among them as one walking through a field of memories. He said little, but Aronnax understood. This was where he came to remember. Later, Nemo took them to a reef where his crew harvested treasures, pearls, coral, and gold, though not for wealth. "What use is gold," he said, "when one has no country?" He gave away what he found, to the poor, to victims of war, to rebels and orphans. All from beneath the surface, without thanks or recognition. In these moments, Aronnax saw the man inside the mystery, a scientist, a patriot, a broken heart still beating. But Ned Land grew restless. "Enough dreams," he said one night. "We are not free men." He whispered a plan. There would be a port ahead. They would escape. Aronnax hesitated. Conseil watched silently, torn between loyalty and curiosity. Then came the storm. Above the Bay of Vigo, the sea turned violent. Waves the size of hills crashed against the Nautilus. Lightning split the sky. The ship dove, escaping the surface fury, only to find itself amid another battlefield. This one ancient. Sunken galleons, Spanish and English, littered the seafloor. Gold coins glimmered in the sand. Nemo guided the ship through this graveyard like a man reciting a prayer. He paused over a wreck with a shattered hull and from a hidden compartment recovered a chest. "Blood paid for this," he said softly. And again, Aronnax felt the ache in the captain's words. After the storm passed, the Nautilus surfaced again. The coast of Norway appeared faintly on the horizon, the fjords, the cliffs, land. Ned Land grew tense, his muscles tight with expectation. That night, he told Aronnax, "It's now or never." They would take a dinghy, slip away under moonlight. Conseil said nothing, only nodded. But the sea had other plans. As they prepared, the sky darkened, not with storm clouds, but with fog. Thick, unnatural, impenetrable, the Nautilus drifted blind, whispers echoed through the steel. Then came a roar, a whirlpool, the maelstrom. The Nautilus had drifted too close, water spun around them, the ship tilted, instruments cracked, the hull groaned. Nemo stood at the helm, no longer fighting but accepting. His face was calm, almost serene. Around him the crew struggled to maintain control, the pull was too strong. The sea claimed them. And in that spiraling descent, Aronnax felt the weight of it all. The sorrow, the brilliance, the mystery of a man who had built a kingdom beneath the waves, only to find that grief followed even into the abyss. The water turned dark, the ship spun faster, and then stillness. Stillness. For a moment, it felt like everything had stopped, time, motion, even breath. The swirling fury of the maelstrom gave way to silence, and the Nautilus, though battered, did not break. It had sunk deep, beyond the fury of the surface storm, resting now on the seabed where all was dark and eerily calm. Inside, the lights flickered, then steadied. Nemo stood at the window, his face lit in the pale blue of the deep. Aronnax watched him in silence. There was no fear in the captain's eyes, only quiet acceptance. As if he had finally reached the end of the journey he'd always intended. No words were spoken that night. The Nautilus remained still. The crew moved like shadows, attending quietly to the ship's bruises. Ned Land kept his distance, restless but respectful. Conseil stayed close to Aronnax, watching with soft, wide eyes. They did not attempt escape. Something in the sea, or perhaps in Nemo himself, had shifted. In the days that followed, the Nautilus began to rise again. Not as boldly as before, but slowly, as though each meter upward required a farewell. They passed strange creatures, translucent rays, glowing jellyfish, eels like twisting ribbons of light. The ocean no longer felt like a place of exploration, it felt like memory. Finally, Nemo summoned Aronnax alone. In the study, he looked older. His face was drawn. His hands trembled slightly, though his voice remained composed. He said only this: "I once believed that man could find peace in exile, that by turning from the world's cruelty, I could build something pure beneath the waves. But even here, hatred followed. I became what I despised, a judge, an executioner. He paused. Now I release you." Aronnax said nothing. There were no words for the grief behind those eyes. That night, the three prisoners were quietly escorted to the launch bay. A small submersible dinghy had been prepared, stocked with supplies. The Nautilus had surfaced near the coast of a remote island, green cliffs rising like a cradle from the sea. No crew spoke. Only Nemo stood there, watching. As Aronnax stepped into the boat, he looked back one final time. The captain raised his hand in a gesture that could have been goodbye or blessing. Then the hatch sealed. The dinghy drifted away, the sea calm now, gentle. Behind them, the Nautilus receded, its lights dimming as it slipped beneath the surface one last time. No sound, no wake. It was as if the ocean had simply accepted its child once more. The escape itself was slow. The dinghy floated for hours. The island grew closer. Birds wheeled above, and then, at last, land. The three survivors staggered onto the beach, salt-drenched and silent. They found shelter. They made fire. Eventually, they were rescued by a passing ship, but something had changed in each of them. Ned Land, once full of fire, spoke little of their time below. Conseil remained gentle, but a depth had crept into his silence. And Aronnax, he could not look at the ocean the same way again. He returned to France, resumed teaching, wrote nothing about the Nautilus for months, but late at night he would find himself by the sea listening to the waves. He would close his eyes and see coral palaces, hear the hum of the ship's engines, feel the stillness of the ocean floor. Eventually, he began to write, not a scientific paper, but a story, a remembrance. He wrote of wonders, giant squids, glowing reefs, sunken cities. He wrote of sorrow, of fury buried beneath logic, of a man who lived in silence but dreamed in thunder. He never heard of the Nautilus again. Some said it was lost forever in the deep. Others whispered it still moved beneath the currents, unseen, silent, watching. But Aronnax knew the truth. Captain Nemo had built more than a ship. He had built a myth, a moving poem of steel and sorrow, of rebellion and wonder. And somewhere in that vast, breathing wilderness of water, that poem still drifted, unread by most, but eternal all the same. In the quiet corners of the world, some truths rest hidden, beneath waves, beneath time, beneath thought itself. It began with the death of Professor George Gamble Angel, an aged scholar from Providence. He was known for his expertise in ancient languages and strange myths. After his sudden passing, his grandnephew, Francis Thurston, inherited his personal belongings, papers, letters, old clay artifacts wrapped in cloth. Among the items, Francis found a small, crude bas-relief. It was made of greenish-black stone and covered in carvings, twisting alien lines that hurt to follow. At the center loomed a figure, a monstrous, tentacled shape with a bloated head and wings curled tight against its body. The sight of it stirred unease. A label identified the object as part of the Thulu cult. Curious and uneasy, Francis dug deeper into his uncle's notes. What he found unsettled him more. A manuscript lay beneath the artifact. It was disjointed, handwritten in a careful but urgent style, recounting events connected not by place or person, but by terror. The pages mentioned the dreams of a young artist in Providence named Henry Anthony Wilcox, who had come to Professor Angel months before his death. Wilcox had brought the strange bas-relief, claiming it appeared to him in nightmares. Visions of immense cities with impossible geometry rising from oceans that shimmered with unnatural light. There were whispers, he said, of a name. Cthulhu, murmured like thunder under the sea. Professor Angel had taken the boy seriously. He began recording Wilcox's dreams, noting the disturbing consistency with ancient myths. Over time, Wilcox grew more fevered, more fragile. Then, just as suddenly, he stabilized and remembered little of what he'd seen. But during the days of Wilcox's delirium, Professor Angel noted a surge of similar nightmares in others. Artists, poets, sailors, and sensitive souls around the world had suffered the same visions of vast, sunken cities and great, pulsing darkness. The professor began to suspect something larger, something old and alive beneath humanity's dreams. Francis followed the trail further. One section of the manuscript detailed a strange encounter in Louisiana, recorded by Inspector Legrasse, a New Orleans police officer. 2 decades earlier, Legras had led a raid deep into the swamps, searching for missing persons. What they found instead was a wild cult, worshipping around a stone idol eerily similar to Wilcox's bas-relief. The figure was unmistakable, tentacled, bat-winged, looming. The cultists were a mix of local and foreign men. They chanted in a guttural, barely human tongue, Funglui Maglunaf Thulu Urlaya Ganaglftan. In rough translation, in his house at Relaya, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming. Legras questioned the worshippers. What they revealed was chilling. They believed that long ago, beings not of this earth ruled the planet, creatures of stars and sea, great old ones, who came from beyond. Cthulhu was one such being, now asleep in a sunken city called Urlie, lying beneath the Pacific. One day, the stars would align again, and he would awaken. Legras was shaken. He later showed the idol to a group of academics at a conference. None could explain its origin, except one old man who shuddered and whispered of ancient Pacific myths, of beings from before the dawn of man. As Francis Thurston pieced the fragments together, he saw a pattern forming, separate accounts, separate places, one nightmare. And then came another layer of the story, one that forced Francis to leave his study and follow the path of a man named Gustaf Johansson. Johansson had been a sailor aboard the ship Emma. The vessel had been found drifting at sea, her crew missing. Johansson survived, but said little of what happened. What Francis discovered in Johansson's journal would complete the circle. It began like any voyage. The Emma was attacked by a strange ship flying no national flag. After a brief battle, Johansson and a few others emerged victorious, but their ship was damaged. With no better option, they followed a strange radio signal deeper into the Pacific, and then they saw it. An island suddenly rising from the sea, not like any land they had seen before. The very air shimmered. The horizon bent strangely, and the structures, if they could be called that, were immense, geometric, and wrong. Stone towers curved in ways the eye could barely follow. Doors slanted inward, shadows fell where they shouldn't. It was Arlaia. One sailor went mad at the sight. Another fell into a crevice where angles did not behave as they should. Johansson and one other crewman, Bredden, made it to the central platform, a massive door carved with cyclopean symbols. The door began to open, and something emerged. The figure that rose defied form, vast, towering, dripping. Its eyes glowed with intelligence, ancient and cold. Its body writhed like smoke and slime and nightmare. It was Cthulhu. The men ran. Bryden was lost. Johansson reached the boat, and then, in a burst of desperate instinct, he turned the ship and rammed it into the creature's face. For a moment, Cthulhu's form tore, like fog struck by wind, and vanished into the sea. The island began to sink again. Johansson drifted alone, nearly mad, until a passing vessel found him. He never spoke of the events again, only recorded them in his journal, locked in a box, and died not long after in a mysterious accident. Now, holding that journal, Francis understood. The dreams, the cults, the idols, the madness, all were pieces of the same truth. Something sleeps beneath the sea. Something vast and alive. Its dreams ripple through human minds like waves through deep water, and someday, when the stars align, it will awaken. Francis Thurston sat long in silence, the open journal of Gustaf Johansson resting in his lap. The ink had faded slightly, but the handwriting was strong, desperate, and clear. The words clung to his mind like seaweed in a slow tide. What struck him most was not just the encounter, but the strange intersection of myth, hallucination, and measurable truth. Johansson, a man of the sea with no leanings toward fantasy or mysticism, had described the events in plain, frightened detail. Not the ramblings of a madman, but the steady voice of a witness recounting the impossible. And yet, Francis found he believed him. Johansson had written of the very same geometries Wilcox had dreamed of, the same green-black stone as the idol from the Louisiana swamp, the same chant from the cult's tongue, and, most haunting, the same sense that the thing they encountered was not truly dead, not truly living. Something in between. Something dreaming. He returned to the professor's notes. There were strange correspondences between geological records and the timing of Laia's sudden appearance. Earthquakes in the Pacific, brief, unnatural tidal movements, radio signals that seemed to loop and echo. Francis began to suspect that the city had risen, briefly, during those few chaotic days when Wilcox's dreams burned hottest and when Johansson's crew vanished into myth. What would happen if the city stayed above water longer next time? And who would survive to tell of it? Francis felt the chill of understanding. The various witnesses, the sculptor, the inspector, the sailor, all had intersected with a single great truth, like blind men feeling the edge of something vast and beyond naming, a truth that refused to rest, that reached up from the sea not with vengeance, but with inevitability. He reflected on the cult in New Orleans, their rituals in the swamp, their frenzied devotion. They had known, they had waited, not in ignorance or fear, but in reverence. To them, Cthulhu was not a monster, but a god, a return, a cleansing of the world above. They believed this world belonged to the old ones, and mankind was only a brief interruption. The thought haunted him. If dreams of Arlaia could seep into sensitive minds, what of nightmares yet to come? If Wilcox, an ordinary artist, could be so affected, what might happen when the city surfaced again? Would minds begin to unravel en masse? Would more cults rise? He turned back to Johansson's final entries. After the attack on the creature, after it vanished like smoke when struck, Johansson had not believed it was dead. He compared it to a bubble of gas struck by a stone, dispersed for a time, but not destroyed. The form had no bones, no blood. It was more idea than flesh, a god in waiting. Johansson had written, "That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons even death may die." Francis lingered on that couplet. It had appeared in other texts, buried deep in mythology, Arabic, Polynesian, and ancient Greek fragments. The words echoed across time like a warning left carved into the sea floor. Cthulhu slept still, but the world was changing. Humanity, for all its cities and machines, had barely skimmed the ocean's surface. There were depths where light had never fallen, creatures no net had ever caught, forces that pulsed with the rhythm of the Earth's earliest days. Arlaia was real. He saw it now, not just as a legend or sunken city, but as a wound in the fabric of understanding, something that broke language, math, even perception. When Johansson described the doors of the city, he noted how they opened not by mechanism, but because the geometry of the walls allowed them to be open when they should not be, angles that bent inward and outward at once, shapes that defied Euclid. And it was in such an angle that Cthulhu waited. Francis wondered, could others be drawn to that place? Would dreamers, sailors, or cultists once again converge if the city breached the surface? Was the world safe so long as the stars remained wrong? He doubted it. Even in slumber, the influence of the old ones spread. Through dreams, through madness, through art and song and sickness of the soul. It did not speak, but minds cracked around its presence like ice near a submerged shape. Back in the city, Francis began to notice patterns. Small ones. Reports in papers of unusual dreams, sculptures echoing strange motifs, whispers in psychiatric journals of the sea inside the skull. The tides of something ancient were rising, not in water, but in the subconscious. He had no proof, no one to confide in. The professors would mock him, the doctors would suggest fatigue, but he knew. He had read too much, seen too many converging facts. Late one evening, he stood at the edge of the harbor, looking out at the black, endless sea. It did not roar, it did not rage. It pulsed, slow, steady, alive. He imagined a city of green stone and shifting towers below the surface, streets laid out like veins, a massive, sealed door, and behind it the breath of something waiting, something not meant for this world, or perhaps something this world had always belonged to. Cthulhu. The name was not just a word, it was a shape in the dark, a pressure in the chest, a hum beneath thought. Francis turned from the sea and walked home. The night air was heavy, fog rolled in. Somewhere across the ocean, the stars would shift and the dreaming would begin again. In the quiet days that followed, Francis Thurston lived like a man with one foot in another world. On the surface, life continued. Ships came and went. The skies shifted, people smiled. But beneath it all, there was a whisper, the kind that spoke not through mouths, but through dreams. He no longer questioned whether the things he had read were real. They were real. The carvings, the cults, the dreams, all of it pointed to a single terrible truth. There were gods in the sea, gods too vast to fit inside time, gods who slumbered not in death but in waiting, and yet most people moved through life untouched. That was the strange mercy of it. The incomprehensible remained hidden behind the veil of sanity. A kind of blindness protected humanity, like shadows cast over a window to keep the sun from burning through. But Francis had seen behind the veil. Even now, the words of Johansen came back to him. How the island had surged from the ocean floor like a breath held too long, and how the angles had warped reality. He remembered the sailors' despair when the massive door groaned open, and the sea itself seemed to lean away from the figure that emerged. Cthulhu. The name no longer felt fictional. It was weight, shape, gravity. Not a monster, but a presence that seeped into all things. Francis had nightmares now, not of cities or creatures, but of knowing, of being inside a truth so large it cracked the mind. He would awaken gasping, the taste of salt on his tongue, his body trembling from dreams that dissolved into a single image, a vast, unblinking eye beneath the waves, watching. He tried to write it down, notes, observations, a rational account of what he'd discovered. But the pages came out jagged, confused. Language did not serve the weight of the thing. There were moments when he thought of destroying it all, burning Johansen's journal, burying the stone idol, locking the professor's notes in lead boxes at the bottom of the sea. But he didn't. Something held him back. A sense that to forget would be a lie, to pretend would be betrayal. There was knowledge in what he held, and with it, a burden, not to warn, for no one would believe him, but to remember, to keep watch, because Arlaia had risen once, and it could rise again. He recalled a line in his uncle's notes: "The most merciful thing in the world is the inability of the human mind to correlate all its contents." And Francis now understood that mercy. He had glimpsed the pattern behind the stars, the machinery beneath the ocean's surface, and he knew that human reason was a flickering candle in a cavern carved by titans. Sometimes he would sit alone in the dark and imagine it. Imagine the city, deep in its grave of pressure and coral, still intact. Imagine Cthulhu, coiled like smoke inside his chamber, not dead, not dreaming, but waiting, his thoughts drifting upward, touching the minds of sensitive souls. Warming them like currents, stirring artists, musicians, and madmen, feeding strange cults with strange desires. It was not war he desired, it was return. The world once belonged to his kind. And perhaps, in some twisted sense, it still did. Francis began noticing strange occurrences in the papers again. Unexplained disappearances of fishing vessels. Seismographs reporting irregular tremors in the South Pacific. In isolated communities, rumors of dreams, green skies, black waters, chanting voices with no mouths, and always the chant "Fanglumingunaf Cthulhu Rileo Ganagol Tagen." In his house at Arlaia, dead Cthulhu waits dreaming. But Francis no longer thought of it as death. It was a stillness, like the hush before a great tide. And the dreaming? It was not fantasy. It was communication, influence. A ripple cast outward from the mind of something too large to see. One day, perhaps in months or centuries, the stars would realign. Not metaphorically, but literally. An astronomical pattern older than human civilization would return. The island would rise again, the door would open, and Cthulhu would walk among us, not as a conqueror, but as a truth too large to refuse. A reality that would wash away reason. Francis knew he wouldn't live to see it. But he felt it. Like distant thunder from a storm still over the horizon. Each tremor, each mad whisper, was another drop in the coming flood. He made peace with it, not fear, not even awe, just understanding. Cthulhu was not evil, not good. He simply was, like time, like space. His presence was unbearable, not because it was cruel, but because it was vast, because it didn't care. And yet somehow, Francis felt a strange kinship. To see behind the veil, even briefly, was to stand outside the world, alone, small, a speck of thought in a sea of ancient sleep. The sea was calm that night. He opened a window and listened to the slow breathing of the waves, and somewhere beneath that endless black mirror, something vast and dreaming stirred, softly, rhythmically, waiting for the stars to speak. They say the ocean holds secrets too old for memory and too vast for understanding. Captain Anson's final journal began like a whisper against the tide. His handwriting wavered, but the account it gave was clear, too vivid to dismiss. He had not meant to discover anything, but something beneath the sea had waited for him. The voyage had begun as routine. Anson's vessel, the Solaris, patrolled the southern currents after reports of vanishing ships. The crew spoke of reefs and shifting tides, but the captain noted something stranger, a faint hum in the compass, as if the direction itself hesitated. The sea was too still some days, and the sky above the waves pressed downward with a thickness no barometer registered. The men grew quiet. The cook, once cheerful, muttered in his sleep. A deckhand was found mumbling about fish with eyes too human and voices that sang beneath the hull at night. Anson ignored it at first. But then, the ship found the derelict. It floated with no flag, half consumed by salt and barnacle, bearing no name. The crew hesitated, but Anson ordered a boarding. The ship was silent inside. No bodies, no blood, only the deep scrape of something heavy dragged across its deck, and more, a strange stone idol buried beneath tangled nets. The idol was wrong. It bore the shape of something vaguely humanoid but stretched, its limbs too long, its mouth too wide, its surface pulsing with an oily sheen. No one recognized the stone it was carved from. Cold, even in sunlight, and etched into its back were symbols not of any known tongue. They brought it aboard. The change was subtle at first. The men stopped sleeping well, they murmured to themselves. Some began to sketch lines they could not explain, curves that formed nothing known yet suggested something too familiar. Others heard whispers in the night, not words, but directions. Downward, always downward. Anson too felt it, not madness, but something else. A pull, like gravity but in the mind. His dreams filled with halls made of coral and metal, deeper than light, where alien angles shimmered in impossible hues. And so, when the ocean began to swirl and a current not mapped on any chart took hold of the Solaris, Anson did not resist. He let the ship drift. Days blurred into one another. The sea turned a deep indigo, reflecting no stars. Fish with translucent flesh rose and stared at them. The crew grew sick with silence until they refused to speak at all. Then the storm came. It wasn't thunder and wind, it was vibration. A groan from below, as if something vast beneath them had shifted. The sea boiled, then stilled, then parted, and through it something glowed. They saw it then, the temple. At first it looked like a mountain of stone, but as they neared it became clear. It was built, not natural, formed by hands, or something like hands many eons ago. Anson recorded it with trembling clarity. Great archways carved in spirals, columns that twisted like vines and vanished into blackened water, and doorways with symbols identical to those on the idol. He ordered the divers down. 3 descended, only 1 returned. He was pale, shaking, and blind. His mouth open, but no words came. Only foam. In his fist, he clutched a shard of the temple wall, etched with the same endlessly repeating pattern, a spiral falling inward, like an eye closing. The man died that night, but Anson could not look away. The sea grew quiet again, as if holding its breath, and in his cabin he stared at the idol. Its mouth seemed wider now, its eyes deeper. He dreamed that night of walking through the temple, not swimming, not diving, but simply moving, as if the laws of gravity and water had been rewritten. He touched the walls, they pulsed. He looked up and saw no ceiling, only layers of ocean, clear as crystal, reaching up like an inverted sky, and something swam above, circling. He awoke with blood on his hands, no wound, just blood. Still, he gave the order. He would go down, not the crew, not another diver, himself, because he needed to know what called to him, because he no longer believed it was madness. The temple had waited long enough. The sea was like ink. It held no warmth, no welcome, only depth. Captain Anson stood at the edge of the deck, the harness across his shoulders heavy, but it was his breath that weighed most. He gave no speech. He only looked once more at the horizon, then nodded. They lowered him into the water. The light vanished quickly, 1 layer at a time. First the shimmer of surface, then the turquoise fade. Then all turned to blue-black. Downward, the descent was slow, but not cold, not like it should have been. The pressure should have crushed him, but it didn't. Something eased the water around him. The deeper he went, the more he felt the presence. Not a voice, but a direction. He didn't need to check his instruments. He knew the way. As though the temple called him, shaped the water to his path, slowed the current just enough to draw him forward. The temple rose in full from the abyss like a dream remembered mid-sleep. It was not made from stone like anything on land. The surfaces shimmered, not polished, not aged, but aware. Slabs fused together in shapes that defied symmetry, pulsing faintly in rhythms he could almost hear. Some had barnacles grown into impossible patterns. Others were too smooth to touch, as if they'd reject contact from anything not born of the deep. Anson drifted closer. There were archways shaped like bent vertebrae, corridors that twisted on themselves without end, and stairs that led both downward and inward, as if space were folding. And on the walls, carvings, not of words, but of memories. He didn't understand how he knew that, but he felt it. These were memories etched by beings who had never breathed air. They had recorded not events, but sensations, of drifting through molten trenches, of gliding across ancient tides beneath moons no longer in the sky. And deeper still, at the heart of the temple, there was the chamber. He didn't walk in. He arrived, as if the temple had brought him there. The room was circular, carved into a smooth dome, the ceiling a dome of liquid light. In its center stood the thing he could not describe, a shape neither sculpture nor creature, pulsing slowly like a heart without veins. Its surface mirrored nothing, and its texture seemed to shift as the eye moved. Around it stood 7 columns, each adorned with glyphs that swam when he stared too long. And in that chamber, something changed in him. He no longer felt the suit, the weight. Even breath became meaningless. There was a great stillness, and within it, a whisper, not in his ears but in his mind. It did not speak in words but in remembrances that were not his own. He saw glimpses of a time before humans had emerged from their caves, of creatures who built the temple, not for worship, but to mark a crossing between dimensions, between realities. They were not gods, nor were they demons. They were simply older than matter, older than death. One of them remained, dormant, watching, dreaming through the folds of water and stone, and Anson understood it was not evil nor good. It did not care, but it noticed. And now that he was there, it would remember him. A spiral opened in the floor, not as a trap, but as a vision. He saw himself, standing on the deck of the Solaris, giving orders, saw the idol hauled aboard, saw the dream seep into the men, and he understood the temple had reached upward, chosen him. It had allowed the storm, guided the currents. And now that he was within, he belonged to it. He tried to move, to step back, but time had folded. His hand moved, but not backward. He turned, and corridors shifted. The temple was not a place. It was a state, a container of memory and will, one that did not permit escape once seen. The chamber pulsed brighter. The columns shivered. The central shape leaned, not physically, but inward, toward his thoughts. He remembered his name, his ship, the sea breeze on his face. Then it was gone. He no longer needed breath. He no longer needed names. He drifted forward, and the shape received him, not as victim, but as offering. And the temple, satisfied, closed itself once more around the silence. There was no surface now, no sky, no ship, only the temple. Time became slow, thick as the water that no longer resisted him. Anson did not walk. He did not swim. He simply moved, suspended in that dreamlike geometry. The corridors no longer twisted. They opened, welcoming, familiar, as if tailored for him now. The symbols etched along the walls no longer swam. They pulsed in rhythm with something deep inside his chest. They were no longer foreign. They were his. He could see without eyes, hear without sound, feel without skin. The temple had changed him. No, he had become part of it. Thoughts entered him like waves. Images of beings with bodies like fluid glass, their limbs undulating in a slow, graceful ballet, building with tools that shaped matter by intention alone. These were not memories of visitors. These were residents. They had not left. They had only transformed. In a great chamber open to a void of utter blackness, Anson stood before an altar that hummed. It did not demand sacrifice. It shared. Knowledge flowed into him, smooth and wordless. He saw Relay, sunken and waiting. He saw empires beneath the Indian Ocean, carved into mountains of salt and shell. He saw currents that moved not water but time, curling around cities untouched by light. And he felt the great sleeper, not a god but a witness, watching from below, dreaming in a sleep so vast it spanned epochs. Its thoughts moved slowly, but when they moved, they changed the shape of existence itself, a mind too enormous to fit in any form, yet somehow present in every drop of the sea. It was not malevolent, it was not kind, it simply was. Anson had no desire to leave now. His name had dissolved, his purpose rewritten. He moved to a wall shaped like a spiral and laid his hand on its center. It rippled. He stepped forward and did not fall. The space beyond was not space. It was memory made physical. He saw the Solaris again, floating above, half a mile up, quiet, still. The crew had not waited. They had tried to leave, but the sea had no surface anymore. Like he saw their dreams leaking into the water. He saw the derelict ship again, the one with the idol. It had come from this place too. Long ago, another explorer, another chosen one. The temple always called, but only some could hear, and fewer still returned. He wandered deeper into the temple, no direction, no gravity, just purpose. In one vast hall, statues sat in meditation, shaped from coral and pearl, eyes closed. He felt each one was alive, though unmoving, maybe sleeping, maybe thinking. He saw one that looked like him, and beneath it, words etched in a circle, not in letters, but in rhythm, like a heartbeat made of light. He sat, and the temple dimmed gently like the last glimmer before sleep. Anson was not dead. He had become something else, something watching from below. And if one listened at night, beneath the hum of the waves, they might hear a faint, slow whisper, like breath through water or thought through stone. Not a warning, not a welcome, just memory, waiting to be remembered. The fisherman, poor and aging, made his way to the sea before dawn, carrying his worn net and a fragile hope. He had a rule: to cast his net no more than 4 times a day, believing this modest limit might win him divine favor. On that morning, with the tide still sleepy and fog hanging like breath over the surface, he cast his first net. It came up heavy, but not with fish. Instead, it held the body of a dead donkey, bloated and tangled in seaweed. He muttered a prayer, shrugged off the foul stench, and cast the net again. The second haul brought up a basket of stones and mud. On the third throw, he retrieved nothing but shards of broken pots and jagged shells. His shoulders slumped, his stomach rumbled. Still, he cast the net a 4th time. It dragged on the sea floor, and when he finally pulled it up, his arms trembling, it held something strange, a sealed brass jar, heavy and encrusted with coral. The cap bore the symbol of King Solomon himself, engraved and darkened with age. The fisherman, startled, stared at the markings. He had heard stories, tales whispered by travelers about Solomon's power over spirits, of how he imprisoned rebellious jinn in vessels like this, sealed with sacred symbols. His curiosity flared. If it held treasure, it might change his life. If it held a jinn, well, such things were only stories. He worked the stopper free with the tip of his knife. The moment the seal broke, smoke spilled out, black, dense, rolling across the sand. It swirled and coiled until it towered over him, taking the shape of a massive figure with glowing eyes and a voice that shook the beach. "I am Soccer," the figure said, "one of the mighty jinn imprisoned by Solomon. I have waited centuries to be freed." The fisherman dropped to his knees, heart pounding. "Praise be to God, you are free." But the genie's voice deepened. "Not so fast. For the first 100 years, I vowed to reward my liberator with riches. The next century, I would grant him power. Then, anger took me. For the last 100 years, I promised death to whoever opened my prison. And so, you must die." The fisherman's eyes widened. "But I freed you." The genie's laughter rolled like thunder, "and I shall grant you the mercy of choosing how you die." The fisherman trembled but steadied his voice. "Wait, you're powerful, yes, but not wise. Surely, a creature like you could not fit inside that tiny jar. The genie sneered. You doubt me? The fisherman shrugged. I'm just a man, but I can't see how a great spirit like you fit into a vessel no bigger than a pitcher of water. The genie grinned, prideful. Then I shall show you. He shrank, collapsing into smoke which streamed back into the jar. The moment the last whiff entered, the fisherman slammed the lid shut and stamped the seal back into place. His hands shook, but his breath came steadier. Now the power was his. He stared at the jar, heart thudding, mind racing. He had outwitted a being centuries old. But what should he do with it now? He considered tossing it back into the sea, far into the depths. But what if someone else found it? What if the seal loosened? What if a voice echoed from within, muffled, furious? Let me out, mortal. You tricked me. The fisherman carried the jar to the edge of the sea, waves lapping at his ankles. He paused, thoughtful. I might let you out, he said slowly, but only if you swear by the name of the Most High that you will not harm me and will reward me instead. The genie hissed, the sound leaking from the cracks in the brass. I swear. The fisherman hesitated, then opened the seal again. The smoke spiraled upward, thick and angry, but the genie reformed, standing even taller this time, glowing from within. I am bound to my word, it said, though rage curled in its voice like a whip. The genie lowered its massive hand. Come, I shall show you the things hidden from mortal eyes. With one blink, the sea receded from around them. The air grew denser, color blurred. The sky folded into itself, and the fisherman found himself in a place that was not entirely the earth. They stood before a cave, carved from living coral and lit from within by a green glow. The genie gestured. Inside were bones of sailors, beasts, other genies perhaps, strewn across jeweled sand. Beyond the bones were chests of rubies, sapphires like grapes, and coins stamped with the faces of forgotten kings. The fisherman's eyes widened. All of this, he whispered, all of this, the genie answered, can be yours. But you must understand, no man leaves here unchanged. The fisherman entered. The air pulsed, the light shifted. It wasn't just treasure, it was memory. Each coin, each gem, held whispers. He touched a silver disc and felt a battle fought long before cities rose. He brushed a pearl and heard a lullaby sung by a queen to her son who would never be born. These were not mere riches, they were fragments of lost ages, drenched in longing and madness. He stumbled back. I don't want it, he said softly. The genie tilted its head. Then what do you want, mortal? Peace, the fisherman said. Fish in my net. Bread for my belly. My children to grow strong, nothing more. The genie studied him, and then it laughed, not the cruel laughter from before, but something older, wiser. You are a rare one, it said. It lifted a single scale from its chest, gleaming iridescent, warm to the touch, and handed it to him. Keep this. So long as you have it, your nets will be full, your hearth warm, and your children safe, but never come looking for me again. The world twisted. The sea returned. The beach. The sun climbing the sky, and the fisherman stood alone, the jar now empty beside him, the scale glowing faintly in his hand. He walked home. He never told anyone where he had been, only that God had blessed him with fortune after a hard morning's work. But sometimes, on nights when the tide pulled hard and the stars danced too quickly, he'd sit by the fire, the scale tucked in his palm, and listen, not to the wind but to something deeper, a voice without form, a shadow without shape, and it never spoke again, but it watched and remembered. The fisherman's days changed after the encounter with the genie. His net, once heavy with disappointment, now returned full, silver-scaled fish gleaming like coins. His family, once hungry and hushed, now sang at dusk, their bellies full and their spirits lifted. The scale, warm and pulsing faintly, never left his side. He kept it wrapped in linen, close to the heart of his home, never boasting, never explaining. But word travels without voice. Neighbors grew suspicious. Whispers curled through the village. His fortune changed too quickly, they muttered. He made a pact. Some said he had found a sunken treasure. Others said he had met the devil himself on the shoreline. Yet no one dared ask. The fisherman smiled gently and offered fish to all who needed. He said little, But each night, alone in his hut, he would unwrap the scale, feeling its hum resonate in his bones like the sea's own breath. One night, as rain tapped lightly on the roof, a stranger knocked at the fisherman's door. He was tall, cloaked in gray, and dripping with seawater, though the rain had only just begun. His voice was calm, but it carried weight. "You've been touched by deeper things," he said. The fisherman didn't answer. "I've seen that scale before," the stranger continued, "in the hands of men who never knew rest again." The fisherman studied the man. His eyes were not cruel, but ancient, like driftwood left to bleach under sun and tide. "You want something from me," the fisherman finally said. "Not from you," the man replied. "From the one who marked you. There is balance, even in magic. You were given a blessing. That blessing drew attention." "From what?" The man smiled. "Not everything sleeps in the sea." The wind outside shifted. The fire in the hearth shrank, then surged. The scale on the shelf dimmed slightly. "I came to warn you," the man said. "Not all who walk with power do so freely." "Why warn me at all?" "Because once," he whispered, "I was a fisherman too." He turned and left, disappearing into the rain without sound. That night, the fisherman dreamed. But the dream was not his own. He stood beneath the waves where no air lived, and yet he breathed. A current moved through him, not of water, but memory. He saw the genie again, but changed. Its form was clearer now, layered with shapes that didn't align, eyes within eyes. It stood inside the coral temple, arms crossed, watching him through distances too strange to name. "You still have the scale," the genie said, its voice like echoing bells underwater. "You said I would be left in peace," the fisherman replied. "I did, but not all things in the sea keep promises." The vision bent. The temple crumbled. Shapes slithered between columns. A howl rose, not loud, but vast. "You must return the scale," the genie said, "or else what follows will not end with you." The fisherman woke gasping, soaked in sweat, though the fire was dead. He took the scale, now dim, and placed it in a cloth satchel. At dawn, he walked toward the sea. He did not stop for breakfast, did not speak to his wife or children. He carried only his net, the scale, and the weight of unspoken dread. When he reached the water, it was still, too still. No birds called. The tide had halted, suspended like breath held too long. He stepped into the shallows, then deeper. "Return to me," he said aloud. There was no answer, so he waded further until the sea claimed his waist, then chest. "Return to me," he said again. "Take back what is yours." The water rippled, not from wind, but from movement, something massive below. The surface parted, and the genie rose, not as he remembered, but grander now, its face reflecting countless others. The genie did not speak. Its presence was enough. The fisherman held out the scale. "You warned me, I ignored it." The genie took the scale, and the moment it left his palm, the sea brightened. A strange sun pushed through the water from beneath, golden and wrong. "You are released," the genie said, voice quieter than before. "Will I lose everything now?" "No," the genie said. "You never owned it. It was borrowed. Now it returns." The sea lifted him gently and placed him on the shore. He was cold, but unbroken. When he returned to the village, no one noticed anything strange. His wife smiled as she stirred lentils. His children laughed in the dust, but the fish were harder to find that day, and the next. Still, the fisherman worked. There were no more dreams of temples or voices from the deep, but sometimes in the tide's retreat he saw footprints that weren't his, wide, three-toed, sunk deep in the sand. And once, just once, he saw the tall stranger again, watching from the rocks. He raised a hand in greeting. The stranger did not return it, then vanished, fading into mist. And though the fisherman lived long, healthy years, he never walked the beach at night again. Years passed, and the story of the brass jar and the genie faded from the lips of villagers. The fisherman never spoke of it again. His hair turned white, his hands grew calloused and wrinkled, but each morning he rose with the tide and walked to the shore. His children grew strong, left home, returned with families of their own. Life remained simple, hard, yes, but honest. And yet, there were signs. Small things that reminded him that something vast and ancient still lingered just beneath the surface of the world. Sometimes at low tide, strange shells washed up, spiraled in ways no mollusk had ever formed. Sometimes the waves whispered, not in wind or foam, but in syllables. Once he saw a boat that wasn't there. It sailed the horizon backward against the wind, leaving no wake. The memories returned, not as dreams, but as quiet moments. The jar, the smoke, the voice. You must die, and how close he had come to disappearing forever. He thought often about the genie's temple, not just the treasure, but the memories trapped within each jewel. He remembered the lullaby, the battle cry, the loneliness. It haunted him more than the magic ever had. And in that haunting, he found a question. Why had he been spared? He had outwitted the genie, yes, but why was the genie still bound by a promise? Why offer a scale with so much power only to ask for it back later? Was it a test? Was it a gift with a hidden cost? One dusk, when the sky was inked in purple and the stars blinked awake, the fisherman returned to the shore alone. He didn't carry a net, just himself and the weight of old thoughts. He walked barefoot across the wet sand until he reached the place where the sea first kissed his ankles. He closed his eyes. "I don't need anything more," he said softly. "Not blessings, not warnings, not magic." The waves responded, not with words, but a single long pull as if the ocean sighed. He opened his eyes. In front of him stood a child, soaking wet, skin pale as driftwood, eyes wide, black, and too calm for a child. "Have you forgotten me?" the child asked, though the mouth didn't move. The fisherman stared. "You are not a boy," he said. "No," the being replied. "But once I was. Once I was many things. You touched my home." The fisherman remained still, his breath slow. "What do you want?" to understand. The child creature crouched beside a tide pool and dipped its hand inside. The water turned black, then cleared. Inside the pool, the fisherman saw himself, years ago on the beach, opening the jar, the smoke, the fear, the trick. "I've watched you," the being said. "Most who touch our kind go mad or vanished. You even gave it back. I didn't want it. No, but you used it. You flourished. Then you returned it, not because you were forced, but because you chose peace." Silence passed like a slow-moving cloud. "Then let me be," the fisherman said. "I shall," the being answered. "But your story now belongs to the sea." The fisherman blinked, and the child was gone. He looked down. The tide pool still rippled, but now it held only water, gently shimmering under the starlight. When he returned home, his wife was asleep in her chair. He kissed her forehead, covered her with a blanket, and sat beside the fire. He didn't unwrap any glowing relics, didn't whisper to unseen spirits. He just listened to the creak of the wood, the slow breath of his house, and the distant lull of waves kissing rock. That night, he dreamed again, but not of the genie. This dream was of drifting. He was weightless, deep below, yet unafraid. Around him bloomed cities, not of stone or metal, but of light. Coral towers pulsed like hearts. Creatures moved in silence, weaving trails of color behind them. Some noticed him, some did not. But none were angry. None wanted anything. It was just life, deep and strange and eternal. He floated there, watching until he became part of it. Not a man, not a name, just a quiet shape moving through memory. And when he woke, he felt no fear. Just the deep peace of having seen the truth of things and being left unharmed. He lived many years after that. Never rich, never desperate. When he died, his family laid him to rest by the sea, where the tides rolled in and out like breath. And they told stories of his wisdom, his gentleness, his luck, but none ever knew the full story. None knew the smoke, the brass, the temple of memory, the creature who watched him, the scale pulsing faintly like a heartbeat long after it was gone. Only the sea remembered, and the sea never forgets. Beneath the stillness of the world's oceans, below even the coral caverns and the silent wrecks of forgotten ships, there lies a vast trench, one so deep that no light ever touches its stone-carved walls. Here, in the blackest part of the sea, dwells the Kraken. No man has ever seen him fully. No camera, no sonar, no vessel has dared descend so far without losing its way. But still, stories rise like bubbles from the deep, and the poem that whispers his name is not just metaphor, it's memory. The Kraken sleeps. His bulk rests on the ocean floor, a mountainous presence draped in ancient folds of flesh like kelp-covered ridges. He is not coiled in the way of serpents, nor fixed in the way of rock. He is sprawled, limbs sprawled like drowned forests, his skin veined with bioluminescent rivers that glow faintly in rhythm with the tides. Around him is silence, not emptiness, but a thick, pressing quiet that feels older than the stars. Strange fish drift above his sleeping form. Some have no eyes. Some shimmer with light borrowed from other dimensions. All of them know better than to come too close. The Kraken dreams, and his dreams are not like ours. In them are the memories of crushed mountains and long-sunken cities. He dreams of the deep architecture of the world, of cracks in the seabed through which strange energies rise. He dreams of when the continents were still shifting like puzzle pieces, when gods fell into the sea to escape their own wars. His breathing stirs the water in slow pulses. Each exhale moves with the force of underwater avalanches, unnoticed only because no one dares to be near. Above him, above the labyrinth of trenches and basalt caves, the world continues. Storms lash at ships, sunlight dances on reefs, and the moon pulls the tides as though nothing ancient waits below. Humanity, clever and restless, builds machines to probe the darkness. But even the deepest submersibles have never touched the abyss where the Kraken lies. And still he sleeps. Yet there are signs, and those signs are growing more frequent. In the Mariana Trench, a monitoring station goes dark, its signal returning briefly only to play back garbled static that sounds almost like a heartbeat. A fishing vessel off the coast of Chile hauls up a net, filled not with fish but with barnacle-covered bone, massive and jointed like a knuckle. Near Iceland, a diver sees a shadow pass beneath him that blots out the sun. He surfaces gasping, swears he saw an eye, just one, but the size of a ship's hull. Scholars revisit Tennyson's short poem. They note the strange accuracy in its imagery. "In roaring he shall rise," they quote, and on the surface, die. Why would a creature so old, so silent, come only once to the world above, only to die? What kind of ending is that, or was it not an ending but a transformation? The Kraken does not age in the way humans do. He has existed in his vast dreaming state for eons. His mind does not measure time in days or years, but in the slow grind of tectonic plates, it's in the rise and fall of entire civilizations. It is said that long ago, so long ago it drifts between myth and memory, there were beings that walked the land and ruled the sea. They built towers beneath the waves, carved runes into the bones of whales, and spoke to storms. But they feared the Kraken, not for what he did, but for what he might become. The poem ends with his rising. But what would that mean? The sea would convulse. Tsunamis would ripple outward like breathing. The surface of the ocean might bulge, might crack. Ships would be pulled in strange spirals, their hulls crumpling like paper. And then perhaps something would rise. Not angry, not even hungry, but called. The Kraken would not come to destroy. He would come to awaken. And in that moment, the world would remember things it had long buried, about what waits in the dark, about what the sea keeps hidden, about why we fear deep water even now, with all our lights and knowledge and maps. Still, he does not stir. His tentacles drift like sleeping serpents. His eye, vast and closed, twitches once, perhaps in response to a sonar ping too far away to matter, perhaps to a thought, old and echoing, returning at last. The water presses down, cold and eternal. The Kraken sleeps and dreams. In the deepest rift of the ocean floor, the Kraken's dreams continue to pulse with ancient rhythm. The silence around him isn't still, it seethes. The currents that swirl across his dormant limbs carry not just salt and silt, but the faint echoes of lost languages, tectonic groans, and things too far back in time for memory to claim. In one dream, he remembers Atlantis, not the myths carved in marble or recited in philosophy halls, but the living city. Not its surface-level beauty, but its substructure. Tunnels lined with organs that hummed, archways of bone and coral, scholars who fed their ideas to singing mollusks that encoded them into song. Atlantis had touched the Kraken's resting chamber once by accident or design and recoiled at what it found. Their engineers sealed the breach. Their mystics warned of awakening forces. And still, they built closer and closer, emboldened by their technology, until their collapse echoed like a faint ripple across the abyss. The Kraken had not moved, but he had listened. In another dream, older still, he saw the earth in its molten infancy, oceans steaming with birth, the crust still cracking like eggshell. Even then, he was already forming, not born, not made, but growing, summoned from the unspoken fears of the forming world, shaped by darkness and pressure and silence. He absorbed the thoughts of every sinking vessel, every drowned scream, every sailor's final prayer as their ship tilted into the deep. These dreams are not sequences but layers, folded one into another like petals of some abyssal bloom. They feed him, and they warn him. He senses movement, up above. Humans again, digging, plunging deeper with machines made of steel and arrogance. This time they bring not nets or cameras, but drills, long, buzzing arms that claw at the bedrock. The tremors reach him as soft vibrations, a tapping against his ribs, and still he does not stir. But the sea does. Currents shift. Strange lights flicker in impossible directions. Whales breach without reason, thrashing at the air. Squids swarm in tight spirals, drawing shapes that resemble ancient runes. And in the quiet control rooms aboard deep-sea rigs, engineers report noise that comes not from machines, but from somewhere below. Rhythmic, slow, almost like breath. One of them dreams of an eye the size of a cathedral. He does not sleep again. Scholars return to Tennyson's poem with growing unease. They ask, what did he know? The poem had always been short, strange, just a few lines, but it spoke of polypi growing enormous around a slumbering beast. It hinted at a great roaring rise, one so profound that it would only happen once, and then on the surface, death, or transformation. Some believe the Kraken is a metaphor for revolution, others for war. Some say he's the ocean's grief, coiled in a body too vast to comprehend. But in the places where legend and geography bleed together, off certain coasts near unexplored trenches, fishermen still leave offerings to the deep. Bits of silver, coins with holes, driftwood carved with symbols no one teaches anymore. Just in case. The Kraken absorbs all of this, not in thought, not in logic, but in feeling, like a tide rising behind your ankles before you realize it has reached your knees. He senses something different in the newest vibrations, a rhythm, a calling, something ancient like him has awakened. Not a rival, not a god, but something else, part of the sea's memory. Not all deep things are dead, some are simply waiting, and some are hungry. His dreams shift. Now he remembers the Leviathan, that serpentine shape once coiled around the world's equator, kept in check by forgotten rites and the weight of its own sorrow. He recalls the time they touched, Kraken and Leviathan, beneath a skyless trench, speaking without sound. They had no words, only currents, only pressure. An understanding had passed between them. Then, silence. For centuries, millennia. But now something stirs that silence again. It is not rage that blooms within him, nor fear. It is inevitability. His body, stretched across the seabed like a cathedral collapsed sideways, flexes once, just once. A shudder ripples through miles of seawater, crabs scurry from between his folds, eels dart away in spirals. Above, on a research station floating between sonar pings, every screen flashes white for precisely 1.2 seconds, long enough for hearts to skip, long enough for whispers to begin. The Kraken does not rise. Not yet. But his eye opens. It has not opened in 10,000 years. It is not a circle, not a sphere. It is a lens, a mirror of the deep. And in it, the reflection of the world is warped, made liquid and ancient. In it, stars shimmer like algae. In it, time breathes. He sees you, not in the personal sense, not with recognition or malice, but in the way the ocean sees a raindrop. You are part of it, part of the pressure, part of the heat, part of the coming turn. For above him, storms are shifting, the ice shelves groan, waters warm, currents rebel. And deep in the world's belly, some whispers in a voice shaped like gravity. The Kraken listens, and the dream begins to end. He is fully awake now, not in haste, not with violence, but with purpose. The way continents move, the way eclipses pass, the way the ocean reclaims what it lent to the shore. The Kraken's limbs, vast as mountain ranges, begin to contract with the slow grace of deep-sea tectonics. Sediment drifts from his back in swirls. Creatures, some blind, some bioluminescent, some from no known taxonomy, scatter into the cracks of the sea's darkest bed. They are not fleeing. They are making room. Above, oceanographers note a strange thermal bloom in a region where the sea should be stable. The water pulses with internal currents no model can explain. One satellite catches a pattern in the waves, then goes dark. Its final transmission looks like a spiral, not a whirlpool, not a storm, something too symmetrical, too vast. The Kraken moves. Each motion shifts the balance of the trench. Canyons close, ridges collapse in silence. A single arm reaches upward, brushing against the ancient ceiling of the abyss. Not to breach, to feel. To measure the weight of the sea, as if confirming that the time has come. In distant dreams, humans begin to feel it. Artists paint in spirals they don't understand. Poets write of sleeping gods in ink they swear isn't theirs. Children wake from sleep crying about lights in the water. Some say they've seen cities submerged in the sky, cities whose geometry flickers like mirages reflected through impossible waves. And all the while, the Kraken listens. He hears the voice of the sea as clearly as a bell. The call is not in words, but in pattern, deep rhythms older than memory. It is the voice of rising pressure, of tides rearranging themselves, of the bones of the planet shifting in place. Relia, some say, stirs in tandem. But this is not Cthulhu's call. It is not the madness of cosmic revolt. This is a remembering. The Kraken ascends, not swiftly, not with rage, but with inevitability. Upward through layers of dark where the pressure could crush all human-made things into metal origami. His body, still shrouded in bioluminescent mist, pulls the dark along with it, making a column of shadow that seems to climb against gravity itself. A submarine caught near the shelf registers a sonar contact so large it registers not as one object, but as silence. A blankness. A negative. Its crew begins praying, not from faith, but from instinct. Higher still. Coral breaks, thermal vents flare and die. The ocean murmurs in ways that bend the senses. It's as if the sea has become a throat and the Kraken is the song trapped inside it, rising to be sung just once. And finally, after endless depth, after layers of ancient sleep, his bulk disturbs the upper world. The surface of the ocean bulges, not a wave, a lifting, as though the sea itself is holding its breath. No ships remain within the radius, no cameras. But if they had been there, if any human eyes had watched, it would not have been terror they felt. It would have been wonder, a kind of remembering carved into the bone, a silence so complete it sounds like truth. Then he breaks the surface. Not fully, just enough. His eye rises last, that ancient lens-like eye reflecting sky for the first time in ages. The moon appears within it, stretched and warped, a pale scar on dark water. He does not roar. He exhales, the breath moves as wind across every shoreline, whispering through reeds, curling through the teeth of caves. It is a sigh of completion, of arrival, of release. The sigh of something that has waited long enough. And then he begins to submerge. Not because he's dying, but because his purpose has been fulfilled. The moment of emergence, brief as it was, shifts something, not in politics, not in weather, but in the subconscious, as if the world exhaled with him, as if something old was acknowledged and laid to rest deep in the ocean's memory. Back below, he descends, faster now, but still in silence. Creatures gather around him like reverent shadows, currents part. The sea closes above. He returns to his cathedral of stone and pressure. His limbs stretch once more. The sediment begins to settle. The glow in his skin dims to a distant shimmer. And slowly, the Kraken closes his eye. He does not dream immediately. There is a silence first, and then gently, the dreams return. As a child, I had always found the coastal towns to be eerie, their silence deeper than the sea itself. Years later, the name Innsmouth crept into my life through a winding path of curiosity and lore. I was in New England on an antiquarian tour, tracing the roots of my own genealogy, which had always been cloaked in a hazy mystery. My inquiries led me to whispers of Innsmouth, a decaying seaport rarely visited and often avoided. Locals spoke its name in low tones, citing disease, strange customs, and worse. My fascination deepened when I stumbled upon a curious volume in a secondhand shop. It briefly mentioned an ancient cult and monstrous hybrids near the town's reef. The few available records described grotesque fish-like features in some of the townsfolk, and tales of forbidden intermingling with creatures from the sea. With the cynicism of an amateur folklorist and the hunger of one seeking truth, I decided to go there, despite warnings. I boarded a ramshackle bus and rolled toward a place that seemed to exist outside of time. From the moment I arrived, Innsmouth unsettled me. The buildings were crumbling, coated in salt and rot. Few people walked its streets, and those I saw had bulging eyes, narrow heads, and oddly shuffling gaits. Their sullen silence was more deafening than any scream. The air smelled of brine and old decay, as if the sea had crawled inland and left its breath on everything. I lodged at a nearly abandoned hotel, its manager speaking in a mumbled drawl I struggled to understand. That night, my sleep was punctuated by distant, gurgling sounds, like voices filtered through deep water. In the morning, I wandered through the town square, then visited the local library. There, I uncovered fragmented records of a strange religious order, the Esoteric Order of Dagon. It had replaced all previous churches in Innsmouth and was tied to an offshore reef called Devil Reef. Old newspaper clippings and dusty town logs suggested a turning point around the 1840s. A sea captain named Obed Marsh had returned from the South Pacific with tales of deep-sea gods who granted prosperity in exchange for worship, and something more. Fish became plentiful, gold trinkets flooded the market, and then the churches were replaced with temples. Those who resisted vanished. Disturbed but still skeptical, I decided to speak with one of the town's few open dissenters, an old drunk named Zadok Allen. I found him shuffling by the wharf, a flask hidden under his coat. After some coaxing and the offer of more drink, he reluctantly shared what he knew. His voice trembled as he told me about the pact. Obed Marsh, he said, had learned of ancient beings called the Deep Ones, immortal creatures dwelling in underwater cities like Yanthle, far beneath the sea. These beings were not just gods, but living, thinking creatures from the cosmos, dwelling in coral palaces that shimmered in strange geometries. The Deep Ones had promised wealth and longevity in exchange for rites, sacrifices, and mating with humans. Zadok's eyes widened as he whispered how the children born from these unions looked human at first, but over time, they changed. Their features warped, they grew gills and webbed fingers. By middle age, they could no longer remain above water and would return to the sea to live forever in Yhanthle. Those who returned never came back. The townsfolk, he said, were all part of it now. The bloodline had spread. His voice cracked as he described how people disappeared in the night, how the town's silence was not peaceful but enforced. The Esoteric Order of Dagon ruled in fear, and the Deep Ones swam just offshore, watching, waiting. The sun was setting when I left him. I intended to flee the next morning, but my unease grew into dread. That night, I lay awake, listening to shuffling footsteps outside my room. The walls creaked, and a distant chant echoed over the rooftops. Then I heard splashing, many footsteps wading into water. I peeked through my window and saw figures moving toward the sea, their shapes indistinct and glistening. I packed hurriedly, intending to leave on foot since no transportation would be available until the next day. But as I reached the edge of town, I saw forms blocking the road. Not just people, figures with bulging eyes and unnatural limbs. They stood still, watching. With nowhere to go, I ducked into a dark alley and fled toward an abandoned warehouse I'd noticed earlier. Inside, I found a broken stairwell and crawled down into its cellar, sealing myself behind a rotting door. I waited in silence as I heard the town moving above, voices chanting in a language that gurgled like drowning lungs. Sleep came unwillingly, and when I awoke, I was not sure how much time had passed. The town was quiet again, too quiet. I slipped out and hurried to the bus depot, catching the first outbound vehicle without looking back. I returned to my life, but I was never the same. The nightmares began almost immediately. I dreamt of underwater temples glowing with strange light. I saw great cyclopean structures not built by humans, angles that defied logic and carvings older than memory. In my dreams, I swam beside creatures that were neither man nor fish, guided by songs not made for human ears. I began to notice changes. My skin became oddly moist for hours after waking. My eyes, once dark, took on a glassy sheen. I found myself drawn to the coast at night, standing for hours, staring into the waves. I could feel something calling, deep, cold, and inevitable. One night, I dreamt again of Yahantle. This time I was not an outsider. I stood within its halls, surrounded by towering beings with ancient eyes. They spoke to me in silence. I understood. The next morning, I examined my reflection and saw the truth. My features had subtly shifted. The stories of interbreeding were not myth. They were legacy. I was part of it. My ancestors, perhaps through some forgotten branch of Obed Marsh's line, had mingled their blood. I, like the others, was changing. Someday I would walk into the sea, never to return. I would join them beneath the waves where time has no meaning and the cities never crumble. Now I wait. The dreams grow stronger. The call is more urgent. My nights are filled with strange lullabies from beneath the surface, and the sea looks warmer each day. Soon I will go. Not in fear, but in surrender. For the sea has always known me, and I, in some deep corner of my blood, have always known it. The next morning came slowly, the light pale and eerie against the damp walls of the Gilman house. The narrator awoke with a heavy unease still hanging over him. He hadn't slept well. The storm had grown violent through the night, rattling the ancient windows and filling the halls with strange creaks and groans. But it wasn't just the storm that disturbed his rest. Something else lingered in his dreams. Images of vast underwater cities, strange chants in an unknown tongue, and glistening eyes watching him from darkened corners. When he ventured down to the lobby, he noticed the clerk was gone. In fact, most of the staff had vanished, and the few townspeople loitering outside stared at him far too long. Their eyes were wide, their lips pressed into tight lines, their skins strangely slick even in the dry morning air. One man, stooped and slow-moving, had long fingers that twitched oddly as though remembering how to swim. Determined to catch the next bus out, the narrator rushed to the depot, but the ticket agent told him the schedule had changed. No buses would leave until the following day. He knew it was a lie. The man didn't even try to hide his insincerity. Fear pressed against his ribs like a cold hand. Something was wrong, something deep, and now he was trapped. To pass the day, he wandered to the edge of town, toward the marshes and the distant ocean. The houses here grew even more decrepit, many boarded up, others sunken slightly into the earth as though tired of standing. The smell of salt and decay filled the air. The buildings had strange carvings, fish-like motifs and symbols that resembled hieroglyphs but didn't match any known language. They adorned lintels and doorways, some chiseled in with obsessive care, others half-worn by sea wind. He came across the decaying building of the Esoteric Order of Dagon. Though locked, its presence loomed over the square like a corpse left to rot in the sun. Its strange insignias, curving waves, staring eyes, tentacles, and gaping mouths were carved into stone and wood. He could feel it watching him. Locals stared whenever he passed, but no one spoke. Their gaits were off, almost lurching, and some had necks that seemed to bulge unnaturally. More and more, he noticed their resemblance to fish, to frogs, to something slippery and ancient. Their voices, when they did speak to each other, were whispery and croaking, barely audible, full of guttural syllables that scraped the ear. He returned to the hotel at dusk, his anxiety sharpened to a knife edge. The desk clerk was nowhere in sight. Something told him to prepare. Quietly, he packed his belongings, folded up his map, and kept his shoes on. If he was going to leave, it would be under cover of night, and the sooner, the better. Then, at nightfall, the plan began. Voices in the hallway, footsteps, heavy, dragging movements, keys clinking softly, breathing through gills or diseased throats. He didn't wait. He moved to the window, saw the alley below, and gauged the jump. The door creaked. He slipped out onto the ledge and dropped down into the night. Through back streets and over fences he ran, heart hammering. The buildings around him leaned in, warped by moisture and time. He heard voices again, nearer now. Low chants, strange rhythmic croaks echoing through the alleys. Lanterns swung in the dark, shadows flitting. He pressed himself flat against a wall and held his breath. Eventually, he found a narrow stairwell behind a warehouse that led down to the old railway yards. There, rusted tracks disappeared into a collapsed tunnel, but another path ran parallel to the marsh. He chose that route, sticking close to the rocks and overgrowth, ducking each time he heard a noise. The stars above were hidden behind thick clouds, and only faint glimmers from the town lit his path. Then, he saw it. A procession, winding down toward the shore. People, or things that once were people, clad in long robes, chanting in a language no human should know. At their center were priests, some human, others only partially so. Their faces were bloated and malformed. Behind them, moving with a silent, gliding grace, came the Deep Ones. Amphibian, gigantic, covered in slime and scales. Their eyes reflected the faint light like mirrors from a forgotten world. They moved as though they belonged in both sea and land, ancient royalty reclaiming a domain that had always been theirs. The sight cracked something open inside him, an ancestral terror, a madness that whispered of ocean trenches deeper than knowledge, older than history. He crept behind a dune and watched as the procession reached the shore. There, a great stone altar stood, weathered by time and sea, but still carved with strange symbols. The chanting grew louder. The Deep Ones approached the waves and began to sing, a deep, echoing resonance that vibrated through the earthen bone. The ocean responded. It pulled back for a moment, as if holding its breath, then surged forward in waves that shimmered unnaturally, glowing with bioluminescent hues. From the depths, a structure emerged. Not fully, but just enough. A tower, coral-covered and jagged, crowned with a golden arch. It belonged to a city the narrator had seen only in dreams. Yhantle. He heard them speak of it, the priests, the townsfolk, the Deep Ones, saying the name as a chant, as a memory, as a promise. Yhantle, the underwater city, not just a place but a way of being, a sanctuary for those who accepted the pact, a future for those who shed the burdens of land. And in that moment, everything clicked. Innsmouth was not merely a decaying town, it was a portal. Its people were not degenerates. They were chosen. Over centuries, they had interbred with the Deep Ones. Slowly, their forms changed, their allegiances shifted. In exchange for gold, for fish, for wealth from the sea, they had made a pact, and in time, they too would return to the sea, to live forever beneath the waves in the glowing halls of Yhantle. And he was no mere witness. He was connected to it. The blood that pulsed through him, the dreams that haunted him, the ease with which he had seen the truth, it wasn't coincidence. Somewhere in his ancestry, Innsmouth roots had crept into his veins. That was why he had come. That was why he could see. He fled then, not to escape but to understand, to hold on to the last shreds of reason as the rituals reached their crescendo. He ran through darkness and mud, over slick rocks, across bridges that creaked and swayed above brackish water. The town faded behind him, the sea still humming with unnatural light. Eventually, he made it to the highway. Lights of a passing truck broke through the mist, and he flagged it down with trembling hands. The driver looked at him strangely, but said nothing, only drove. For months afterward, he said nothing either. He buried the truth under silence, afraid it would crack and let the dreams out. But they came anyway. The old bus jolted once more as it pulled out of Newburyport and rumbled down the worn roads toward Innsmouth. My thoughts were no longer fixed on mere local curiosity. They had become unsettled, fevered, steeped in the half-coherent horrors that Zadok Allen had described. He'd spoken of deep-sea rites, of vast underwater cities, of beings not quite fish nor human, and of a pact that exchanged gold and immortality for bloodlines. The air around Innsmouth grew heavier with each mile, and despite the setting sun, I could feel the pressure of something unseen watching, waiting beneath the ocean's surface. I arrived back in Innsmouth with every intention of catching the next outbound train, but there was no train, not today. Some failure in the line, they said. A common occurrence, apparently. So I was stranded for the night, and the Gilman house was the only lodging. The building loomed, weather-beaten and crooked. Inside, the proprietor barely looked at me, his features oddly flat, his speech sluggish. I had a room on the 3rd floor, overlooking nothing but shadow-choked streets and a distant slice of the harbor. Sleep did not come easily. The room was stifling, and outside I heard sounds, bare feet shuffling over old cobblestones, doors opening and closing softly, guttural croaks masked as whispers. At one point, I crept to the window, I dared to peek through the warped glass, and saw cloaked figures, more than a dozen, moving in a slow, deliberate procession toward the waterfront. I felt a chill unlike any I'd ever known. I could not rationalize what I had heard from Zadok Allen, nor explain away what I had just seen. I packed my bag quickly, resolved to leave that very moment, even if I had to walk through the night. But as I tiptoed down the hall, I heard something from the staircase below. Voices, not speaking, but chanting in strange cadences, and feet, heavy and shuffling, coming up the stairs. I turned, heart racing, and fled up another flight to the attic level. Doors slammed below. More footsteps, more than I could count, filled the lower floors. I could hear sniffing sounds and low, wet gurgles. I climbed through a trapdoor into the crawl space beneath the roof and began crawling inch by inch over brittle beams and dusty boards. Behind me, something opened the door I had just left. They were searching. I reached a gabled window, cracked it open, and climbed out onto the steep, shingled roof. I could see the streets now, more of those shapes, those figures with fish-like gaits and glimmering eyes, were moving in lines toward the square and the church I had seen earlier. A distant rhythm of drums began, thudding, slow, and oceanic. I turned and crawled across the rooftops, desperate for an escape, and finally found a lower extension I could drop onto, then a drain pipe I could climb down. I didn't stop running until I reached the edge of the marshland. I hid in a thicket, wrapped myself in darkness, and lay trembling as the sounds of Innsmouth swelled and ebbed like the tide. Then silence. Then footsteps. Closer. Something passed near my hiding place. I held my breath, eyes squeezed shut. At last, dawn crept over the marshes. I dared to move, dared to rise and flee inland. I walked until I reached another town and alerted the authorities. The story I knew sounded mad, but I told it all. The strange people, the underwater gold, the rites, the pact, and the creatures. Strangely, I was not dismissed. Investigations followed, and what they found, though it was never made fully public, resulted in the destruction of the waterfront, the sealing off of old tunnels, and the quiet removal of several families. They called it an economic purge, but I knew better. In the weeks that followed, I returned to my home, back to the city, but I was no longer the same. My nights were haunted by dreams of vast marble halls beneath greenlit seas, of cyclopean architecture that pulsed like coral, of chants in a language older than any written tongue. I saw faces, elongated, scaled, glistening, smiling with ancient recognition. I began reading, obsessively. Old tomes, forbidden books, anything that might confirm what I had seen. I found references vague, cryptic, about the deep ones, about Yihantle, the city beneath the sea. It all pointed to the same conclusion. They were real. They had been here long before us. They would remain long after. Then came the dreams. No longer nightmares, but invitations. I would feel water enveloping me, warm and comforting. I would breathe with ease beneath the waves, surrounded by shining towers and familiar faces. I began to feel the pull of the sea. I found myself walking the coast late at night, staring into the depths. I heard whispers in the surf, calling me by name, and then I began to change. My skin, once smooth, felt rougher. My eyes, once sensitive to the dark, adjusted effortlessly to moonless nights. My dreams spoke of destiny. I was not merely a witness. I was part of them. I remembered Zadok Allen's words, that those with the blood of the deep ones would never truly die, but return to the sea to dwell forever in Yihantle. I had thought myself pure, human, but my ancestry, some distant Innsmouth relative, had marked me. My dreams were not madness, they were memories. I am writing this from a small room near the harbor. Each day, I draw closer to the water. I no longer fear it, I yearn for it. I see them now when I walk alone at dusk, figures beneath the surface, waiting, smiling. Soon, I will join them, not with dread, but with a sense of completion. For in the depths lies not only horror, but truth, glimmering, eternal, and impossibly beautiful. The land was never my home. My heart belongs to the sea. Vime drifted into memory, where stars pulsed softly behind his eyes. He had worked for years at the Star Pit, a kind of interstellar garage where deep space travelers brought their ships to refit, rest, and prepare again for the long silence of space, a place near the edge of reach, on the border of the Great Barrier, a psychological and physical limit that only Goldens could cross. Goldens, those rare humans who, through genetics or strange fate, could enter the core galaxies beyond, the places no one else could survive. It was something in their minds, or maybe something not in them, something that let them pass through the madness that would shatter others. Vime wasn't a Golden. He had tried once, long ago, when he was young and stupid and bursting with hunger to go further, to see more. But he had been brought back screaming, the boundary of the galaxy burning through his nerves like molten glass. He never tried again. Instead, he stayed at the edge, the star pit, patching ships and watching others leave for places he would never see. And every now and then, a golden would walk in, slender, aloof, eyes distant as if already looking beyond this reality. They reminded him of everything he couldn't be. He kept cats, though they weren't really cats. They looked like cats, with fur and whiskers and quiet little feet, but they'd been genetically modified for deep space life. One of them, Grendel, had intelligent eyes that never seemed fully here. The cats gave him something to care for, something that didn't look at him with pity like the young boys who passed through the pit sometimes did. Boys like Ratlet. Ratlet was a runaway, maybe 15. He came from a colony planet and had hitched rides through various ships until he ended up at the star pit looking for work, looking to disappear. Vime saw something of himself in the boy, the same hunger, the same rage at being trapped. So he gave Ratlet a job, let him sleep in the back, let him feed the cats and mop the floors. Ratlet didn't talk much at first, but over time he started asking questions about the Goldens, about the barrier, about what it was like to almost make it and then come back broken. One day, Ratlet came in wild-eyed. He said he'd met a Golden, not just met, talked with him. His name was Anfi. He was young too, but with that glowing strangeness all Goldens had, that sense of belonging somewhere else. Ratlet said Anfi had invited him aboard his ship, let him look around. Vime told him to be careful. Goldens weren't cruel, but they weren't safe either. They lived on another wavelength. They didn't always understand pain the way others did. But Ratlet was obsessed now. Every shift he was distracted, staring out at the ships docked in the pit, hoping to see Anfi again. He said he wanted to go with him, to leave this place, to find a way beyond the stars. Vimy warned him. He tried to tell him the truth. You can't go, not unless you're golden. If you try, it'll break you. That only made Ratlet more determined. One night, Ratlet didn't come back. Vimy searched the station, asked around. No one had seen him. Then, one of the other workers said they'd seen Ratlet board Anfi's ship. Vimy felt something cold slide through his chest. He knew what the boy was trying to do. He waited. Days passed, weeks, no word. Then one day, Anfi's ship returned, alone. Vime found him in the refueling bay. Anfi looked the same, calm, distant, unshaken. Vimy asked him where Ratlet was. Anfi said simply, he couldn't make it. Vimy pressed him. What did that mean? Anfi shrugged. He wanted to see the stars. I let him. But some places, they aren't meant for everyone. Vimy staggered back, fists clenched. He didn't yell. He didn't scream. But something inside him cracked. He knew what had happened. Ratlet had crossed the barrier, and it had broken him. Maybe killed him. Maybe worse. He went back to the star pit, sat with his cats, let the emptiness wash over him. He tried to remember why he had ever stayed here, on the edge of everything, waiting for something that would never come. He remembered the boy's eyes, bright with hope, and how they had gone dark, just like his had once. But the star pit didn't stop. Ships still came and went. Golden still passed through like ghosts. Veem kept working, kept fixing, kept waiting. And then one day another boy arrived. Young, restless, angry. He asked for work, asked about the barrier. Vimy looked at him and saw it all again. The endless cycle, the hunger, the loss. He gave him a broom, showed him the cats, said, you can stay if you want. Outside, stars burned like ancient fires. Inside, the star pit waited, full of stories, full of silence. The weeks began to pass. My days in the garage fell into quiet rhythm, a balance of metal and routine. Working with my hands had always kept my mind from drifting too far, and the rhythmic clangs and murmurs of the other mechanics formed a kind of lullaby I didn't know I needed. Sometime between the calibrations and coolant leaks, I realized Vime was watching me again. Less like a hawk now, more like someone unsure of what they were waiting for. Then, without announcement, Andro came back. He'd been gone, 2 years? Maybe more. He arrived leaner, older, with a new scar running down his cheek and eyes that didn't quite sit still. Some said he'd been out near the edge of the rift. Others claimed he had run with pirates on the Jovian moons. Whatever the truth, his return silenced the garage like a pressure leak. Even Vime didn't say much when they first crossed paths again. Andro had always carried something, an energy, or maybe just the illusion of movement, even when he was standing still. He didn't speak often, but when he did, people listened, except now he seemed haunted by silence. Not brooding, just quiet. as if everything that had once pushed him forward had dissolved into some nameless void. He asked me one evening if I still slept out by the viewport hangars. I nodded. "Good," he said. "That was a good place to be alone." It was hard not to admire him. Everyone did, in some way. Even Vime. Especially Vi. Andro started helping out in the garage again, fixing exterior thruster rings and retooling heat clamps. We worked next to each other often, though he still kept things close to the chest. He'd vanish for days sometimes, no explanation. Return with a bruise or nothing at all. I stopped asking questions. Late one night, I found him staring out through a cracked panoramic panel, the void of space stretching past his reflection. "Do you think it's real?" he asked me. "What?" "The golden worlds." I looked at him, unsure. "They say if you're born with the right genes, you can go out beyond the rift, beyond the star pit, that there are places, real places, where you can live outside the pressurized shells. Worlds with breathable air, open oceans, living suns that don't burn you blind." "I thought that was just something the kids talked about," I said, trying to sound grounded. Andro didn't laugh. "It's not. I've seen the scans, some of it's real, just not for people like us." He turned to me. "We're not built for it. Our cells break down. No one knows why. It's like some cosmic gate that only lets a few pass through." That was the first night he told me he had tried to go. "I got past the inner markers," he said, voice calm. "Felt like falling into a dream, but then it started. The pain, the blood vessels behind the eyes, like fire. I had to turn back." He looked so calm telling me this, but his hands were shaking. People like me can't go, not without dying. And I knew, somewhere deeper than language, that this was killing him more slowly than space ever could. The thing about Andro was that he never stopped pushing. Even after everything, he still looked beyond. Every quiet pause, every distant stare, it was all him trying to calculate a new path to something he wasn't allowed to reach. Weeks passed again. Then one morning, Vime called me in, said Andro had taken one of the deep-range rigs, unauthorized, just gone. Left nothing behind but some old clothes and a strip of metal etched with coordinates. "I didn't stop him," Vime said. "Couldn't." No one saw Andro again after that. Not really. There were rumors, of course, that he'd made it to a pirate ring near Hesperidium, that he'd joined a research convoy studying bioforms on Gliese planets. One woman swore she saw him walking along the gravity gardens of a sealed city, his reflection smiling at hers. I didn't believe any of it. But the idea of it, I needed that to exist. And somehow it brought me closer to Vime. He and I talked more after that. Sometimes we'd share breakfast or stand side by side in the docking corridor. He told me things I never expected, a story about when he first saw a sunrise from Titan's orbit, another about a woman he'd loved once, long ago, who'd gone past the boundary and never returned. We became something like friends, or at least two people who had run out of ways to pretend they were entirely alone. There was a kind of understanding in that. Then slowly something changed. A new regulation came in, some sort of genetic recalibration technology. Rumors said it could fix the rift reaction in certain people, let them survive on the other side. Suddenly, people were talking about the golden worlds again, not as fantasy, but as a real possibility. Vime seemed more tired after that. Like a door he'd kept closed for years was now cracking open again, and the light hurt his eyes. "They'll all want to go," he said once. "Even the ones who shouldn't." I asked if he thought that was a bad thing. "No," he said quietly. "I think it's just something we weren't ready for." I understood the dream was never just about the worlds. It was about being free of the cages built into our bones. Months passed. People came and went. The garage kept running. I worked. I slept. Sometimes I dreamed of oceans that shimmered under alien suns and cities of light beneath translucent seas. In those dreams, Andro walked beside me, sometimes silent, sometimes laughing, but always looking forward. Then one night, I found a note slipped into the corner panel of my locker. No name, just a single line. "They opened the gate. I'm going." I stared at it for a long time. The handwriting was his. That night, I walked out to the viewport hangar. The stars pulsed gently. The star pit glowed like a dream trying to remember itself. And somewhere, out past the edge, someone was finally going home. He returned to the aquarium in the city, an echo of his former dreams. A place where the motion of the alien sea creatures brought him comfort in ways language never could. The blue-lit tanks glimmered, filled with drifting organisms from distant worlds, some with pulsing membranes, others like slow, undulating stars beneath the surface. In this space, time felt quiet again, unburdened by the chase for meaning. But even here, Veem was haunted by the knowledge that his own limits were still intact, still caged by that unseen wall in the sky, that unbreachable edge, the golden. One night he caught sight of Ratlet, standing alone in front of a tank, eyes gleaming with quiet focus. He looked different, older somehow, not by years but by experience. The boy spoke calmly, clearly. He said he had gone to the edge, past the golden, past the wall where ordinary minds collapse. He had found a place, unthinkable, vast, alive, and something in it had looked back at him. Veem listened. Ratlet described oceans deeper than concept, pressure crushing enough to destroy thought itself, yet within it, awareness. Luminous signals in the dark, like starfish that spoke in color. The beings in those waters didn't talk, didn't think as humans did, but they expressed, they shimmered with intelligence. One, he said, touched his mind, not with words, but with structure, with patterns that vibrated with harmony and weight. It was terrifying, ecstatic, a communion. You wouldn't have survived it, Ratlet said gently, without arrogance. I barely did. Veem looked at him, really looked. The boy was changed, yes, but fragile. There was something trembling beneath his confidence, as if a part of him had stayed in that alien ocean. Veem didn't know what to say. He could only offer his presence. In the following weeks, they met often, not always to talk. Sometimes just to sit near the sea tanks and watch the glowing creatures loop in their endless cycles. Ratlet would draw sometimes, sketching geometric waves, spirals, vast echoing tunnels that led downward forever. Veem watched, quietly awed, quietly saddened. He knew he could never go where Ratlet had gone, and Ratlet, for all he'd seen, could never return to simplicity. There was a night, thick with city fog, when Ratlet confessed that the golden wasn't just a wall, it was a mirror. It forced you to confront what you were not allowed to become. It wasn't guarding a location, but an awareness. The creatures beyond it didn't welcome humans because humans couldn't survive knowing they were still evolving. To pass through the golden meant losing your anchor to everything you thought was fixed. Veem asked him, "And what did you lose?" Ratlet looked at him, voice barely above a whisper. "I lost needing to be a person." Those words rattled Veem for days. He walked through the star pit hangars, through the old stations and hollowed-out bays, trying to feel what Ratlet meant. In every quiet corridor, every empty ship port, he wondered what it meant to no longer be a person, and whether it was a blessing or annihilation. News came one morning. Ratlet was gone again. This time it seemed final. No trail, no shuttle log, no wave of farewell. Just a locker left behind, some half-finished sketches, and a shell he'd once found on that bioluminescent ocean. Veem held it once, the thing warm in his hand like it remembered a different temperature, like it had kept something of the boy in its spiral. Years passed. The galaxy moved on. The golden remained. New pilots came and tried and burned out. Some made it through, most did not. The star pit aged, ships rusted, vendors changed, old routes became relics. But Veem stayed, not because he was waiting, not exactly, but because there was a rhythm in the edge of knowing, a strange peace in accepting one's limits. He began to tell Ratlet's story, not to everyone, not often. But when a new kid came through, bright-eyed and trembling with the hunger of distant worlds, he'd sit them down near the tanks. He'd let the sea creatures do most of the talking, but when they asked, he'd say, "There's more out there, but sometimes you don't bring yourself back." One such kid, thin with nebula tattoos on her knuckles, asked, "Would you go if you could?" Veem thought about the alien sea, the shimmering thoughts, the pressure of truths too dense to name. "I used to think the golden was a barrier," he said softly. "But I think it's an invitation." She blinked. "So you'd go?" He smiled. "I already have. Every day I didn't." She didn't understand, not then. But maybe someday she would, when she found herself in the deep with something ancient brushing her thoughts. The story of the golden wasn't a warning. It was a shape, a question left unanswered. And in the places where questions outnumber answers, wonder survives. Veem walked the corridors still. Sometimes he'd hear a scrap of Ratlet's laughter in a radio echo, or see the curl of a drawing half finished in a docking bay. He didn't need the golden anymore. The edge was inside him now, and beneath everything. Beneath the cities, the ships, the stars, There were always oceans, infinite ones, alien ones, speaking not in words but in presence, in warmth, in structure. He closed his eyes one night, just as the city dimmed and the aquarium lights faded to blue. The sea creatures spiraled, glowing softly, and somewhere very far off, something shimmered in return. The Wajinru were a people of the deep, born of sorrow and the sea. Long ago, when human hands cast enslaved Africans overboard into the churning ocean, the pregnant ones did not die. The water took them, changed them. From womb to wave, from flesh to fin, and in the dark they became something new. Not just survivors, but a species transformed, gilled, scaled, and singing beneath the surface of history. They lived in peace, but peace came at a cost. All memory of their origin, of drowning, of chains, of cries swallowed by salt, was kept by one alone, the historian. A single Wajinru chosen to carry the full weight of their past, every pain, every gasp, every death. It lived inside her, in tides of thought and storm. Her name was Yetu. To the others, she was quiet, distant, fragile, even. But they did not see the flood within her. The way memory clawed behind her eyes, how each heartbeat pulsed with grief not her own. She was only a child when the remembering began, and the memories were older than any living creature. It was not remembering, it was becoming. Inside her lived the screams of mothers as the sea closed over them, the silence that followed, the terror of wombs emptied, the last thoughts of children who never knew air. She felt them all. And each year, the Wajinru gathered in the dark and sang, and she released the memories into them, just for a time, so they would know who they were, where they came from, why they must never forget. Then she would take the pain back. But the burden grew heavier with each passing year. Her own thoughts blurred beneath the weight. Sometimes she did not know where she ended, and the dead began. Her body trembled when the time came again, the ritual of remembrance. She did not want to drown again, not in screams, not in sorrow, not in memory, so she fled. One night, while the others rested in the coral halls, she rose toward the surface, leaving behind the songs, the eyes, the silence, higher, higher, past the places no Wajinru dared to swim, into colder waters, then air. For the first time, she broke the surface. Her gills fluttered in shock, wind slapped her face, she gasped like she was being born all over again. Rain fell, the sea heaved, but she floated and she was alone, and the memories did not follow, not at once. She found land, rocky, sharp, smelling of salt and strange things. She dragged herself onto it, gasping, shaking. Her body, unused to stillness, collapsed. But her mind was hers again. The ocean of thoughts inside her quieted, the screaming ceased, she slept. And in her sleep, she dreamed, not of death, but of nothing. Blessed, sacred nothing. When she woke, the silence inside her was so alien it almost frightened her, but it also soothed her like a balm on raw skin. She stayed on land, wandering, letting the salt air wash over her, letting herself become just a creature, not a vessel. Then she met humans. They were strange, tall, dry, loud in ways she did not understand, but they did not hurt her. One of them, quiet, curious, approached her gently, a researcher named Uri. They did not know what she was, not truly. They saw a creature of myth perhaps, a mermaid, a marvel. But Uri spoke kindly, offered warmth, food, shelter. Yetu stayed near. They did not ask questions she could not answer. They did not touch her without asking. And so she rested, safe for now. Each day the memories stayed away. She felt more like herself, or maybe less like everyone else. For the first time, her mind was hers alone. But peace is not the same as purpose. One night, she dreamed again, but not of stillness. The memories returned, dripping into her thoughts like seawater through cracks. Not all, just a drop, a child's cry, a name, a drowning heartbeat. She woke shaking. Far beneath her, the Wajinru still waited. The ritual had passed. They had felt it, the absence, the silence. Without the memories, they were light, but empty. Unmoored, and without her, they could not remember who they were. Yetu knew she should go back, take up the burden again. It was her duty, her inheritance. But she could not. She would not. The pain had nearly destroyed her, and so she wandered farther, let herself forget, let herself become something new, something unremembering. She told herself it was freedom, but something in her stirred. Not a memory, not exactly, a feeling, a calling, a question without a voice. Who are you if you forget who you came from? She thought of the Wajinru dancing in the reefs, playing in the coral light, safe because she had carried their sorrow, because she had shielded them from the dark. But were they truly whole, or had she stolen something from them too? Was forgetting peace, or was it a lie? The memories were not gone. They circled her, patient, waiting, and slowly, one by one, they returned. Not as screams this time, but as whispers, a woman's lullaby, a father's prayer, a child's hope. Not all pain, some joy, some light. She had only ever seen the memories as suffering, but they were more than that. They were identity. And they belonged to all the Wajinru, not just to her. She had fled to protect herself, but maybe, just maybe, there was another way. One where she did not have to bear it all alone. One where they could carry the past together. She turned toward the sea, toward home. Yetu returned to the sea in silence, the wind at her back, the moon reflected in ripples pulling her towards an older than words. Her body slid back into the salt water like it never left, like it was meant to return. She let the ocean swallow her whole. At first, it felt like betrayal. The weight crept back slowly, like sand filling a deep wound. But she kept going, deeper and deeper, until the colors changed, the light faded, and the reef's familiar warmth wrapped around her again. Home. But home had changed. The Wajinru had been drifting since the ritual failed. Something had fractured in the absence of memory. They were confused, listless, a people unanchored from their truth. Some had gone quiet, others had grown restless. The joy in their movements had dulled, their singing had lost its harmony. They did not understand why they felt hollow, but they knew something had been taken. When Yetu arrived, they saw her and remembered, but not through thoughts or names, through feeling, through the current of connection that ran deeper than words. She was the historian, the one who remembered for them all. She was also the one who had left. They came to her slowly, not with anger, but with questions in their eyes. What had she seen? Why had she gone? What had she learned in the world above? Yetu didn't answer, not at first. She had no simple truth to give them, only a storm of thoughts still settling. But she knew one thing with certainty. She could not go back to how things were. The Wajinru gathered in the memory chamber, a hollow dome of living coral. It echoed with ancient resonance, the place where the rituals happened, where history was passed, where pain was made sacred. Yetu stood in the center. Her body trembled, but her voice was steady. "I can no longer carry our memories alone," she said. A ripple passed through the crowd. Shock, fear, but also curiosity. "What do you mean?" one asked. She took a breath. "We have survived by forgetting, but forgetting isn't the same as healing. We cannot run from our past forever. We must remember, together." There was silence, then murmurs. "But it would hurt," someone whispered. "Yes," she replied, "it would, but it would also free us." She shared her journey, not just the escape, but the stillness, the silence, the clarity she found when the voices quieted, and how in that space she realized that the memories were never meant to be carried by one alone. They had all come from those ancestors. They were all born from those waters. The joy, the terror, the hope, they belonged to everyone. For generations, they believed it was kindness to give the pain to one, that by hiding from it, they were preserving joy. But they were also losing something essential, their truth. They debated for hours, for days, swimming in circles, singing old songs, drawing on coral walls. Some were afraid, some angry, but many were ready. At last, the Wajinru made a choice. The next ritual would be different. No longer would the historian carry the burden alone. They would all remember. On the day of the ritual, they gathered once more in the memory chamber. The water hummed with nervous energy. Light filtered from cracks above, touching their skin like soft lightning. Yetu swam to the center. She closed her eyes and opened the gate. The memories flooded outward, not as screams but as stories, not as torment but as waves of understanding. The first cry of a mother giving birth on the deck of a slave ship. The gasp of a child seeing the ocean sky for the first time. The heat of chains, the cold of silence, the moment of change, when bodies grew gills, when the drowning turned into breathing, when death became life. Each Wajinru received a thread of the tapestry. Some wept, others floated still, eyes wide. Some embraced one another, others swam alone, deep into caverns to process what they now held. But none were untouched. And for the first time, Yetu did not feel hollow afterward. She felt whole. Later, in the quiet of the reef, Yetu swam with Ori, who had followed her into the sea. The human was different now, curious but quiet. No longer studying her like a mystery, but walking beside her as an equal. Ori had listened to the stories of the Wajinru, not just the pain, but the rebirth, the resilience, the magic of it all. She saw now what Yetu had always known, that memory, even painful memory, was sacred. They floated together in silence. "What will you do now?" Ori asked. Yetu looked into the dark. "Live," she said, "and remember." There were still things to rebuild. The Wajinru had to learn how to carry memory without drowning in it. They needed rituals of healing, of telling, of listening. But now they would do it together. They were no longer a people who had forgotten. They were a people who chose to remember. And in that remembering, they began again. The days that followed were gentle. The reef pulsed with a quieter rhythm. No longer burdened by unspoken history, the Wajinru moved through their world differently, more deliberately, more aware. Children played near the coral spires, mimicking the elders' stories with joy in their gestures, no longer afraid of what those stories meant. Memory had become part of daily life, not an overwhelming flood, but something woven into the way they swam, the way they touched one another, the way they sang. Songs shifted in tone, still mournful at times, but rooted in strength, the kind of strength that comes from truth, not denial. Yetu no longer lived in isolation. She didn't need to. Others came to her, not as supplicants or dependents, but as equals. They asked questions. They shared their own fragments of memory. She no longer felt like a vessel, but a thread among many. Some days the remembering was still hard. There were moments when an image would rise too suddenly. A child's scream, a hand clutching the edge of a ship, and the pain would catch in her chest. But now when that happened, she had others to hold her, to say, "I know," to swim beside her until the current calmed. The community began creating new ways to hold the past. Story circles, where elders and younglings took turns recounting what they felt, what they saw. Memory dances that mimicked the rise and fall of ships, the rhythm of chains turned into song. They built sculptures from sea glass, each shard representing a piece of the shared truth. The past was no longer hidden. It was art. It was ritual. It was theirs. Yetu found herself floating one morning in a quiet cove, her eyes half closed, letting the sunlight ripple across her skin. The tide brushed her gently, a slow, steady beat. She was no longer haunted by the presence of all those voices in her head. Instead, she carried them like stars in the distance, always there, always glowing, but no longer blinding. She had found her place, not as the lone keeper of history, but as one of many stewards of their legacy. Ori often visited her there. Though still human, she had learned to hold her breath longer, to move with the water rather than fight it. She became a kind of bridge, a living memory of the world above and a friend to the one below. She listened more than she spoke. One day, she brought a question. "Do you ever wish it had been different?" Ori asked softly. "That your people had never come from pain?" Yetu thought for a long moment. The water drifted quietly between them. "No," she said, "I wish it hadn't been necessary, but we are who we are because we endured. That's not something I'd trade." Uri nodded. She seemed to understand. That night, the Wajinru gathered again beneath the open reef sky. Bioluminescent light shimmered above them, flickering like memory itself. They sang, not just songs of sorrow, but of laughter, of small joys, of the ancestors who smiled before they wept. Every voice joined in. Yetu swam to the center, not to lead, but to be present. She felt herself surrounded by warmth, by knowing, by kin. She thought back to the very first time she had received the memories. She had been a child, trembling, unready. Her mind nearly split in two, the cruelty of being made to bear it all alone. Now, that child inside her felt comforted. She was no longer alone, none of them were. The Wajinru would continue, not untouched by history, but shaped by it. Sharpened, yes, but softened too. A people who remembered not to suffer, but to honor, to claim their place, to become more fully themselves. They had been born from trauma, from transformation, but they had become something more. A people of memory, a people of depth. And in that depth, they had found peace. The world was nothing but water, an endless ocean without land, drifting under a pale sky that rarely changed in light. The only solid things were the floats, gigantic, soft plants buoyant as clouds, each one a small floating island. Human survivors of an earlier disaster lived upon them, communities of drift and adaptation. Every step they took carried the gentle sway of waves. Every sunrise spilled across water that shimmered with living light. Life on the floats was fragile beauty. Houses built atop coral stalks, algae gardens that fed generations, lamps made from phosphorescent blooms. Nights glowed in soft blues and purples. Fish molded into intricate shapes, schools drifting like living tapestries beneath the surface. There was no land, but the water was alive, vast, hypnotic. The humans called themselves the plant men. Their lives revolved around floats named for shapes: third shield, seventh leaf, emerald float. Their governments were councils held in reef corals. Their ceremonies celebrated tides, not seasons. They knew no forests, no soil, only wombed yachts in an oceanic voyage without end, but the sea held dangers. Below the drift lived King Kragan, a leviathan so immense it could swallow a float whole. It seemed myth, an orb of dark muscle, eyes glowing with intelligence deep as trenches. Kragan had ruled for centuries, negotiating treaties with the plant men through intermediate nobles who offered tribute, gifts of pearls, crops grown on algae farms, stories carried over tides. In return, Kragan allowed floats to live under its gaze, provided they stayed within certain drift lanes. It was not a benevolent ruler. It demanded respect. One uprising, small boats thrown into the waves, ended with Kragan surfacing overhead, a floating city crushed beneath its bulk. The people learned fear. A young plant man named Falur came from the tiny float third shield. He had heard tales of night kings, of kings who defied fate, and felt a pull beneath the reef, a hunger to understand, to speak with the sea's slow mind rather than bow before it. He watched other floats drift dead, blobs of algae withered, sank beneath the waves, not drowned but invited into new depths. He wondered about Kragan not as ruler but as something ancient, something lonely. Falur studied the rhythmic pulses of buoyant plants. He learned algae migration. He learned to read currents. Other floats laughed at his fascination. A boy should not stare at the deep. But he did. At night, he drifted below his reef in an old diving bell with glass windows, watching tendrils of coral drop off into nothing. Voices formed in his mind, not words, but feelings. Sorrow, patience, longing. One day, he gathered supplies from Third Shield, pearls, algae cakes, small gifts, and rowed toward the rumored domain of Kragan. His boat slipped over the edge of drift lanes. The sea there seemed thicker, weighted. Bioluminescent jelly swirled, ghost lights flaring in spiral dances. Shadows moved, deep and knowing. Then Kragan rose. It did so slowly, as if woken from sleep. Eyes like volcanoes opened above Falur. Its skin rippled in wave scars. The Leviathan spoke in vibration, not sound. Currents that pressed into his head, not painfully but deeply. It asked why he came. Not aggression, curiosity. Falur answered in his own heartbeat, in courage. He spoke of floats without honor, of drifting communities afraid of something they did not understand. He asked not for mercy or dominion, but for connection, for knowledge. Kragan lingered in silence. The sea around them glowed faintly. Then it spoke again, not through currents this time, but vision. Falur saw strains of memory in the Leviathan, ancient migrations of sea creatures before humans arrived, wars fought in silence beneath waves, births celebrated with plankton dance, and losses mourned in darkness. Kragan had waited for a voice to hear this, for someone human who could feel beyond fear. Kragan offered a pact. It would spare the floats if they offered stories, not tribute. If they honored the ocean as partner. If they understood that floats were not dominions, but drifting guests in vast liquid kingdoms. Falur agreed, trembling but steady. He pulled a pearl from his boat and laid it over Kragan's snout, a simple gift. The pearl glowed softly as Kragen's eye pulsed in return. The pact formed, gentle as current. When he returned to Third Shield, he carried more than a story. He carried the memory of depths, of scaled histories written in tides. He spoke to the Reef Council, who met in coral chambers lit by algae blooms. He told of Kragen's loneliness, its depth narratives, its offer of partnership rather than fear. Many recoiled. Kragen was a killer, a monster, a myth that killed floats. But Falor asked them, what is myth if not misunderstood memory? Would they continue to ignore the sea's voice until the sea took it back? They voted. Slowly, cautiously, floats sent envoys. They carried gifts of stories, not just pearls. The sea glowed with songs when they drifted near deeper waters. Kragen responded with currents that shaped drifts, nudged floats back from ravines, held sunken debris in slow motion so divers could retrieve parts of lost floats. The planet remained oceanic and vast, but the floats no longer drifted under fear. They drifted with purpose, in alignment. The glow beneath them pulsed in harmony. Falur found peace. He resumed diving beneath Third Shield, but now with a different awareness. He listened to whispers in algae, to patterns of plankton currents, to slow pulses in coral veins. He felt the planet's slow breath, not in air but in water. He no longer felt alone beneath mirrored waves. And in that knowing, he slept easier. The ocean was always moving, but beneath the sway of Third Shield, something had shifted. Since Falor's return from the deep, the mood of the float had grown uncertain. The elders met often in the coral chambers, whispering behind shell walls. Some believed Falur had been bewitched by the sea. Others feared the attention he'd drawn from Kragen. Though the great beast had not returned in force, strange things began to occur. The currents no longer obeyed familiar patterns. The algae harvest thickened in strange places. And then came the whisper bells, vibrating pods that bloomed around the float's edge, thrumming soft sounds at night. Some said they were a gift from Kragen. Others said they were warnings. Falur continued his quiet dives. His mind now moved between two worlds, the surface of politics and the deep language of the sea. Kragen had not spoken to him since their first encounter, but he felt the Leviathan's presence through motion, through pressure, through color. The sea was no longer silent. He began to train others, young drift swimmers who weren't afraid to go below the surface. He taught them how to interpret the pulse of kelp, how to listen for the silence between whale song. They didn't go deep, not yet. But they learned that the water had memory, that the tides carried messages. One night, under a wide silver moon, a ripple moved across the ocean like a soft bruise. It passed through floats across the drift line, stirring up old legends. An ancient float, forgotten by the rest, reappeared on the horizon, Sexton's Morn. Abandoned for over a generation after a storm, it was now drifting steadily back into inhabited waters. Falur, sensing something beyond coincidence, gathered his swimmers and approached the float. They found no people, only bone vines coiled around the huts, coral hardened in strange patterns. Everything shimmered slightly, as though seen through tears. In the center of Sexton's Morn was a great bowl-shaped depression where the reef had collapsed inward as if pulled from beneath. It pulsed faintly with blue. As they stepped closer, a tremor passed through the float. Then, in perfect silence, a large translucent structure rose from the water. It was not alive, but not entirely dead either. A memory shape like a conch shell turned inside out, hovering just above the surface. It flickered in and out of existence. Falor knew it then. It was Kragen's dreaming. This was not a creature like those found in books or stories. It was an entity that lived in multiple moments at once. When it slept, it created images. When it woke, it retracted reality. Sexton's Morn had drifted too close and been pulled into a partial dream. What the plant men saw now was residue, ghost thoughts from the Leviathan's slumber. Falor bowed low. One of the swimmers, Solaris, a bold girl from the Emerald Float, tried to speak to the dream structure. She reached forward with an algae lamp, casting green light into its shifting form. It responded, not with voice, but gravity. She was lifted slightly off the ground and her eyes rolled back. When she landed, she spoke in a whisper that wasn't her own. It is not alone. Those words changed everything. The council back at Third Shield tried to downplay it. They insisted Kragan was the only such creature and that diplomacy must continue through tribute. But Falur disagreed. He had seen something, beneath Sexton's mourn, beyond the dreaming folds. Kragan was not a ruler. It was a gatekeeper, and the gate had shifted. In the weeks that followed, strange entities began to appear in the deep. Shapes not seen in generations. Gigantic shadow rays that moved in concentric spirals. Lantern pods that lit entire regions of sea like underwater cities. A spiral being made of rings of jelly and bone drifted through the current, never stopping, always whispering without sound. Not all of them were hostile. Most ignored the floats entirely. But one, a creature the size of a reef, was found coiled around the base of a major float in the southern drift. It had no eyes, no mouth, only tendrils that hummed. The people fled. When the scouts returned, they found that the float had been reshaped, its algae farms restructured into a perfect spiral. The entire community had vanished, leaving only undisturbed patterns behind. Panic spread. Some floats shut themselves off, retracting bridges and dropping anchor plants to slow their drift. Others sent sacrifices into the water, hoping to appease what they didn't understand. Falur, now a reluctant leader, begged them to stop. These are not gods, he told the drift circle. They are older than gods. They are beings who swim in time. They do not want blood, they want understanding. But fear had already taken root. One float, Thorn Edge, sent warriors with poisoned spears to hunt the smaller apparitions. They found one, a ribbon creature made of liquid glass, and struck it down. When they returned, their float capsized within hours. The sea boiled, no bodies were recovered. Kragan returned shortly after. It rose from the deep with no prelude. Larger than before, as if stirred by some ancient instinct. This time, it did not speak. It moved past Third Shield slowly, allowing everyone to feel the pressure of its thoughts. Not anger, but urgency. It was not a threat, it was a warning. Alaris, still recovering from her communion, explained it best. Kragan dreams to protect us, but something else is waking. Something that remembers when the sky was below the water, when we were not yet here. Falur stood at the edge of the float that night, staring into the great silence. The stars overhead shimmered like bubbles caught in time. Beneath him, the water carried stories so deep they could only be heard in dreams. He realized then that Kragan was never the enemy. It was the last guardian. And now, something older was stirring in the depths, something that did not care for floats or stories. Something that had forgotten the difference between memory and matter. And as the tide shifted and the dream shapes rippled through the water again, Falur knew he would have to go deeper than anyone ever had, deeper than breath, into the memory of the planet itself. Falur stood at the edge of Third Shield float just before dawn. The water below him shimmered with a strange luminescence, a pale memory light that hadn't touched the surface in generations. Behind him, the float was quiet. Its people dreaming uneasy dreams, their minds filled with half-images of Kragan and impossible shapes. He adjusted the bone-woven suit around his shoulders. It was designed for pressure, not warmth, for depth, not comfort. Around his neck, he wore a ring of light spores that pulsed gently in sync with his breath. Alaris stood nearby, watching. "You may not come back," she said softly. "I know," Falur replied. "But if I do, I'll bring a story large enough to anchor us all." Without another word, he slid into the sea. The descent was slow at first. The world above dimmed, and the drifting strands of blue weed thinned. Shoals of flickerfish parted around him like thought. The deeper he went, the more silence began to press around him. Not the absence of sound, but the presence of something vast and patient. Something older than noise. At a depth where no floatlight reached, Falur lit the spores. They revealed a passage, a tunnel of current spiraling downward. He let himself sink into it. The water tasted different here, more mineral, more dream. He began to see shadows that moved without shape. Whispers drifted through his mind that were not his own. "We remember you." He didn't know what the voice meant, but he continued downward. Eventually, he emerged into a vast hollow, a trench surrounded by columns of glowing coral and glass. In its center floated Kragan, But it was not alone. Around the Leviathan moved other beings, some large as barges, others no bigger than lanterns. All of them pulsed in slow synchrony, orbiting a point at the very center of the trench. Falor drifted closer and saw it, a sphere. Perfect, pale blue, not made of matter, not glowing, but visible. It was memory. Kragan noticed him, but did not move. Instead, the sphere pulsed and Falor's vision changed. He no longer saw with his eyes, he saw with time. He saw the early days when nothing but water covered the world and beings like Kragan moved in herds across the deep plains, speaking in dreams. They were not beasts, but living thoughts. They remembered stars being born. They remembered land rising and sinking again. They remembered silence when the world was new. And then they remembered something else, a hunger. Not a creature, but a forgetting, a blind force that erased memory wherever it touched, a black wave that swallowed even the dreamers. It had once risen from the bottom trench, consuming everything in its path. Kragan and the others had stopped it, not with weapons, but by holding memory so tightly it could not be erased. They became sentinels of thought. The floats, these plant civilizations of the plant men, were not accidents. They were part of the memory shield. Human lives, drifting and repeating, added detail and complexity to the weave of remembrance. By telling stories, by surviving and retelling, the people of the Blue World helped keep the forgetting at bay. But now, something had shifted. The forgetting was stirring again. Falor came back to himself, floating near the center of the trench. Kragan moved toward him now, slowly, and pressed its mind against his. We cannot hold it much longer. Falor understood. It was not his strength they needed, but his voice, his story. If he returned to the floats and told what he had seen, if others listened, learned, remembered, then the pattern might hold. But it would only work if the people stopped fearing the deep. They had to become part of the memory. He bowed deeply. Then he began to rise. The way back was not easy. Creatures watched from the dark, and water trembled with the weight of the coming shift. Falor carried the memory with him, not in words, but in feeling, in pulse, in breath. He passed through glowing rings and silent tunnels, following the path of remembering. When he broke the surface, it was dusk again. The floats had gathered, third shield, emerald float, cusp drift, even the damaged thorn edge. They had come to watch the horizon, where dark waves now churned with strange energy. He stepped aboard. He told the story, not as a sermon, not as a warning, but as a memory. He described the deep, the dreaming trench, the sphere of thought, the purpose of their lives. He spoke for hours as the tide swirled around them, retelling the dream of the world. The elders wept. Children listened with wide eyes, suddenly aware that their games, their stories, their very names were part of something enormous. Sacrifices stopped. Anchor plants were released. The floats drifted together, forming one great ring across the current. And then the sky changed. A pulse passed through the stars, subtle but unmistakable. The water stilled. The whisper bells on every float glowed with silver light. From the deep, Kragan rose one final time, silent, vast, peaceful. It hovered above the center float, turned once, and sank back down. And as it did, a thought echoed across the water. You remember. You endure. Years passed. Falor became a chronicler, not of kings, but of dreams. His stories were taught to every child, woven into every map. Swimmers were trained not just to gather algae, but to read the deep. The floats drifted now with purpose, not aimless, but part of a spiral that traced the memory of the world. The forgetting never came, or perhaps it did, and was turned aside by the great force of remembrance. To this day, they still float, still telling stories, still remembering. And the sea, vast and ancient, sleeps a little more peacefully, because somewhere on its surface, a voice still carries. Chris Kelvin arrived at the space station orbiting the planet Solaris, the only passenger aboard a small transport vessel. The station loomed above the endless, rippling sea of Solaris, an ocean that wasn't just water, but something living, thinking, unknowably aware. He stepped into the silent, eerily abandoned corridors of the station, expecting to be greeted, but no one met him. He soon discovered that things were not right. One of the scientists, Jabarian, who had summoned him here, was dead. Suicide. The others, Snot and Sartorius, were still alive but distant, cagey, even fearful. The station seemed to hum with a strange energy. Lights flickered unnaturally, doors were locked, and there was the quiet sound of footsteps. Footsteps that didn't belong to any crew member. Kelvin found a recording left by Jabarian. It was fragmented, cryptic, and unnerving. The message warned that they had been visited by something. Jabarian mentioned that the ocean was doing things, creating things, and that Kelvin should be prepared for what might come. It wasn't long before Kelvin understood. He awoke one night to find a woman in his room, Rhea. His lover from years ago, dead for over a decade by suicide. She stood before him, confused and radiant, as though plucked out of time. She was alive, but not quite human. Her skin shimmered oddly. Her body never seemed to tire. Her memories were incomplete. And her presence triggered waves of emotion in him. Love, dread, guilt. She didn't remember her death. She only wanted to be near him. He tried to rid himself of her, launching her into space in an escape capsule. But the next morning, she was there again, whole, as if nothing had happened. Rhea had not come from Earth. She had been conjured from the depths of his memory, brought into physical form by the ocean of Solaris. He was not alone in this experience. Snot and Sartorius had their own visitors, each shaped by private traumas they refused to speak of. No one could destroy them permanently. Every attempt to reason with the ocean had failed. It did not communicate in any way they could understand. The planet's surface was a living sea, vast and glassy, pulsing like a great brain. It formed strange structures, mimetic waves, towering formations, and asymmetrical growths that dissolved after moments. These creations defied logic, as if it were testing ideas, then discarding them. The scientists had tried to classify these phenomena, mimoids, symmetriads, asymmetriads, but each category only deepened their confusion. Kelvin's days blurred. He became both scientist and prisoner, circling a mind he could not grasp. Rhea became more self-aware. She began to realize that she was not human. She read, asked questions, felt the unease grow within her. When she attempted to kill herself with liquid oxygen, her body regenerated. It was no escape. Her pain was real. So was her love, or what passed for it. Kelvin, too, was changing. His analytical detachment gave way to doubt, empathy, longing. Was she truly Rhea? Or was she a reflection of his guilt, shaped by an alien intelligence to force him to confront what he had buried? Snot proposed that the ocean was not hostile, just alien in its methods. It wasn't making monsters. It was giving them what it thought they wanted, what they needed. It was trying to communicate by using their minds as a guide, but its understanding was imperfect. It had no language, no body. Its attempts at reaching out were strange dreams made real. The deeper they studied Solaris, the less they understood. Time felt warped on the station. Memories surfaced in surreal flashes. The ocean responded not to their instruments, but to their emotions, their unconscious fears. No probe could measure it. No theory could contain it. And yet, they stayed, driven by curiosity, by duty, by something beyond reason. To leave Solaris was to abandon a question too vast to ignore. To stay was to risk their sanity. Kelvin began to soften. He stopped treating Rhea as a ghost. He spoke to her, held her hand, let her sleep beside him. She too seemed to grow, emotionally, intellectually. She grieved for the real Rhea, felt herself to be an imitation, yet longed for something real. He started to wonder if she could become a new person, if Solaris had given him not just a replica, but a second chance. But the illusion could not hold forever. The weight of the truth crushed them both. Sartorius and Snot were working on a plan to generate a powerful brainwave pattern and beam it at the ocean in hopes of halting its manifestations. Rhea, overhearing this, made a decision of her own. She asked Snot to destroy her. Kelvin was devastated. He searched for her, but she was gone. This time, she did not return. It was not clear whether it was the station's interference or Solaris itself understanding his grief and choosing to end the projection. Either way, she was no longer there. The space around him felt colder. He wandered the station in silence, staring down at the ever-moving sea. It shimmered below, golden and gray. The surface rolled with quiet, endless patterns like a breathing planet. It did not speak. It did not offer explanations. It simply was. Kelvin, alone now, considered his next move. Return to Earth? Abandon the mystery? Or remain, suspended in this in-between world, hovering above a consciousness so vast it could summon dreams into flesh? He chose to stay. He descended to the edge of the planet, down to one of the ocean's floating islets where time moved slowly and the air felt thick with thought. The ocean formed new shapes, gentle ones, small asymmetrical patterns like hands reaching out. He stood at the border and reached back. Chris Kelvin wandered through the dimly lit corridors of the Solaris station, his footsteps echoing through the silence. The station was not what he had imagined. It felt like a half-abandoned museum of human effort, metal walls, flickering lights, outdated technology, but above all, it felt haunted. Not by ghosts, but by the weight of something unseen, something vast. He met Snot, a disheveled and jittery scientist who was surprised but not entirely pleased to see him. Snot's words were cryptic. He hinted that something was wrong, terribly wrong, but avoided specifics. Sartorius, the other scientist, locked himself in his lab and refused to come out. Neither man would fully explain the strange happenings aboard the station. Instead, they let Kelvin discover it on his own, and he did. In the quiet of his quarters, Chris found her, Raya, his former lover, dead for over 10 years. But there she was, alive, standing at the edge of his bed, her face exactly as he remembered. She wore the same dress, moved with the same soft grace, and looked at him with that familiar blend of sorrow and love. Kelvin was paralyzed by the sight. His heart pounded. Logic screamed that this could not be real. But when she touched his hand, when she whispered his name, every memory he had buried came crashing back. This Rhea didn't seem to understand where she was. She asked about Earth. She smiled when he looked at her, and she clung to him like someone who feared being lost again. She didn't recall dying. She didn't know she was impossible. Kelvin, desperate to make sense of it, tricked her into entering an empty launch capsule. Then he ejected it into space. But when he returned to his quarters, she was there again, smiling, alive. The realization settled in. The ocean of Solaris had created her, not just an illusion, but a physical being, built from his deepest memories, his deepest guilt. And not just him. The other scientists had their own visitors, creations from their pasts. Sartorius refused to speak of his. Snot admitted his visitor had once been a child but avoided detail. The ocean had done something unprecedented. It had entered their minds, not with language, not with signals, but with embodiment. It had pulled from their unconscious and given shape to their regrets, their traumas, their buried emotions. Solaris did not speak. It reflected. Kelvin could not ignore Rhea anymore. She was not just a ghost. She ate. She slept. She laughed. She was curious. But she never tired. She healed quickly from wounds, and sometimes when he looked too closely, there were gaps in her memory, places where Solaris hadn't filled in the details. He found himself growing attached. She was not the real Rhea, but she loved him, or thought she did. Her pain was real. She questioned her own existence, sensing the wrongness. She began to suffer, not just because she was a construct, but because she was aware she was one. One day, she tried to kill herself by drinking liquid oxygen. Her body regenerated. Kelvin was horrified. She sobbed in his arms, confused and ashamed. She didn't want to be a shadow. She wanted to feel real. Snot suggested that this was the ocean's way of communicating, not through speech, but through emotional confrontation. It had studied them for decades, watching probes and experiments. Now it had turned inward. It was reaching out through dreams made flesh. Meanwhile, the scientists devised a new plan. They would bombard the ocean with carefully crafted brainwave patterns, a tool called an analyzer that could transmit Kelvin's own cognitive structure down to the surface. The hope was that the ocean would understand their message and stop creating the visitors. Rhea heard about the plan, and she made a choice. She asked Snot and Sartorius to destroy her. Kelvin was devastated. He argued with her, begged her to stay, but she insisted. She didn't want to be a mirror. She didn't want to exist just because he couldn't let go. She had come from his guilt, and she wanted to free them both from it. By the time Kelvin learned what she had done, it was too late. She was gone. No trace remained. This time, she did not return. For days, Kelvin wandered the station like a man sleepwalking through fog. He stared out the windows at the ocean below. Solaris was unchanged, vast, rippling, endlessly forming and reforming its strange symmetrical structures. He thought back to his time with Rhea, the real one, the fights, the laughter, the pain. He remembered her suicide, the weight of not stopping her, the way he had hidden those memories from himself. Solaris had brought it all back, and it had given him something else, a final conversation, a moment of clarity, a sense of closure. He realized he had come not to understand the planet, but to understand himself. Snot told him he could return to Earth. The ship was still functional. The mission was over, but Kelvin hesitated. He wasn't sure he wanted to go back. He looked again at Solaris. It was not hostile. It was not trying to punish them. It was something other, something ancient and patient, responding in the only way it knew how, by giving them a mirror. Kelvin descended to the surface, not physically, but emotionally, psychologically. He stood at the edge of what he could understand and gazed into the unknown. The planet had answered none of their questions. It had broken their instruments, defied their logic, ignored their commands, and yet it had given him Rhea. Not the real one, but maybe, in some strange way, the truest version of her he had ever known. He remained aboard the station, drifting over the ocean's quiet pulses, listening to the slow breath of a living world. He did not dream anymore. He simply waited. Time passed slowly aboard the station. Days blurred into each other, marked only by the soft hum of the ventilation system and the distant, continuous presence of the Solaris Ocean. Chris Kelvin no longer kept track of the hours. There was no reason to. The mission had dissolved into something far more personal, far less scientific. The other scientists were quieter now. Snot had stopped theorizing aloud. Sartorius retreated further into his lab. They had faced their visitors, their manifestations of guilt and sorrow, and emerged on the other side. Changed, but not necessarily healed. Kelvin wandered the corridors, a solitary figure haunted not by Rhea's return, but by her absence. He had learned that her final disappearance had not been his decision. She had chosen to leave. Or, perhaps more accurately, she had chosen to unbecome. She understood that she wasn't real in the way humans defined reality, and yet her decision had felt as true and human as any he had ever known. Outside the window, Solaris moved in slow, hypnotic rhythm. The ocean created vast, geometrically perfect structures, arches, pillars, and liquid symmetries that grew and then melted back into the sea. There was no chaos in its movements. It pulsed like a heartbeat too deep to hear, but powerful enough to feel. One morning, or perhaps it was evening, Kelvin awoke with a strange sense of calm. He had dreamed again, but it wasn't Rhea. This time he had dreamed of Earth. Not his apartment or childhood home, but a place that never existed. A peaceful coastline, golden skies, a feeling of forgiveness. In the dream, no one spoke, and yet everything was understood. It was not a memory. It was something Solaris had made. Kelvin stood at the window, staring into the shifting light of the ocean. He remembered a theory once proposed by a long-forgotten scientist, that Solaris was not merely a living planet, but a thinking one, not intelligent like a human, not even like a machine, but aware in ways that defied biology, language, or structure. It didn't communicate. It responded. Human science had failed here because it demanded answers in human terms. But Solaris had never intended to answer. It had simply observed. It had given them what they carried inside, reshaped as flesh, as presence. Snot, in one of their rare conversations, called it compassionate cruelty. The ocean didn't create monsters. It created truths, unbearable truths. Kelvin wondered what it meant to be human in the face of such a force. On Earth, humanity had always positioned itself at the center of meaning, but here that center dissolved. The mirror Solaris held up did not show triumph or understanding. It showed loneliness, grief, and yearning. And still, something remained. A few days later, Snot informed him that a supply ship from Earth was on its way. It would arrive in a week, offering Kelvin a ride back home. There would be debriefings, evaluations, questions he would not be able to answer. He thanked Snot and said nothing more. He returned to the observatory, sat in silence, and watched the ocean change color. Sometimes it glowed with deep green phosphorescence like the inside of a jellyfish. Other times it turned black, swallowing all light. But most often it shimmered with soft, undecipherable hues that no human eye could categorize. It was alive. He had no doubt. He thought about Rhea again, not as she was, but as she had become. A being shaped by Solaris but touched by something else. She had grown. She had made choices. She had felt pain and love and despair. She had known she was not real and yet still wanted meaning. Wasn't that what all humans wanted? To be shaped by forces beyond understanding and still choose love? Kelvin began to feel something stir inside him, not resolution, not peace, but a gentle resignation, a soft knowing. He could return to Earth and resume the life he had abandoned. He could allow the memory of Rhea to fade once again, to bury her for the second time. Or he could stay, not to solve Solaris, not to conquer it, but to remain near something that had revealed more about himself than any mirror ever could. Ever could. He didn't inform Snot of his decision. He simply continued his daily routines, eating small meals, walking the perimeter, journaling his thoughts, though he had stopped transmitting reports long ago. In the final pages of his notebook, he wrote, "I do not know if this ocean is God, or a child, or a sleeping mind. I only know it gave me back a part of myself I had lost. It returned to me the ache I had forgotten how to feel. That is a gift." Time stretched on. One day, he walked to the docking bay and opened a small airlock that led to the outer ring. There was a maintenance platform there where the artificial gravity waned. He floated, barely tethered, and watched Solaris below. Beneath him, a formation began to rise. It was not symmetrical this time. Not a crystal, not a spiral. It was a small island, soft, irregular, imperfect. As he descended in the lift, he could see it more clearly. The surface was wet, like skin. The terrain was familiar. He stepped onto the island barefoot. The air was thick, yet breathable. And then he saw it. A bench. The very same one from his earthbound dream, the one on the imagined coastline where no words had been spoken. He walked toward it, trembling. There was no one sitting there, but he sat down anyway. The ocean pulsed around him in a slow, steady rhythm, not threatening, not demanding, just being. Kelvin closed his eyes and let his mind quiet. The weight of regret no longer pressed against his chest. The noise of scientific purpose, of failure and ambition had fallen away. In that moment, he wasn't a psychologist, he wasn't a visitor. He was simply a man, breathing, being, feeling. And somewhere beneath him, Solaris dreamed. Maybe it dreamed of stars, maybe it dreamed of the humans who had come and gone, or maybe, just maybe, it dreamed of Rhea. Kelvin stayed there, floating in the silence as the tides shifted beneath his feet. He did not need answers, only presence, only the stillness, only the ocean. Absolutely. Here's a 1,300-word video outro designed as a gentle, immersive conclusion for your channel's underwater-themed sleep therapy story series. It reflects on the recurring themes and emotions from the 30-plus scripts we've worked on, especially those from the deep, Solaris, the Temple Under the Ocean, and others. It maintains your preferred tone, calm, reflective, and deeply resonant. Sleep therapy-style video outro, Underwater Reflections. You've drifted with us for many nights now, through kelp forests and forgotten ruins, past sleeping gods, sunken dreams, and impossible tides. The stories we've explored together, the deep, Solaris, the Temple Under the Ocean, the water ghost of Harrowby Hall, and so many more, were never just tales. They were invitations to breathe slower, to feel deeper, to sink without fear. Because beneath the surface of every underwater story lies something waiting to be remembered. Something tender. Something true. Do you remember Yetu in the deep? The burden she carried was more than just memory. It was the collective pain of a people forced to survive what could not be spoken aloud. And yet, in the heart of the ocean, she found not only her own voice, but a new kind of beginning. We swam with her through sorrow, silence, and shimmering hope. We witness the miracle of remembering and the even greater courage of letting go. And in Solaris, we were not just floating in space, we were standing on the edge of consciousness, face to face with a living, thinking sea. A sea that did not judge nor explain, but simply reflected. Kelvin met the image of his lost love, but what he truly faced was himself, his grief, his guilt, his longing to make peace with a past that never asked for closure. Isn't that what so many of us are doing? Looking for answers in the deep? Not to fix what we've lost, but to know that we're not alone in carrying it. We watch the shimmering horror of the temple under the ocean, where dreams fold over reality like slow waves folding over sand. Clark Ashton Smith didn't just give us mystery, he gave us awe. The sense that something ancient is always waiting, beneath every ripple, inside every silent ruin. And sometimes that something is us. Or consider the ghost of Harrowby Hall, dripping with time and sorrow. An apparition doomed to return again and again, drenched in past lives and future fears. And yet, even her tale ends not with terror, but with an understanding. That love, even misremembered, even broken, leaves ripples. From the star pit to the voices of time, from seabeds filled with lost machines to oceans that remember what history forgets. These stories were not just about the sea, they were about the soul. Because when we descend into these worlds, we aren't escaping. We're remembering how to listen, to the hush, to the drift, to the quiet truths that only the deep dares to hold. So why do we love underwater stories? Why do we dream of Atlantis, of mermaids, of drowned gods and bioluminescent cities beneath the ice? Maybe it's because water holds everything. It holds history. It holds reflection. It holds weight without crushing us. When you enter water, your body is suspended. Your voice changes, your heartbeat slows, the world narrows to your breath and then expands into something vast, formless, and beautiful. In water, we are closest to the womb, to the beginning of all things, to a time before memory. And underwater stories like the ones we've shared together bring us back to that beginning. They help us float between dream and myth, science and sorrow, fact and feeling. They show us worlds that aren't constrained by gravity or logic, worlds where the impossible can speak, where ghosts wear coral crowns and planets pulse like hearts and memories return as music or light or a familiar hand reaching through the tide. We are drawn to these stories not just because they are strange, but because they are familiar. They echo the parts of ourselves we lose in the noise of waking life. Underwater, nothing shouts, nothing hurries, and in that quiet, we finally hear the truth we've been whispering to ourselves all along. Do you remember that moment in the voices of time when silence begins to overtake the world, and yet, in the stillness, something more profound is revealed? That there is order even in the ending. That time itself can be a tide, retreating, not in fear, but in peace. Or that haunting image in the star pit of the golden worlds beyond the border where only certain people could go. And the aching realization that some boundaries are not cages, but mirrors. We are not denied entry. We are given reflection. These are the gifts of the sea, to drown what we no longer need, to carry what we cannot, to return what we've forgotten. It's no coincidence that so many of our tales began with descent, into the depths, into memory, into ourselves. But descent is never the end. Because water does not trap you, it teaches you how to surface again, changed, softer, more whole. These stories, your stories, have become a current we now share. Each video, a gentle tide to rock you to sleep, each voice, a companion in the quiet, each journey, another step toward peace. And even now, as this story ends, the ocean continues to move. The waves don't stop just because you've closed your eyes. They carry you, patiently, lovingly, back to yourself. So wherever you are right now, curled under blankets watching the stars fade from your ceiling, or just breathing slower for the first time today, know this: you are not alone in the deep. You are not lost. You are simply resting in the arms of something bigger than fear, older than time, and softer than silence. We'll be here next week with more stories from the deep, tales of sleep, sorrow, memory, and meaning, worlds to drift into, worlds to feel. So if this journey brought you any calm, if it helped you float above the noise or let go of a thought too heavy to carry, then let it be your signal. Like this video, subscribe to the channel, and join us next week for another slow descent into the quiet world beneath the waves. Until then, sleep gently, dream deeply, and remember, the ocean remembers you, even when you forget yourself. Good night. Let me know if you'd like a matching title and video description to go with this outro, or if you'd like this compiled into a document with visuals or chapter markers.